The story unfolds with a crucial decision as an old sage presents the hero with a red button. Pressing it promises a million years of training. The possibility feels almost unreal. Beneath the crimson moon, the hero hesitates, caught between doubt and destiny. With a trembling hand, his finger brushed the button before pressing it down. An expanse of a million years slipped by. Only then did realization dawn. He had become the mightiest of them all. Long ago, the hero devoted himself to grueling training sessions day after day. Each movement was refined with tireless precision, 996 strikes, then 997, never pausing as the rhythm of practice drove him forward. Alan Raydorva bears his name at just 15 years old. As a third-year student at the prestigious fencing high school, he trains hard to master his skills. Two young men strolled past. One caught sight of Alan and sneered, labeling him a loser with a sword. With a dismissive glance, the other added that he had never witnessed a worse swordsman. Alan was well aware that the academy had made him the target of ridicule, branding him a failure and mocking the extent of his abilities. His mother pinched every penny, sometimes so tightly that there wasn't enough left for food. In order to escape ridicule, he sought out a new place to train. Determined to become a master swordsman and repay his debt to his mother, he knew giving up was not an option. A handsome young man in an elegant suit appeared before him, flanked by two enchanting companions. With a gentle smile, he looked at Alan, feeling a wave of pity for someone once again exhausting his strength in vain. The young man offered what he called friendly advice, suggesting that he abandon fencing and choose a more conventional profession, assuring him it would be for the best. Alan inquired whether Doral had truly come for that sole reason, then waved his hand dismissively to show his indifference. Doral pressed on, his words relentless. Alan became the focus of his scorn, as Doral questioned how anyone could raise such a useless boy, one who couldn't even hold a sword properly. Like father, like son, he remarked, then unleashed a harsh blow, declaring that Alan's parents were worthless and so was he. From the very beginning, Alan was destined to amount to nothing. Alan gripped the sword's hilt with both hands, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. A threatening edge colored his voice as he demanded the words be taken back. Silence greeted his command. Raising his voice, he shouted even louder that his mother meant the world to him, and he would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her. A sly smile curled on Doral's lips as he watched Alan's anger simmer. The sight pleased him. No matter how hard Alan tried, in Doral's eyes, trash would always remain trash. Laughter filled the air as he mocked Alan's inability to dodge even the simplest blow. That was the reason for the nickname he always used. Alan challenged Doral, leaving the girls beside him in disbelief, stunned by what they had just heard. Even Doral raised an eyebrow in surprise, a failure daring to confront the master of the school. Yet Alan stood his ground, his determination unwavering. Laughter burst from Doral as he pledged his terms. Should Alan win, Doral promised to let go of his grudges and even offered a respectful bow. Yet failure meant Alan would be forced to leave the school at once. Narrowing his eyes, Doral asked with a sly tone whether the hero agreed to such a condition. Alan's eyes flew open wide, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Alan accepted the challenge along with its tough conditions. With those words, he spun around sharply and dashed off. The duel was scheduled for 9 o'clock the next morning. Determined to be ready, he pushed himself harder in training than ever before. Doral, his opponent, had become a true fencing virtuoso. In just 1 year, he rose to mastery, unmatched by any worthy challenger so far. With a fierce battle cry, the hero swung his sword in every direction, perfecting each strike with practiced precision. Training with relentless determination, he failed to notice the daylight fading. Bloodied hands bore witness to his effort, while unwavering resolve filled his expression. Rain poured down in torrents as Alan sank to his knees, all strength leaving his body. His face pressed into the muddy ground. He pounded his fist and whispered his desire to win, longing to make Doral take back those words. Saul and the old man appeared before him. The rain abruptly ceased, yet the sky remained cloaked in gray. The old man calmly brushed his beard and asked Alan in a gentle voice if anything troubled him. The man inquired about how he was perceived. Alan replied that he resembled a hermit lost in time. The old man smiled, evidently pleased by such an answer. Alan, a student at the esteemed fencing academy, struggled to find his footing. His peers dismissed him as a failure and never placed their trust in his abilities. In the city, his mother lived alone, always encouraging his dream of mastering the sword. Her kindness and grace inspired him deeply. Alan pledged to devote himself completely, determined to earn her pride one day. The gap separating them seemed insurmountable. Fear of leaving school never troubled him, yet the thought of walking away before persuading Doral to withdraw his insults toward his mother weighed heavily on his heart. The old man assured him of his faith in Alan's strength, but Alan replied with a hint of sadness, admitting that he had no idea how to grow stronger. Rising slowly, the old man leaned on his staff while his other hand gripped a red button. With a solemn voice, he declared that the time had come to listen and extended the button toward the hero. Before him gleamed the million-year button. Pressing it would transport the hero to another world where a million years of training awaited. No constraints held him back there, only the promise of endless progress. In addition, a house awaits him, complete with a massive bathtub and an endless pantry stocked with food. A true feast will be within reach, summoned at the press of a button. The old sage admitted that he once had the opportunity to attain a perfect body, but he chose to turn it down. Now, he offers this rare chance to Alan. While the hero resumed sword training, efforts to shut out the old man's words proved futile. The elder pressed on relentlessly, highlighting the allure of a million years of relentless practice. Just once, only a single time, and regret would find no place. Alan paused, listening intently as the thought surfaced. Maybe, just maybe, this was his real chance to defeat Doral. Tilting his head back, he found no sign of the sun, yet brilliant light flooded everything around him. Not a single shadow remained. Undoubtedly, this was a different world. A sharp pinch to his own arm confirmed the reality. Pain shot through him. Looming ahead stood a colossal clock, its hands set to tick away a million years if the old man's words held true. With resolve settling in his chest, Alan made up his mind. He would endure. Alan made up his mind to train here for a million years if that's what it would take to defeat Doral. This opportunity meant everything, and he intended to make the most of every single moment. A glance at the clock revealed how much time had slipped away. An insistent rumble from deep within signaled that hunger could not be ignored any longer. Stepping inside, the hero discovered with surprise that the house stretched far beyond its modest exterior. While exploring, he came upon the kitchen and paused at the unfamiliar array of utensils and gadgets, uncertain how any of them worked. The gaze landed on an enormous wardrobe. Upon opening it, a realization dawned. It was a magical storeroom. Even more intriguing, it bore a name, Hotel Noah. The discovery felt almost unreal. One shelf brimmed with vegetables, while another offered an array of fruits. Left alone, he enjoyed the freedom to eat whatever he wished and as much as his heart desired. Grabbing a tomato, he took a bite. The flavor brought a pleasant surprise and a smile crossed his face. Driven by newfound appetite, he reached for anything that looked delicious. Once satisfied, a decision formed. It was time for a bath. While searching for the bathroom, I opened a door and discovered a massive indoor pool. It looked like the perfect spot to relax. Immersing himself in the water, he began to wash. Warmth eased every muscle, bringing a feeling of lightness and quiet happiness. After the bath, I stepped into the bedroom with its grand bed and collapsed onto it. The room exuded comfort. Training in a place like this felt like a true blessing. 10 years slipped by, during which Alan gradually unraveled the true essence of swordsmanship. A fresh understanding awakened within him, marking the beginning of a new chapter. Mastery over fatigue allowed him to channel strength seamlessly from his legs to his hips and then into his sword. Awareness sharpened, every sense grew keener. The strikes landed with such precision, their sound barely registered. Suddenly, every movement felt effortless. Movements received their own names as he performed them, and with each one, a sense of inventing a unique style grew within him. Memories of his mother drifted through his mind, and he silently wished for her well-being. A wave of loneliness settled over him. 2,000 years had slipped by, yet every meal tasted dull and lifeless, as if he were chewing on stones. 5,000 years passed, stirring thoughts within. Was strength truly growing, or had time simply frozen around me? Would everything slip from memory when the moment of awakening finally arrived? Alan's fear haunted him, a silent tormentor lurking within. Throughout the years, he had been his own harshest judge, inflicting pain upon himself for reasons he couldn't fully fathom. 7,000 years drifted by. Any sense of self slowly faded away. In silence, he trained relentlessly, his voice echoing out into the void as he wielded his sword with both hands. Memories resurfaced of the times others had called him a failure, yet deep down he understood this was a lie. Strength had never abandoned him, he carried it quietly within. His family endured cruel insults, dismissed as worthless, and those same words were hurled at him. A sense of duty burned within. Victory became his only answer. Proving them wrong was no longer a choice but a necessity. Spurring himself on with a single thought, he resolved to keep swinging his sword. Nothing else was needed or possible for him, and so he pressed on. 10,000 years later, Alan discovered a groundbreaking technique, battling against himself. With unwavering determination, he pushed his limits, the struggle drawing intense attention. The commotion dragged on until a tied-up guest at the tavern quietly reminded them that they had forgotten where they were. An endless war raged on, yet through its turmoil, the long-dormant passion for swordsmanship was rekindled deep within him. Gratitude welled up within as he acknowledged the battle he had just fought. The struggle had fortified not only his body, but also his spirit. Yet, uncertainty lingered over whether he possessed the strength to defeat Doral. Doral, a prodigy who emerges only once in a century, mastered the legendary sword art of the Showdown style. Among all the disciples, his talent sets him far above the rest. Alan glanced down at his hands. Deep inside, he understood victory was beyond reach for now. No remarkable talent set him apart, yet time held its own secrets. With sharp focus, he could quicken its flow. He had no chance to alter the outcome. Time simply ran out. The end arrived without warning. Silent and motionless, he realized that 1,000,000 years had passed. The digits on the chronometer had frozen, refusing to move any further. Fear gripped him, doubts crept in about whether he would ever find the strength within himself. In an instant, the world shifted around him. Once more, he stood beside the button, the old man patiently waiting for his arrival. The situation felt strange. The old man assured that 1,000,000 years had not been wasted, yet Alan sensed nothing different within himself. The elder suggested putting it to the test by simply picking up the sword. Laughter escaped Alan as if from some hidden corner of his soul. Without thinking, his hand drifted toward his weapon, guided by an instinctive urge. The sensation felt strangely unfamiliar. Laughter rumbled from the old man, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Isn't this remarkable? Surely, young swordsman, this outcome wasn't what you anticipated." Alan gazed at his own hands in disbelief, quietly asking himself if this was all just a dream. Each sweeping strike flowed with flawless precision. The old man chuckled again, remarking that it was as if the young man had been reborn. The hero sensed a gnawing insufficiency. Movements like these would never overcome a master of the Showdown style. His predecessor forged a deadly technique after years of relentless battles and endless training. Alan lacked both skill and brilliance. Surpassing Doral demanded something greater from him. He needed a breakthrough. The old man handed him the button once more. Astonishment flickered in Alan's eyes. Gratitude welled up within him. This time, a solution to victory seemed within reach. Once more his finger pressed the button, yet an unfamiliar voice called out, urging him to wake up. Alan pried open one eye and mumbled, asking for the time. A firm voice insisted that he get up, growing louder until it broke into a shout. Alan's eyes flew open in fear as he found himself lying on the grass. With a sudden jolt, he sat upright, his mind racing to recall the day, the month, the year. Everything around him felt strangely unreal. Shaking his head, he murmured uncertainly that he had no idea where the hermit of time could be now. He remained unaware that the nurse stood quietly behind him. Approaching quietly, the woman leaned in and remarked that she had noticed his ability to fall asleep anywhere. She gently inquired if he was all right, mentioning it seemed as though he had been troubled by a nightmare. A smile played on Alan's lips as he scratched the back of his head, admitting he couldn't recall anything from the previous day. With a stern tone, she ordered him straight back to the dormitory. Rising to his feet, Alan offered a quiet apology. She reminded him that if he wouldn't eat breakfast, it would only go to waste. Complete confusion clouded his mind. Could everything that had happened truly have been just a dream? At that moment, a button lying on the ground caught his attention. He picked it up, turned it over in his hands, and pressed it several times, searching for any sign of what was real. A quiet smile crossed his face as the thought settled that perhaps it really had all been just a dream. With a gentle motion, the button slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The woman called out to him and asked what he was doing there. Alan replied that he was already on his way. The button lay broken in the grass, forgotten. She had given him food. Alan expressed his gratitude for the shower. Observing his hearty appetite that morning, she glanced at her watch, noting the time 7:50. She then inquired whether he had any classes scheduled. His eyes widened in realization. The fight with Doral was set for today at 9 sharp. The road to school stretched out for almost 3 hours. There was no way he could make it in time. Alan explained that he had to run. The woman wished him a safe journey and told him to be careful. Taking her words to heart, he raced off at full speed. Upon entering, he offered an apology for being late. The professor waited in the hall, seated and composed. This morning at 9, marked his duel with Doral but. After reviewing the documents, the professor assured him he had arrived on time. Much work still remained ahead. An entire hour remained before the battle. Displaying his watch, he revealed it was only 8 o'clock. Alan continued on his way, puzzled by the fact that he had managed to arrive on time at all. Pausing briefly at the entrance, anxiety flickered across his face as uncertainty held him in place. Summoning his strength, he forced himself to focus. Determination flickered in his eyes as he prepared for what lay ahead. At last, the moment would come to stand before Doral, strengthened by every moment of training endured. victory might remain out of reach, yet giving up would never be an option. Alan paused, tightened his grip on the sword, exhaled slowly, and pushed the door open. Strangely enough, no warm welcome awaited him. At the center of the hall stood Doral. A laugh escaped him as he remarked that he admired the courage it took to show up instead of running away. Button insisted it wasn't his fault and admitted his own surprise. Apparently, someone had spread the news to everyone. A quiet laugh escaped him. It seemed likely that one of the students had revealed everything. Her goal was to humiliate him in front of everyone. The school, however, should have prevented it, but failed to do so. Shouts erupted from every corner of the room, students clamoring for someone to teach that loser a lesson. Taunts filled the air about always swinging a sword like a fool. One remarked that Alan should be grateful. After all, he was losing to the very best. The doors swung open as the professor entered the hall, catching the hero off guard. With a quick glance at his watch, the professor solemnly announced that the duel between Doral Button and Alan Raidorva was about to begin. Alan waited for the professor to step in and end the fight. To his dismay, the professor simply observed, making no move to intervene. It seemed even the school had turned its back on him. With a steady voice, the professor asked if they were both prepared. The duel was set to begin. Although the hero realized the odds were stacked against him, it was far too late to turn back now. Doral's fighting style radiated danger. A direct assault would be futile. Alan resolved to dodge his blows and wait for the perfect moment to strike at his unguarded side. Gathering his resolve, he assumed a fighting stance. They faced each other in perfect stillness. The hero wondered why his opponent made no move and what it was he seemed to be waiting for. Suddenly, Doral shouted Alan's name, demanding an explanation for his actions. Confused, Alan couldn't grasp what the outburst was about. Doral, now seething with anger, accused him harshly of being worthless, his voice sharp and unforgiving. Laughter bubbled from Doral. The crowd watched in confusion, yet their shouts urged him on, calling for the first strike. Focus settling in, Doral prepared himself. Gripping his sword tightly, he swung it back and launched himself into the attack. Shaidraru's signature move unfurled, a blazing strike unleashed at breathtaking speed. The hero believed there was no time to dodge, yet at the very last moment, managed to do so. Doral's eyes widened in disbelief. Never before had Alan managed to dodge his attack, but now, for the first time, Doral watched as his strike missed its mark. Doral shouted that the next attack would come 3 times faster, warning that luck would not be on their side this time. Channeling the clandestine technique known as Shaidraru's Eternal Rift, he surged forward, arm outstretched in a determined rush. Alan stood prepared, his focus unwavering as every movement of his opponent came into clear view. The tempo quickened, yet nothing escaped the hero's watchful eyes. Bracing himself, he readied for the incoming strike, quietly urging his opponent to come closer. Alan raised his sword, memories of Doral's mockery flickering in his mind. Channeling his resolve, he met Doral's attack with a powerful strike. Doral was hurled aside and landed with a stifled cry. The force of the blow left him unable to rise. Silence swept through the hall as disbelief settled over the crowd, each person struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Alan's eyes flew open in astonishment, struggling to comprehend what he had just done. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashed 7 consecutive strikes, each blow crashing down upon Doral with relentless force. The professor rushed to Doral's side, determined to bring him back to consciousness. In that moment, the truth became undeniable. The old man, the button, a million years of relentless training, all of it was real. The professor then declared Doral Button defeated. Alan Raidorva emerged as the victor. Disbelief settled over the hero as the realization slowly dawned. A fleeting thought passed through his mind, wondering if this was truly reality or merely a dream. Several days slipped by since the match, bringing a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. Alan pressed on with his training. Though whispers now branded him a fraud, no one dared to challenge him. Fear hung over everyone, a silent warning inspired by Doral's fate. Rumors began to spread, suggesting his victory was tainted by dishonesty. Tensions rose, and the students grew more ruthless, sparking conflicts at every opportunity. Yet Alan always stood his ground, never allowing an insult or challenge to go unanswered. Years of grueling training transformed him into a force to be reckoned with, and he never hesitated to bring justice to those who bullied the weak. No one dared insult him to his face anymore. Rumors swirled behind his back, branding him a failure, the disgrace of the school, a coward who had triumphed by trickery. In the past, such words would have shattered him, but now they could no longer reach his heart. With measured steps, he wandered through the city streets. The sight of a woman with her child stirred memories of his own mother. A pang tightened in his chest as longing for her washed over him. News of her son's arrival for the holidays had already reached his mother's ears. Alan intended to bring her gifts, knowing her fondness for senbei and sweet treats. He pictured the look of surprise that would light up her face when she finally saw him. Lost in thought, he wondered how much money sat in his wallet. He shook out the contents onto his palm and found only a small amount. A decision formed to seek employment. The caretaker mentioned knowing a place where he could earn some money. Delight sparkled in Alan's eyes as he inquired about the place. She rummaged through her things, searching for the postcard, and assured him she would gladly help. A promise lingered in her words that he could earn a decent sum there. At last she discovered the postcard and held it up for him to see. Alan glanced at it, his eyes widening with surprise. The sight before him was truly unexpected. With a bright smile, the woman explained that it was all correct. In the city of Orbis, a swordsman's tournament takes place every month. Competitors are expected to believe in themselves as they participate, each one showcasing their unique skills. The victor will claim an extraordinary prize, a reward reserved only for those proven to be true warriors. A fencing tournament promised to be no easy feat. Still, Alan felt a spark of confidence, believing he could claim victory in at least a few matches. The suggestion wasn't half bad, but signing up required a hefty sum of 1,000 gold coins. Annoyed, the woman demanded to know if he had lost his mind. She took care of the home and everyone in it. If he was short on funds, she would provide the money. Her trust in him ran deep. A spark of joy lit up Alan's face as he asked if she truly meant it. The woman confirmed without hesitation, but made it clear she expected his best efforts in return, along with a promise. Alan pledged wholeheartedly, assuring her he would give everything he had. Gratefulness fills his heart toward her. With renewed determination, he sets his sights on victory in the tournament and claims the grand prize as his ultimate goal. A sudden tremor ran through him, making the entire situation feel like an elaborate joke. Observing the other participants, it became clear to him that each one wielded a sword with far greater skill. Realization dawned, perhaps his own hopes had been nothing but naivety. His first order of business was to sign up for the tournament. Suddenly, someone gave him a push from behind. Spinning around, he quickly apologized. A burly warrior with the eyes of a killer confronted him, calling him a brat and declaring that this was no place for childish games of war. One of the companions addressed the warrior, questioning whether it was right for Babel to pick on someone weaker. Another noticed the sword at Alan's side and suggested that he might also be a participant. The third one laughed, her amusement tinged with disbelief, as she remarked it was hard to imagine this boy lasting even until noon. Alan found himself thinking these people were unbelievably crude. Bub gritted his teeth, every muscle tense as he snapped, asking what the staring was about and if a fight was what he wanted. Every bit of his strength seemed almost inhuman. Alan replied in a calm tone, pointing out that they had shoved him first. Inside, however, uncertainty flickered. Any argument here might cost him his chance to compete in the tournament. Bubble turned to the girls, dismissing the matter. He told them there was no point in wasting words on this loser. Relief washed over the hero as he realized the confrontation had been avoided. Alan chose not to waste any time and headed straight back to registration. For a long time, finding the registration booth proved difficult. At last, a tent adorned with magical symbols caught his eye. Inside, a young attendant called for the next participant. Alan stepped forward and declared his intent to join the swordsman's tournament. Announcing the price, she stated the entry fee was 1,000 gold coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan handed her the full amount. The young woman expressed her gratitude and politely requested his name and fencing style. Flustered, he introduced himself as Alan Raydorva, yet hesitated as he struggled to recall the name of his fencing style. Reluctant to put it into words, he finally admitted that it was his own unique style. The girl burst into laughter, assuring him that she understood. Alan grew embarrassed and scratched the back of his head, quietly considering his own unique style. After registering, a sense of awkwardness lingered as he walked away. Only someone truly eccentric would dare voice such words aloud. Choosing not to dwell on it, he set his mind firmly on the tournament ahead. Watching her walk away, the thought struck that she possessed remarkable beauty. Curiosity sparked. Was she also competing in the tournament? The mayor of the city stepped onto the stage. His welcome speech expressed satisfaction that this tournament would proceed peacefully. Yet, as he continued, his cheerful smile gradually twisted into a predatory sneer. The mayor kept shouting into the microphone, calling out for the crowd to witness the dazzling clash of swords. He stirred excitement as he announced that the strongest swordsmen would face each other in battle, their skills about to be put to the test in this war. "Heroes, display your skill at this unforgettable tournament," he declared. The crowd roared in response, charged with excitement. Tension prickled along Alan's skin, as if the spectators might devour him at any moment. With composure, the mayor finished his speech and directed the contestants toward the waiting area. Lee gently encouraged the mayor to ease his worries. This time, her visit was simply to observe the troublemakers, a word she thought described them perfectly. The mayor caught her subtle hint, realizing she had already taken a liking to the previous champion. Legend nodded in confirmation. Her curiosity centered on last tournament's champion, Rosa Valencia. She longed to see the famous competitor in person. Alongside this, she searched the crowd of newcomers for a hidden gem, though she didn't hold out much hope of finding such rare talent. The lively and resonant voice of the host filled the air. "Thank you all for waiting. I am Fina Chan, your master of ceremonies." With a cheerful smile, she promised to explain the tournament rules. Duels unfold one-on-one, with victory going to whoever manages to knock their opponent out of the ring or render them unable to continue fighting. Killing is strictly forbidden, and breaking this rule results in immediate disqualification. Alan considered the rules to be simple and easy to understand. Fina reached into the lottery drum, her fingers searching for a card. "Let's find out who will fight first," she declared. Drawing out the cards, she announced in a clear voice, "The opening match will be Bubble Domingo versus Alan Raidorva." Alan's heart skipped a beat at the news. Going first was the last thing he wanted. There was nowhere left for Ta to retreat. With determined steps, he moved toward the arena. Babel recognized him instantly. A low growl rumbled from him as he spat out his anger. The thought burned in his mind. How could such a scrawny kid have the nerve to step into this place? One swift move, and that brat would be flattened. Alan also recognized the person who had shoved him from behind in the square. Into the microphone, Fina Chan announced that, according to her information, Bubble had adopted the Congo ball style. A single swing of his blade shatters foes into pieces. This ancient sword style wields incredible power. Alan, on the other hand, moved with a style entirely his own, untouched by outside influence. The spectators sat in stunned silence for a moment before laughter bubbled up among them. Voices from the crowd surged, urging him on. They called out for him to hold his ground and not get crushed, encouraging him to show off his skills before he ended up flattened. Alan bowed politely to Bablu and declared his readiness. From the VIP box, Leia watched with keen interest. She noticed how the boy refused to give in, even under pressure. Such unwavering determination at his age was an uncommon sight. Fina inquired about the fighter's readiness and, receiving confirmation, declared the start of the match. Gripping his sword tightly in both hands, Babel charged forward, launching his attack. Across from him, Alan sharpened his focus, every sense heightened in anticipation. 1,000,000 years had passed. His skill with the sword had reached an unfathomable level, and now the true extent of his mastery would finally be revealed. Alan raised his sword above his head, initiating the very first technique he had crafted in training, the style of the flying shadow. Their blades met in a swift, ringing clash. A terrifying, animalistic glare froze on Babla's face, his eyes burning with the savage intensity of a predator. The blow landed with extraordinary force. A strange sound escaped from Babel, and just like that, the fight was over. His body shot out of the arena, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. After that, he didn't move again. The host stood frozen in place, unable to move. Silence gripped the audience seated in the stands. Lee's eyes widened, round as saucers. An eerie stillness pressed in from all sides. Alan stood in stunned silence, his sword lowered at his side. Realization slipped through his fingers before he could grasp it. The girl he had noticed after registering now looked his way, her gaze carrying a newfound confidence. With a cheerful voice, she announced into the microphone, "Alan Raidorva is the winner." The outcome caught everyone off guard. A single strike secured the victory. The arena erupted in applause as the hero stared in disbelief, trying to grasp the reality of his triumph. The force behind his strike must have been immense, yet here he remains victorious. This moment, without a doubt, is reality. A new sense of self-belief took root in him. Following this change, he secured 5 consecutive victories in the ring. Such success had never entered even his boldest dreams. At last, the finale arrived. Fina Chan stepped forward to open the final match of the tournament, expressing her gratitude to everyone for their patience. The ultimate showdown began. 2 competitors remained in the final round. The first was Rosa Valencia, the same girl who had caught Alan's eye back at registration. Known by all, she stood as the heir to the secretive Aikido sword style. Every duel ended in her favor, her victories marked by elegance and not a single scratch. Across the arena awaited Alan Raidorva. A true original, he forged his own distinctive style, untouched by imitation. No one underestimates his talent anymore. His mastery commands silent respect. Cheers of encouragement poured down from the stands, voices praising his uniqueness. Some pleaded to become his apprentices, while others openly confessed their love. Alan hesitated, taken aback by words he had never heard before. Pushing aside his confusion, he focused on the moment and gave his opponent a respectful bow. Meeting her eyes, he spoke with sincerity, expressing the honor he felt to face her in battle. Admiration filled him as he watched Rosa, the previous champion renowned far and wide. Her flawless victories and celebrated name spoke for themselves. She had apprehended dangerous criminals and handed them over to the Holy Knights when she was his age. A rare combination of talent, deadly skill, and striking beauty defined her, though her frame appeared delicate, unmatched strength and the power to overcome anyone resided within her. Underestimating her would be folly. Caution was essential. Alan drew his sword with a steady hand, while Rosa had already taken up her fighting stance. Fina Chan began to provide commentary on the unfolding match. Both carefully sized each other up, each one waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, she observed. Rosa lunged forward, launching her attack, but Alan slipped away once more. Her eyes widened in surprise as she tried to understand how he managed to dodge her so effortlessly. Sensing an opening, the hero launched an attack. With expert agility, she slipped out of harm's way. Among the crowd, a young man once again shouted out his desire to become his apprentice. Immediately, another replied, calling him a fool and insisting Alan already had more than enough on his plate. The battle raged on. Rosa inquired about the source of Alan's impressive sword skills. After a brief hesitation, he admitted that he had been his own teacher. Doubt flickered in her eyes as she challenged him, insisting that loyalty and countless hours of practice resonated in every strike. Such skill, she argued, could never belong to a mere novice. Pretending to be a fool may serve you for a while, but... Launching herself forward, she attacked with the Aikido style, delivering a swift strike called Mirisakura. Despite her natural grace, Rosa had not yet reached perfection. Small openings of vulnerability lingered between her strikes. Strangely enough, Alan possessed an 8-strike technique as well. In this very moment, he prepared to unleash it. He wielded it in a completely different manner. His technique left no room for weakness. Rosa shouted that this was the end. Alan summoned every ounce of strength for a single, decisive burst, 8 strikes unleashed in the span of one motion, focus sharpened to its absolute peak. Rosa defended herself using the Yadagra's Tudo style, a masterful technique reserved for the highest level of defense. Internally, she gasped at the sight, amazed by what had just happened. Meanwhile, Alan already understood it was over. The crowd erupted with excitement. Victory belonged to him. Raised high on the shoulders of his supporters, he received congratulations from all sides. Several days slipped by after the tournament. Alan received a summons from the school director. The thought crossed his mind that this must be about the rumors claiming he had cheated during the fight with Doral. Perhaps they intended to punish him. Alan stepped into the office alongside the professor. The director greeted them with a warm smile, thanked Alan for coming, and offered him some tea. After expressing his gratitude, Alan politely inquired about the reason for his summons. With evident pride, the principal announced that having one of their students invited to such a prestigious academy was a remarkable honor. Though uncertain why he had been chosen, he watched as the crowd around him brimmed with excitement. The professor stepped forward and said, "From the very start, we placed our trust in you. At the graduation ceremony, you'll share the story of this achievement with everyone." As it turned out, they truly believed in him. Alan apologized and asked for a little time to consider the recommendation. Both the director and the professor stood frozen in astonishment. The director blurted out the word, incredulous at the suggestion. The professor pressed further, seeking confirmation that Alan truly wished to refuse. Alan, calm and measured, explained that he had not come to a decision yet. He still needed to choose between becoming a holy knight or a dark swordsman and wanted time to weigh his options. Above all, his heart longs for home. The thought of seeing his mother and speaking with her fills him with determination. Only after that will he be ready to answer this important question. Despite the continued efforts of the director and professor to change his mind, Alan stood firm in his decision, resolute and unyielding against their persuasion. Within a few days, all preparations for the journey were complete. Before departing, he visited his nurse to bid her farewell. She gently asked if anything had been forgotten and reminded him about the sweets they had bought together. He assured her that everything was packed, including the treats. Stepping outside, Alan opted to warm up before setting off on his run. After stretching and preparing his muscles, he moved forward with renewed energy. The trail led him deep into the forest, where he spent 3 hours heading north and weaving past the mountains. At this pace, he should have already reached his destination. A wave of joy washed over him as he finally arrived in his hometown of Goza. From atop the hill, the familiar houses stretched out before him, stirring a wave of nostalgia. Drawn by these memories, he made his way down into the village. Antagonist Tajaki greeted him warmly, noting with a playful grin that he seemed to have shot up overnight. Old Tajaki's just drew a laugh from Alan, who replied with a shrug about his sudden growth. A sense of ease settled over both men as they enjoyed the reunion. After a brief conversation, Alan took his leave of Tajaki. Tajaki assured him that he was always welcome and encouraged Alan to visit whenever he needed anything. The protagonist made his way through the village, heading toward the familiar house where his mother lived. Pausing at the doorway, he took in the house, unchanged since the day he had left. It seemed as if time itself had held its breath, leaving everything untouched. The lid slipped from Mother's hands in pure astonishment. Disbelief flickered across her face while the unexpected reunion drew them together. They rushed into each other's arms. The change in Alan struck her immediately. He had grown so much. Alan remarked with a smile that he was a bit bigger now. She mentioned it had been ages since they last met and gently asked if everything was well with him. He assured her that it was. She observed that even his speech had matured, as if she were talking to an adult. The meal was nearly ready. Wanting to lend a hand, Alan stepped forward to help. Over dinner, tales spilled from him as he eagerly recounted stories of the tournament and described the sweets he had bought with Porasan. A desire to share every detail brimmed inside him. His mother listened, her smile gentle and encouraging. Alan lingered a moment longer before confessing he wanted to discuss something important. He asked if it would be all right. With a calm demeanor, she replied that of course they could talk and gently inquired what was on his mind, wondering if he was worried about the future. A nod of confirmation preceded his confession. He spoke of his uncertainty. 3 distinct paths stretched before him: Sacred Knight, Dark Swordsman, or the Academy of 1,000 Blades. Deciding among them weighed on his mind. Her response came with a smile, dismissing his concerns with ease. Such choices seemed simple to her, but not for him. With a raised eyebrow, Mom inquired if the plan to enroll at the 1,000 Blades Academy still stood. A mother's intuition can't be fooled, she added. From childhood, dreams of becoming a swordsman filled his mind. Endless hours were spent training, always clinging to his beloved sword. That was his calling, his true self. A gentle calm settled over them both. Her hand gently caressed his hair as she nestled closer and whispered, assuring him not to worry about her. Smiling warmly, she announced that since everything had been discussed, it was time for dinner. She served Alan's favorite stew, filling the table with its comforting aroma. Some time passed quietly. Suddenly she froze, anxiety tightening around her like a vice. For a moment the voice seemed familiar. Meanwhile, the old man calmly sipped his soup, pushing the spoon into his toothless mouth. Glancing back over her shoulder, she caught sight of him sitting at the table. Her voice sharp with anger, she admitted that from the very beginning, she had noticed the food disappearing and found it odd. At first she thought it was only her imagination, but the truth stood before her. It was him, the hermit of time. Their acquaintance stretched far back in time. Meanwhile, Alan lounged comfortably in the bath, savoring the moment. Few things compared to the simple pleasure of a soothing soak in a hot bath at home. As the cool water rippled around him, thoughts drifted to how swiftly time was passing and how his mother had grown a little older. Splashing playfully, memories lingered on how many more years of training lay ahead. Still, a promise burned within him to become a great swordsman as quickly as possible. The hermit remarked that Alan had hidden himself well and that it was her efforts that made finding him such a challenge. At last, everything became clear to her. Without hesitation, she lunged at the old man, raising her arm to strike from behind as she demanded, "What if we just leave this place right now?" Her aim missed the mark, sending the table splintering into pieces. The hermit muttered that it had been ages since he'd tasted anything delicious. With those words, his form shimmered and gradually faded into the air. His final words lingered in the air, "I hope we meet again." Standing amidst the shattered remains of the table, she clenched her fist and muttered under her breath. To her, he was nothing but a coward. The door swung open and Tajaki stepped inside, skepticism etched across his face at the thought of a hermit being there. She calmly explained that the man had just vanished. Tajaki's interest sharpened as he asked if she thought the device had been used. The conversation centered around Alan. She confirmed his suspicions, noting that it seemed Alan really had pressed the million-year button. Her name was Daria. That was how Tajaki addressed her. The mystery lingered in Tajaki's mind. How had the hermit managed to track down Alan, who had been hidden so carefully? This wasn't how things were supposed to unfold. Lost in thought, Daria lingered in silence alongside the others. Eventually, she ventured a guess. Perhaps Alan had found himself in a situation where his emotions had gotten the better of him. In his letters, he insisted everything was fine and claimed he was having fun, yet uncertainty now crept in. Yet the events unfolded in such a way that it seemed the hermit of time had gone to great lengths to obstruct their every move. This time, she would make sure he didn't disappear without facing the consequences. Later, Alan departed from Goza village and made his way back to the Porasan Hotel. A sense of joy lingered after speaking with his mother, and for the first time, school no longer weighed heavily on his mind. However, learning that an interview was required for admission to the academy left him feeling uncertain. At the interview, he boldly declared that he had been preparing for 1,000,000 years, a statement that left the professors puzzled. In the end, they decided to let him in. Quiet gratitude filled his reply, "Thank you." Some time later, a letter arrived bearing the decision. The director had mentioned that no one had ever failed the interview before. With hands trembling and heart pounding, Alan carefully opened the envelope, bracing himself for the possibility of rejection. The letter held the confirmation. Alan had been accepted. His place at the Academy of 1,000 Swords was now secured. A wave of pure happiness lifted him higher than ever before. Just a month earlier, laughter and taunts had followed him everywhere, branding him a failure. Now, the gates of the academy stood open. With life transformed in an instant, he dashed into the kitchen. "Porosan, I did it," he called out, breathless with excitement. A triumphant cry escaped his lips as he announced his acceptance. Porosan looked at him, her eyes wide with surprise. Alan nodded in affirmation and handed her the letter as proof. Porosan took the paper in her hands, and after looking at it, remarked that it was truly astonishing. Certain that his mother was happy in this moment, she felt happiness blossom within herself as well. Missing out on this would be unthinkable. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunities like this were rare. That evening, a grand celebration was planned in his honor, destined to last until morning. With gratitude, Alan bowed to her, then sent a letter to his mother. Meanwhile, Porosan arranged a small, festive gathering. Several weeks slipped by. Porosan saw him off, her eyes gentle as she asked if he had forgotten anything. A warm smile played on Alan's lips as he assured her that everything was packed and ready. He offered a slight bow and remarked that living here for 3 years had been a true pleasure. With a dismissive wave, she replied that he shouldn't exaggerate, insisting this wasn't a final farewell and expressing certainty that their paths would cross again. Alan struggled to express just how grateful he felt. At their first meeting, he had neither money nor hope, and yet she had welcomed him. Each morning, she made sure he woke up, shared her food, and stood by his side through every hardship. He confessed, his voice tinged with gratitude, that he could never truly repay her, but thanked her wholeheartedly for everything. Tears welled in Porosan's eyes as she shielded her face, musing that perhaps age was making her sentimental. She offered a gentle invitation. Should hunger strike, he would always be welcome to visit and request any meal he desired. He responded with a bright smile, promising he would. With a hint of concern, she added that regardless of whether his academy was one of 1,000 swords or 1,000,000 knives, she simply hoped he would never allow himself to lose. Alan winked back and gave his word. An hour later, Alan completed his training at the fencing school. Now enrolled as a student at the Academy of 1,000 Swords, his steps carried him forward on their own accord. Silent and resolute, he pressed on, focusing solely on the path ahead and leaving every thought behind. Soon, the mighty city of Orst rose before him, home to the legendary guardians of the land. Alan struggled to believe his eyes. The dormitories of the academy stood before him. A bustling metropolis stretched before him, its many distractions making the journey here no small feat. At last, he located his destination, room 501. He pushed the door open and was taken aback by what he saw. The room stretched out before him, much larger than he had ever imagined. A quick glance in the mirror revealed how impressive the emblem looked on his shoulder. Resting on the bed, a sword with a note beside it instantly caught his attention and brought a genuine smile to his face. The thought crossed his mind. This was where his new life truly began. Countless adventures awaited in the days to come. As Alan made his way through the sprawling building, it became clear that nearly everyone around him was a first-year student. Yet, despite their novice status, each possessed remarkable strength. Nearby, the voices of 3 girls in conversation caught his attention. One of them asked if it was true that 3 newcomers arrived this time by special recommendation. Another confirmed, explaining that they had skipped the dreadful entrance exams. The third girl let out a laugh and pointed out that what really mattered was that they were all here together. Alan decided it was best not to mention that he was one of the 3. Revealing the truth would only bring back the kind of atmosphere he remembered from the Kenjutsu Academy. Determined never to return to those shadowy days, he resolved to train harder and seek out genuine friendships. This time, he aspired to experience the simple, everyday life of an ordinary student. Blending into the crowd during the ceremony seemed like the wisest choice. Alan quietly hoped that only a few people would attend. Upon arriving at the ceremony, Alan froze in disbelief at the sheer size of the crowd. This gathering bore little resemblance to the so-called modest beginning he had expected. Stepping onto the stage, Leia delivered a formal address in her role as Academy President. After finishing her speech, she announced, Now I will introduce the three students admitted by special recommendation. Leia Westeria, Rosa Valencia, and Alan Raydorva, please come up to the stage. Alan clutched his head, certain that this was the end. In his mind, it was over. The game had reached its final moments. Only a few minutes had slipped by since the ceremony began, yet his hopes for a peaceful student life had already crumbled. Blending into the crowd seemed like a possible escape, but Leia's wave from the stage singled him out at once. A heavy sigh escaped him as he dropped his head and made his way toward the stage. There was no turning back now. Looking up, he found Rosa Valencia standing before him. With a warm wave of her hand, she greeted him, mentioning how long it had been since they last met. Alan looked at her in surprise and asked what brought her here. With a playful smile, she replied that she had simply decided to follow him. With a playful grin, she quickly added, "Just kidding. The ceremony isn't over yet. Let's talk later." Each participant received the task of stating their name, their academy, and then offering a personal remark to finish. Leia stepped out first, her face alight with joy as she offered a warm greeting to everyone gathered. Introducing herself as Leia Vesteria, she explained that she had studied abroad in the kingdom of Vesteria. Her technique bore the distinctive name, Absolute Rule. Despite her royal lineage, she lived like an ordinary student and genuinely wished to become friends with everyone around her. The thought flashed through Alan's mind, a princess from a neighboring kingdom. Even Rosa found herself surprised. Leia's unwavering confidence radiated a true sense of royal dignity. A murmur ran through the front row. One girl leaned in and whispered, "This is the same Leia who awakened her spiritual power at the age of 5. Another chimed in, quietly adding that they call her the Princess of White and Black. Nearby, a boy sighed wistfully, imagining what it would be like to share a class with her. His friend quickly shook his head and replied that it was impossible. Those students were admitted by recommendation, a completely different league. The president called the next participant, Rosa Valencia. Stepping forward, she introduced herself, announced her style as Octo, and briefly added a simple request to be looked after. Her words were concise and to the point. In the hall, a young man whispered in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just heard. Rosa Valencia, a notorious bounty hunter and graduate of the esteemed Senjin Academy, haunted by a mysterious past, stood before him. The urge to witness her legendary skills firsthand stirred within him. Meanwhile, Rosa finished her demonstration, and now it was Alan's turn to step forward. Gripping the microphone, he hesitated, searching for words. The impressive performances before him left little room for anything to add. An urge to escape tugged at him, but retreat was no longer an option. Silence swept through the hall. A voice rang out from one of the boys, filled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Is that him?" The professor stepped up to the microphone and announced that the entrance ceremony had come to an end. The president approached the three newcomers, her eyes thoughtful. "That would be far too easy," she remarked. "There is something else. I have high hopes for each of you." Without waiting to hear the rest of the speech, Alan spun on his heel and bolted. Confusion washed over the crowd as heads turned in surprise, wondering what had gotten into him. Alan made a beeline for the nearby forest, disappearing among the trees. It felt as though the president had made a fool of him in front of everyone, leaving a bitter sting of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the other students mingled and chatted about the ceremony. A sense of loneliness settled over Alan. Activities that once brought joy now felt dull and repetitive. Evening shadows crept in as the air turned chilly. It seemed to be the right moment to head back. Nervous energy left him drenched in sweat. A bath promised the perfect remedy. He discovered a public bathhouse and stepped inside. A long hallway stretched out before him, guiding him to the men's changing room. The sheer size of the building, dedicated entirely to bathing, left him amazed. The day unfolded in a haze of misery. A desperate urge to wash away the heavy weight of stress clung to him. Suddenly, he muttered an apology and quickly disappeared behind the door. The thought flashed through his mind. What is Leia doing in the men's locker room? Peeking out from behind the door, Leia let out a laugh and declared her challenge for a duel. Feeling a bit uncertain, Alan asked about the specific terms being offered. Clenching her fist, she demanded an answer, her tone unwavering. Across from her, he slowly raised both hands in a gesture of acquiescence, signaling his acceptance. Suddenly, the president of the academy herself, Leia, appeared and announced that she had heard everything. Practically dragging them along, she urged everyone into action. Lee pressed them on, insisting they begin at once or risk missing their chance. With an air of formality, the president declared the start of the match. The duel between Leia Vesteria and Alan Raydorva now commences. Elaine tilted her head and inquired if this was his true spirit form, a gentle smile spreading across her face as she commented that he really was a good boy. Sternly, she demanded that he reveal his true spiritual form without delay. Alan quietly apologized, admitting that he simply wasn't capable of doing it. She asked again if he was serious, and he nodded in confirmation. The president simply scoffed in disappointment and walked away. Meanwhile, Lee burst into laughter. Alan reflected to himself, considering the princess whose emotions spanned such a wide spectrum. The truth was, he had never wanted to take part in this duel from the very beginning. Yet enduring such underestimation becomes unbearable, making silence no longer an option. The first sword-style Flying Shadow unleashed its swift might. Lee, taken aback for a moment, instantly countered with her own technique, White Scales. Mastering the eighth sword style, he faced off against her unique Yatagarasu technique. The black flames that erupted between them burned with an otherworldly intensity. With a single devastating blow, she incinerated all 8 of his slashes. Her black flames were a true nightmare, swallowing everything in their path. Alan narrowed the distance with purposeful strides, moving swiftly forward in his determination to reach her. Lee shouted a sharp warning for him to stay away, then summoned the dragon's roar, conjuring a storm that raged all around her. Alan replied that he had no idea what she meant, insisting he had imagined it all himself. In that moment, she realized this was how he had earned her respect. His relentless determination and years of practice now stood clear before her. Leia at last acknowledged him as a worthy rival. Alan expressed his gratitude for such an honor. The woman pressed on, insisting that skill in battle held no meaning without true spirit. She promised to prove her point right then and there. With a swift surge, she lunged forward, channeling the style of the Supreme King and delivering a devastating blow. Lee let out a fierce battle cry and struck with all her might. Alan was hurled to the side, barely managing to stay on his feet. The impact left him reeling from her unexpectedly powerful blow. Mild irritation flickered across Leia's face as she admitted that he might surpass her in the art of wielding the sphere, yet wondered if he realized what he still lacked. Her blade, enhanced by the very essence of her spirit, could not be overcome by simple improvisation. That was her belief. Meanwhile, Alan quietly studied her every move in silence. Realization struck him. Lee relied too heavily on her technique. Her attacks grew increasingly predictable, her confidence transforming into a vulnerability. By timing his move just right, a precise counterattack would become possible. The sword's second form, Shadowed Moon, swept through the air. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, Leia collapsed before she could comprehend what had just transpired. In the end, Alan Rodrua was declared the winner. The president acknowledged that, just as everyone expected, his strength commanded respect. Alan could hardly hide his surprise. Lee possessed extraordinary strength. She had just fainted but would soon regain consciousness. Lee eased herself down and quietly asked what had happened. The president replied, her voice calm yet decisive, that the match had ended in defeat. This had truly been a battle fought in earnest. Lee erupted with a barrage of questions, her voice sharp and quick. What was that? Why did I lose? What did you do to me? How did you do it? Alan calmly explained that he had anticipated where she would emerge and struck precisely at that spot. The slashes carved into the fabric of space were not entirely invisible. Had she looked more closely, she might have noticed them. The princess interrupted Alan's explanation, dismissing the method as unjust and refusing to accept such a technique. Leia intervened, declaring the duel over and confirming Alan as the victor. All eyes turned to the princess, waiting to see what she would do next. With a startled expression, she repeated the question, asking what was meant by planning to do. Hesitation flickered in Leia's eyes, then a sudden memory surfaced. The saying went, the vanquished becomes the slave of the victor. Anxiety flickered in Leia's eyes as she desperately searched for any escape from the promise she had made. The president noted that since the match wasn't official, the outcome could remain confidential, provided both sides were in agreement. Relief washed over Alan as he exhaled. Keeping a princess from another country as a slave never sat well with him. The president turned directly to the princess and asked if she was truly prepared to accept this fate. Silence lingered in the air, yet it was clear to everyone, Lee Sensei possessed an inquisitive spirit. The president went on to explain that if Lee had stayed out of the fight, her life would have continued unchanged. However, she was never one to take the easy road. With a hint of irritation showing on her face, Leia finally admitted she understood. A promise was a promise, and she intended to keep it. Nevertheless, she asked not to speak as if she were being forced. The choice would be hers alone, whether to keep her promise or to run away. Only she could make that decision. The president led them to Leia's room. With a cheerful announcement, Leia declared that slaves must devote themselves entirely to their master. She added that she would bring Alan's belongings the next day. Alan couldn't help but ponder. Here was a princess, now a foreign slave to a stranger. What would happen if people back home ever learned the truth? With a gentle smile, the president closed the door behind her. Watching Leia slowly come to grips with the consequences of her decisions amused her. The thought crossed her mind that all three students with recommendations were truly gifted. A plan had already begun to form. These very students would represent the Academy at the Festival of the Five Saints. Yet before that, events had unfolded not long ago that deserved attention. The duel with Doral played out in exactly the same way. Defeat meant keeping a promise. For that reason, nothing about the situation could be changed now. Alan realized that breaking the slave contract was out of the question. Leia would never accept it. Only by defeating him in another battle could she hope to earn her freedom. Lost in thought, he remained silent while Lee sat quietly on the floor, her gaze lowered and words left unspoken. The torn uniform revealed more than intended, and Alan realized that just a glance upward would show him a vision of paradise. Lost in thought, he barely registered the change around him. Leia appeared equally unaware, her expression unchanged. Finding the right words to tell her now seemed almost impossible. A slow scan of the room revealed a welcoming space filled with plush toys and a gentle, soothing scent, nothing at all like what he had imagined a princess would choose. A spacious room filled with a gentle fragrance set the scene, yet the girl suddenly asked not to be stared at, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Alan quickly apologized. Nearly missing his chance, he now finds himself at a turning point where understanding between them deepens. Determined, he refuses to let this opportunity slip away. He explained that his attack had torn the front of her clothes, then handed her something to help cover herself. Alan suggested they dispense with formalities, but Leia clutched her jacket tightly and firmly refused. As a slave, she insisted, it would be unthinkable not to address her master with respect. Despite her rank, the spirit of a swordswoman with unwavering will and honor still defined her. Turning back was no longer an option, the promise had already been made. Pride befitting a warrior shone within her. Alan resolved to build a connection with Leia, hoping that, in time, she might even teach him the art of summoning spiritual armor. No real choice remained for him, so he accepted her conditions, this time as a command. From that moment on, he formally forbade anyone from addressing him with polite formality. Leia bristled at the idea, questioning whether this was right. Alan calmly explained that a master's privilege was to command a slave to do tasks they disliked. Accepting this reasoning, she reluctantly agreed, yet still wanted to make sure this was truly the kind of interaction he desired. Perhaps he would change his mind, but no, the decision remains firm, and there is no taking back what has been said. Eventually, she requested that people stop addressing her so formally. It struck her as rather odd. Alan agreed to call her whatever she liked. A weight seemed to lift from his heart. He had just arrived, yet so many foolish things had already happened. Leia decided it was time to clarify who was to blame for it all. The answer seemed obvious to him, yet uncertainty lingered. Alan decided to ask directly. When she was changing in the men's locker room, did she ever suspect something was wrong? Lee firmly insisted it had been the women's room. Now, however, doubts began to creep in. Alan silently noted that this girl clearly had issues. Both of them let out a sigh in perfect unison. A fresh argument erupted over who was imitating whom. By then, the clock had struck 11. Alan finally admitted it truly was late. Lee decided to go to bed early, knowing that tomorrow promised to be a challenging day. Alan mentioned she should wash up before turning in for the night. A crimson blush spread across her cheeks, irritation rising as she confronted the twisted remark. Alan couldn't quite grasp what the issue was, but it no longer seemed important. Lee rose from her seat and strode toward the bathroom. Before closing the door behind her, she warned him sternly. "If you peek again, I won't forgive you." Alan, thrown into a panic, made a hasty retreat. Silence settled between them as they sat together. Lee remarked that it was intriguing how both of them had left their rooms at the exact same moment. Alan responded with a cheerful agreement. Offering the bottle, she asked if he wanted some water. He offered his thanks. They drank side by side, and she suddenly noticed just how close he had drawn to her. Alan glanced at the clock midnight. Mentioning that he had nearly fallen asleep, he left her wondering if it truly was already that late. Disbelief settled in her mind at the thought of it being her first time. Almost as if in response, Alan seemed to sense exactly what she was feeling. Reassurance filled the air as he promised that nothing troublesome would happen. He would simply take the floor for the night. There was no need for her to worry. With a look of surprise, she asked if he truly had no plans at all. He merely shrugged, having already washed up and brushed his teeth. Lee settled onto the bed and calmly asked if he would like to sleep together. Alan flinched in surprise, uncertain if he had truly heard her correctly. Stretching out beside her, a hesitant voice slipped into the quiet, asking if the light should be turned off. Lee simply nodded in response. For a long time, disbelief held her still as she questioned whether he had truly done nothing. Eventually, she rose, sat up, and pinched his cheek. Alan gave no response, having drifted off as if someone had flipped a switch. He seemed utterly defenseless in his sleep. Her hands reached out to tug at his cheeks, trying to see if he was only pretending. Still, no response came from him. The situation struck her as oddly amusing. After savoring a good laugh, she decided to let him be. Fortune favored him today. Turning to face him, she never believed he was a bad person, a powerful swordsman with hidden depths and on top of that, rather charming. Those thoughts gently faded, overtaken by a soothing weariness. Sleep beckoned, signaling the end of the day. Morning arrived with both of them walking side by side on their way to school. Leia spoke of a traditional dish from her homeland called ramzek, describing its flavors with enthusiasm. Alan listened with interest and mentioned that he would like to try it someday. Leia promised to cook. The nearby shop had all the necessary ingredients. Alan walked beside her, reflecting on how he had anticipated a night of upheaval but ended up sleeping as peacefully as a child. Grateful, he expressed his thanks and mentioned he would wait eagerly. With unwavering confidence, she replied, assuring him that he could rely on her. A girl welcomed them into the classroom, greeting Lisan and remarking on what a beautiful day it was. Nearby, 3 students engaged in a lively discussion about a bizarre creature, a woman as large as a bear spotted in the forest. One student remained skeptical, another nodded in agreement, while the third dismissed the idea as pure fantasy. Alan approached them and offered a polite greeting. The group spared him only a chilly glance before turning away, resuming their conversation as if he hadn't spoken at all. Uncertainty flickered across Alan's face. Likely, the formal introduction had left everyone feeling cautious around him. Leia approached the same group of boys, greeted them warmly, and asked if she could speak with them for a moment. Their expressions shifted in an instant, concern flickering across their faces as they responded. Of course, of course. Did something happen, Leia-san? Alan took note of this sudden display of friendliness. The thought arose, what had prompted Leia to step in. She mentioned noticing Alan's greeting, yet nobody replied. Perhaps everyone was simply too preoccupied. Their words faltered as uncertainty crept in. Reluctantly, they admitted it wasn't quite that simple, just difficult to put into words. His voice barely rose above a whisper. Lee, wearing a faint smile, declared that they were nothing more than scoundrels and made it clear that such behavior disgusted her. Shamed into silence, the boys kept their heads down. Wishing them a good day, Lee took a seat beside Alan. With an apologetic glance, he offered a quiet apology. Genuine surprise flickered across Leia's face, uncertain about the reason behind his apology. Watching him being ignored had been unbearable for her, and remaining indifferent was simply not an option. She assured him there was no need to worry about people like that. Alan smiled warmly and promised he would let it go. In the classroom, a girl leaned toward her friend and quietly wondered why Leia was sitting in the back with that boy. Her friend simply shrugged, unable to offer an explanation. Into the classroom strolled Rosa, her movements slow and drowsy, stifling a massive yawn as though she had just awakened from a deep sleep. Scanning the classroom, her eyes quickly landed on Alan and Leia, and she immediately made her way toward them. Settling gracefully before them, Rosa greeted the main character and the girl at his side. Alan responded, while Lee eyed her with suspicion, asking what all of this meant. A gentle smile played on Rosa's lips as she assured that everything was fine and there was no need for concern. Alan paused, contemplating whether it made sense for the school principal to also be a teacher. He wondered how she managed to find enough time for all her responsibilities. The principal interrupted the flow of thoughts, signaling that it was time for class to begin. Though it seemed early to bring it up, she carried an important announcement about the Sacred Festival. The Sacred Festival unfolds as a tournament for newcomers, with the school selecting 3 first-year students to represent the academy in duels against rival schools. For students, this is an opportunity to gain fame and move one step closer to their dream of becoming a renowned swordsman. The reason behind everyone's excitement suddenly became clear to Alan. The principal explained that while participants were usually selected through a series of practical tests, this year everything was different. The decision had already been made. This time, the academy will be represented by Leia Vesteria, Rosa Valencia, and Alan Rodrua. Alan clutched his head, sensing what was about to happen. Before the principal could finish her sentence, a boy sprang from his seat and shouted a firm no. The principal arched an eyebrow, her gaze fixed and steady. "What is it, Tessa Vermont?" Tessa stood straighter, her voice clear and resolved. "It's clear why you chose Lee and Rosa. Both are skilled and seasoned swordswomen." Doubt lingered in the air. "But why Alan? He's a nobody. I know nothing about his abilities." Uncertainty flickered across Alan's face as Tessa's glare burned with fury, making him shrink under the weight of her gaze. Leaning forward in surprise, Leia fixed her gaze on him. So you believe strength is all that matters. Meanwhile, the other two boys rose to their feet, standing firmly at Tessa's side. Tessa continued, do you really think he's stronger than us? Alan remained silent, confused by the humiliation he faced. Was this something worth feeling sorrow over? Leia looked his way with sympathy, her eyes on the verge of tears, and gently asked about his well-being. Alan assured everyone he was fine, but the principal called out his name. With a puzzled look, he asked what had happened. With an exaggerated roll of her eyes, she murmured, hopeless. And now whose fault is this? Alan let out a weary sigh. Anger seemed pointless. Despite his fear, he accepted that things had simply turned out this way. The principal looked surprised, admitting she hadn't expected Alan to endure insults with such calm composure. In a soft voice, Alan replied that this was enough for him. Rising to his feet, he moved closer and quietly suggested to the principal that it might be better to choose someone else. Participation in the festival held no interest for him. He simply did not want to be involved. Resting a gentle hand on his shoulder, she offered a quiet thank you for his honesty and stepped back into the classroom. Addressing everyone, her voice remained calm as she announced, I respect Alan's decision. He will not be taking part. The boy's gaze fell to the floor, heavy with disappointment. An air lingered, as if she had orchestrated these events long before. Shock washed over Alan as the realization hit. He had been set up by the principal. The three boys instantly perked up, with one boldly declaring that Alan was the one calling all the shots. Another one bristled, demanding to know who he was calling incompetent. A third man shouted even louder than the rest, announcing that if the newcomer wanted to die, he would gladly assist. Alan attempted to reassure them, insisting he had said nothing of the sort. The principal interrupted, suggesting that if he truly possessed swordsmanship skills, he should demonstrate them on the training grounds. Frustration simmered within Alan, while the principal merely offered a playful wink. The entire class moved toward the playground. Alan kept silent, surprised to find himself here for the second time in just 2 days. Sword in hand, Tessa sneered, declaring his intent to crush this pathetic rookie. Alan steadied himself, knowing he would have to face them one at a time. The task of mastering this equipment appeared quite manageable to him. Alan deftly deflected the blow and swept Tessa off her feet. The match had officially ended with his announcement, and he quietly hoped this might finally earn him a little recognition. The principal intervened once more, declaring the situation unfair. Wasn't this supposed to be a 1-against-3 fight? She pronounced the match invalid. Alan found himself unsure whose side she truly supported. 3 boys closed in around Alan, readying themselves to strike. By now their strategy became clear. One drew his attention from the front while the other 2 closed in from behind. Still, a sense of disbelief lingered. Why was any of this happening to him at all? The only wish was for a peaceful school life, yet fate seldom aligns with such simple hopes. The first step is to examine the person standing before him, handling each one in turn. Advancing with determination, he unleashed the 8th stance of Yatagarasu. In response, his opponent countered first with the cloud style, followed by a swift shift into the feathered stance. Alan delivered a powerful blow, sending his opponent crashing sideways. Victory was his. Tessa stepped forward next, shouting at Alan not to get too full of himself, before charging into the fray. Alan's strike landed with greater force, sending Tessa tumbling to the side. The third opponent remained and quickly rose behind her, launching a fresh assault. Employing the moonlight technique in the style of the new moon, he moved just as Leah let out an unexpected cry. Alan unleashed the second sword, blending its force with the Misty Moon technique so swiftly that his opponent failed to grasp how everything transpired. With the third opponent soundly defeated, Leah once again witnessed the familiar technique, the very same move that Alan had once used to best her. The audience watched in awe, eager to learn his secret and asking for a demonstration of the 8 consecutive strikes. Warm congratulations poured in for his spectacular victory. Alan accepted their praise with gratitude. Leah offered her praise, while Rose expressed curiosity about the magical trick he used to create that invisible cut. Alan offered his thanks and clarified if she had meant Misty Moon. He went on to explain how the whole thing functioned. Rose remarked that the technique was genuinely intriguing, while Lee commented that it felt like a trick. Alan replied that, on the contrary, it was quite convenient. Meanwhile, the defeated slowly regained consciousness. Approaching Tessa, he asked if everything was all right with her. One by one, all 3 slowly rose to their feet. Alan found himself taken aback. The second boy bowed respectfully, offered a sincere apology, and admitted he had underestimated Alan. Acknowledging Alan as the one truly deserving to represent the academy, the third boy suggested they all start over from the beginning. Alan offered a warm, reassuring smile, signaling there was no need for concern. no anger simmered within him. After all, every student here had endured grueling training to reach this point, yet he found himself chosen for the sacred festival almost by chance. One of the boys admitted he had lost not only in battle, but also in kindness. The other nodded in agreement. Tessa concluded that now, with everything behind them, he wished to become friends with Alan. Alan replied with a warm smile, saying he would be happy to join. Everyone reached out, stacking their hands together in a show of unity, and gave a firm, reassuring squeeze. The principal stepped in, asking if anyone else had objections to Alan representing the academy at the festival. Alan stopped her with a hint of indignation, questioning why she spoke, as if others had also voiced complaints. Tessa calmly assured him that everyone now agreed he was worthy. Another boy stepped in to clarify that, at the academy, students were divided into classes. Amidst the group, Alan rubbed his hands together, trying to chase away the chill. He remarked that their attire seemed far too thin for such a brisk morning, as everyone stood around in t-shirts and shorts. A resigned sigh came from someone nearby, lamenting the harshness of April mornings. Just then, a boy gave a sly wink and gestured towards the door, where the girls were stepping onto the field. They shivered as they entered, complaining softly about the cold, and among them, one delicate girl could hardly keep her balance. The girls wore fitted t-shirts and athletic pants that hugged their figures. The boy explained this style was an academy tradition, though most of the girls could hardly stand it. The two boys pressed their hands together in a gesture of prayer and quietly murmured their gratitude for the traditions of the academy. Alan greeted Leah, prompting her to smile and ask how he found the spectacle before them. Pretending to be lost in thought, he struggled to avoid her gaze, yet the intensity of her eyes left him flustered. No matter how hard he tried, looking away proved impossible. Horasan's advice echoed in memory. When a girl asks about her appearance, tell her it suits her perfectly. That is exactly what was shared with Leah. Her face lit up with happiness, and she expressed her gratitude. Afterward, Leah moved on to join the others, leaving the hero standing alone, puzzled by her question and uncertain about its purpose. Soon, someone called for him again. Turning around, he noticed Rosa standing nearby. When he asked if something was wrong, she simply wanted to know how he would rate her appearance. This time, the hero wasted no time in giving a compliment, telling her the dress suited her perfectly. A grateful smile lit up Rosa's face before she joined the other girls. Left behind, the hero found himself at a loss, uncertain if he had just witnessed some kind of ritual. The headmistress of the academy appeared without warning, her voice booming even louder than the instructor's whistle. One had to wonder why she bothered carrying a whistle at all. Today brought an important announcement. A test would take place. The beginners were instructed not to use their own techniques, allowing their true skills to be measured fairly. The test will be divided into 3 parts, a simple slash, 10 consecutive strikes, and a continuous assault. With everyone clear on the instructions, the assessment begins with the slash. For those unfamiliar with the challenge, the task requires standing before the bamboo, settling into position, then drawing the sword in one swift motion to slice the stalk clean in 2. The time taken is carefully recorded. The results will be judged by this man, whose 50 years of experience command respect. First-year students typically average 0.8 seconds. Without uttering a single word, she approached the bamboo, drew her sword, and sliced through it with a single, precise motion. With a beaming smile, the man announced half a second, a remarkable achievement. Satisfaction lit up Leah's face. The director offered warm praise, calling it a promising start. Now it was Rosa Valencia's turn. The swift elegance of the Sakura technique unfolded at her fingertips. Even the evaluator couldn't help but remark, impressed by what he witnessed. With just 0.3 seconds on the clock, Rosa beamed, confident she had secured the victory. Leah let out a snort and puffed out her cheeks in protest. A smile spread across Alan's face. It seemed clear the two of them got along quite well. The principal observed that the performance matched the high expectations set for one-handed sword techniques. Truly impressive. Next up was Alan Rotorua, whose task was simply to make a straightforward cut. Once this had been his greatest weakness. Now, after millennia of relentless training, the moment had come to reveal how far he had come. Approaching the bamboo, a powerful swing was delivered, yet the stalk remained upright. The crowd held its breath as the evaluator recorded nothing. The audience sat in silence, unable to grasp what had just occurred. The evaluator remained focused, his gaze never leaving Alan. Confused, the hero asked what had happened. A frown darkened the man's face. Alan repeated his question, how many seconds? Silence hung in the air. Alan stepped forward, with the director now watching with curiosity. Suddenly, the judge's emotions sparked, lighting up his whole demeanor. The appraiser burst out in outrage, demanding to know what the others were talking about. Alan had not even cut through the bamboo. The hero could no longer hold back. He insisted Alan had definitely sliced it. Approaching the bamboo, he reached out and touched its surface. The top of the bamboo finally tumbled down. Startled, the man sprang back. He couldn't believe his eyes. His classmates murmured in disbelief. None of them had seen a single strike. No one could tell when he had even drawn his sword. Concern flickered across the principal's face, realizing that if an expert with 50 years of experience had overlooked the blow, something was seriously amiss. She quietly asked Alan to repeat his explanation, this time more slowly. The protagonist agreed, though it had never crossed his mind that someone might ask him to slow down his technique in a competition designed to test speed. At last, the director announced the end of the test and praised everyone for their hard work. Leah added that the training hall would remain open all day. Alan glanced at his results with keen interest, noticing how much he had grown. Just as he was about to leave, a classmate stepped forward and stopped him. The boy inquired if Alan's technique during the 10 strikes was called soaring shadow or something similar. Alan nodded in confirmation, then asked what prompted the question. The student humbly requested to learn this technique, offering in return to share his own signature move, iron-cleaving style. Alan declined, insisting he was not worthy to be a mentor. The boy pleaded earnestly, even addressing him as sensei and begging for a small demonstration. Alan paused, scratched the back of his head, and finally agreed. Joy lit up the boy's face, and soon the other children hurried over, eager to join. Someone suggested trading for the new moon style, and soon others joined in, including the girls. Lee and Rosa also expressed their eagerness to learn. The line of those interested never seemed to end. Alan called for calm among the group, assuring everyone that he would do his best to teach anyone willing to learn. Soon, everyone began eagerly sharing their own techniques, practicing together in high spirits. Laughter and encouragement filled the air as they supported one another. Alan reflected on how he had always dreamed of a day like this, where swords and camaraderie blended together in training untainted by rivalry. Tears welled up in his eyes. Quickly, he insisted it was nothing, just something caught in his eye. Someone nearby asked where to begin. With a gentle smile, the hero suggested starting by raising the sword. The next day brought a welcome break, providing Alan with the perfect opportunity to devote himself entirely to training from morning till night. Suddenly, Leah turned to him and asked if he was free today. Her question made him pause in thought. Noticing his silence, she apologized and gently asked if he was busy. Alan hesitated, torn between the importance of his training and his loyalty to his friends. Recall washed over him as he remembered Leah mentioning a wonderful nearby restaurant known for its ramzak. She had suggested they share a meal there, and he had readily agreed. Strolling down the street, Leah remarked on how beautiful the weather was that day. Alan nodded in agreement, adding that it was the perfect day for a workout. A frown creased her brow at his words. Training. Alan quickly refuted her suspicion, insisting she must have misheard. Thoughts of fencing hadn't even crossed his mind as he walked beside her. Rounding the corner, Alan asked whether a passage truly existed here. With unwavering confidence, Leah assured him that she had visited this spot many times before. As Rose suddenly emerged onto the road, she halted in surprise at the sight of Alan and Lee together. The hero explained they were heading out to enjoy ramzak. Unfamiliar with the dish, Rosa asked what it was. Alan replied that ramzak was a traditional meal from Vesturia and invited her to join them. Intrigued, she accepted without hesitation. Leah opened her mouth to object, but Alan cut her off, insisting it was time to leave. The waiter approached and asked if they were ready to order. Leah chose a variety platter of ramzaku and once more praised it, insisting this place served the best. Rosa expressed her surprise, while Alan remarked he could hardly wait. In just 10 minutes, the waiter returned, apologized for the wait, and set down an enormous plate piled high with fragrant ramzaku. Leah exclaimed that she looked absolutely stunning. Alan noted there was indeed a lot of it, but the scent was simply incredible. Rosa agreed, adding that the aroma was enough to spark anyone's appetite. Leah suggested they begin while the dish was still warm and wished everyone a pleasant meal. Rosa responded politely, echoing the sentiment. Starving from their journey, they eagerly dove into the food. Alan remarked on how delicious it tasted. Leah, pleased, recalled mentioning just how good it would be. Rosa agreed, while Leah further explained that this dish was a favorite from her homeland. Alan admitted he never could have imagined just how delicious it would be. Rosa agreed with him once more. Half an hour slipped by. Leah remarked that this brought back fond memories for her. Alan struggled to contain his emotions and chose to leave the rest for her. At that very moment, his eyes and Rosa's met unexpectedly. Lost in thought, the hero wondered why everything felt so strange. Just then, Rosa demanded that he stop using the formal honorific. He nodded in agreement. All right, Rosa-san. Her expression tightened with annoyance as she insisted on dropping the san altogether. Fine, Rosa, he replied. Relief washed over Rosa. This was a much better outcome. Meanwhile, Leah finished the last of her food. Expressing gratitude for the meal, she rose from her seat and mentioned it was time to move on. While the others asked for a moment to catch their breath after eating too much, Leah surged ahead without a pause, determined not to slow down. After a hearty meal of ramzaku, the group wandered through the aquarium, sampled treats at various confectionaries, browsed bustling department stores, and explored countless other intriguing spots. Eventually, their journey led them to the most renowned jewelry store in the capital. Each girl tried on exquisite pieces in turn, glancing over to Alan for his opinion. With a smile, he assured them they looked stunning and reminded them gently not to drop anything. The sheer financial power wielded by these two felt genuinely intimidating. If he happened to break something by accident, debts would pile up, expulsion from the academy would likely follow, and then he'd be forced to find a job. Facing his mother after that would be impossible for him. Alan sank onto the bench with a heavy sigh, offering the girls a quiet apology. He mentioned feeling a bit weary and needing a moment to rest. Leah inquired if everything was all right, while Rosa wanted to know what had happened. Alan reassured them that he was fine. A slight dizziness crept in, but he reassured them not to worry and urged them to enjoy the sparkling jewelry. One of them agreed with a gentle nod, while the other issued a warning. If anything felt wrong, she expected to hear about it right away. The girls stepped aside for a private conversation. Leah quietly asked Rosa how many months she needed, wondering if 3 was the usual amount. Rosa nodded, confirming it, but added that the real focus was on how it felt. Meanwhile, Alan sat nearby, his thoughts swirling as he tried to guess what their discussion was about. Armed men wearing masks suddenly burst into the store. Commands rang out, ordering everyone to freeze and raise their hands at once. One of the robbers commanded the shopkeeper to gather all the valuables into a sack. Desperation filled her pleas for mercy, but her words went unanswered as he struck her back with his sword. Unable to stand by any longer, the boys sprang into action, charging straight into the fray. Panic flickered in the eyes of one of the criminals as he desperately demanded to know who they were. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Each fighter unleashed their unique fencing style, leaving the bandits no chance to react. With confidence in her voice, Rosa assured everyone they could handle the situation. Alan chimed in, utterly unfazed, agreeing it would be no trouble. Determined, he resolved that he would not allow even a single attacker to escape. The enemy remained within striking distance. Alan unleashed his first technique, the shadow strike. The lightning-fast move knocked the attacker off his feet, allowing for his immediate capture. The next morning, word spread through the academy that Alan and his group had caused quite a sensation the previous day. Alan, caught off guard, asked for clarification, unsure what the excitement was about. Classmate unfolded the newspaper, revealing a photo of Rosa and Leah standing tall, while Alan lingered faintly in the background. Though his figure appeared small in the image, what truly mattered was that they all understood the truth behind the moment. Rosa gently reminded them that even a modest victory remains a victory. The article described the principal as someone who shoulders tasks each day that would overwhelm most people, yet always maintains a calm and confident manner in front of the students. Leah introduced the man as number 18, clarifying that he was her servant. The students exchanged uncertain glances, puzzled by the unusual use of a number instead of a name. The principal explained with caution, warning everyone that this man was a convicted criminal, sentenced to 100 years of hard labor. With indignation in her voice, Leah demanded to know why a prisoner had been brought in by the teacher. This man harbored a particular fondness for the female form, especially drawn to adolescent girls, and made his living by working in academies across the country. The girls exchanged glances filled with disgust. Such behavior repulsed them. In their eyes, he stood as the enemy of all women. With every act of spying in each prison escape, the length of the sentence kept increasing until it finally reached 100 years. The full reality dawned on Alan, but Leah's unease persisted. In her mind, a single question echoed. How could someone so dangerous still walk free? Leah assured everyone that everything was under control with him. Obedient by nature, he respected the rules that had been set. Suddenly, he burst out, declaring her the greatest of all. The headmistress remarked that it was time to turn to the main topic. She also mentioned that the newcomers likely were unfamiliar with the Academy's history. In earlier times, the Academy of 1,000 Blades stood above all others, its reputation unmatched. The Ice Academy followed closely behind, frequently claiming second place, especially during the revered Festival of the Five. Historians would later refer to this era as the Golden Age. Times changed, and both academies gradually lost their former glory, slipping into decline as various troubles took their toll. Public opinion and the media only escalated the tension, joining forces against them. Their school had fallen behind the Ice Academy and now consistently finished last in every tournament. Once a worthy rival, this academy no longer competes as an equal, now serving only as a shadow of its former glory. Barely concealing her anger, the principal decided such actions were unforgivable. The Ice Academy had to be destroyed. Meanwhile, the prisoner muttered under his breath that losing to those scoundrels was unthinkable. Without so much as a blink, she assembled the most formidable team just last night. The principal revealed her lineup: Alan, Leah, and Rosa. At that moment, the reason for her tension became clear to the protagonist. Although her plan carried significant risks, it made perfect sense. His task was to study the enemy's styles, tactics, and behavior, while ensuring victory for their team. A flicker of surprise crossed Leah's face as she wondered why Alan was chosen for the vanguard. His qualities seemed better suited for a leader. Rosa nodded in agreement, but the director gave a weary sigh and hinted that there was an important reason behind the decision. Realization dawned on Rosa that true victory demanded Alan take the first move. A wicked laugh escaped Leah as she realized the opponents would never suspect that their trump card was hidden right in the front line. The girls eagerly embraced the idea. Alan considered how it might intimidate the competition and give the impression of overwhelming strength, but he quickly reined in his excitement, recognizing the need for caution. The task ahead required him to defeat the freshmen from the elite academy 3 consecutive times. Securing even a single victory would have been considered an impressive feat, yet their expectations far exceeded his true abilities. Dremley pictured her opponents trembling with fear as they faced the humiliation of 3 consecutive defeats. Valentine's Day arrived, coinciding with the sacred festival. Upon seeing the participant roster, Leah was stunned. The opposing team lacked a vanguard, and their center was someone lightweight and unremarkable. This stirred frustration among everyone present. Anger flared in Alan's eyes. 2 warriors, he believed, were more than enough to challenge the fallen Thousand Blades Academy. Leah intended to adjust the team lineup, making only a slight shift in roles. However, the secretary apologized politely, insisting that the rules were clear. No changes would be allowed. The protagonist recognized the teacher's frustration. Still, people who cannot control themselves are quick to blame those around them. Before the sensei could respond, something interrupted. Ferris stepped through the doorway and greeted Leah, noting how much time had passed since their last meeting. The woman turned out to be the director of the Ice Academy. The encounter proved to be an unwelcome surprise. With irritation sharpening her tone, the teacher demanded to know what she had done, admitting she never imagined her capable of such underhanded behavior. Ferris calmly explained that it wasn't underhandedness, merely a matter of clever strategy. Turning to one of the guards, she asked if he could vouch for her claim. The guard nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Tension flared as the girls clashed yet again. Lee raised her voice, insisting her rival had not changed at all, and wondered aloud whether she had forgotten her string of defeats. Ferris, undeterred, swiftly countered that their academy had long since taken the lead. Harsh words flew back and forth, tempers flared, and the quarrel almost erupted into a full-blown fight as tensions soared once again. Silently observing the scene unfold, the protagonist wondered what kind of future awaited the country if these were the leaders of its academies. Leah boldly declared that today she would restore the era of glory to the Academy of 1,000 Blades. Ferris replied with a smirk, remarking that boasting was easy, but soon Leah herself would be the one on the verge of tears. Suddenly, both of them calmed down and returned to their teams, as if nothing had happened. A chill ran through Alan as confusion clouded his mind, unable to grasp what was happening. A sudden, chilling sense of mortal intent pressed upon him. The source revealed itself as Sid Euclius, one of his fiercest rivals. From the very first moment, it became clear to the hero that this academy would present no easy challenge. At last, the tournament host offered, thanks to everyone for their patience. The long-awaited announcement rang out, marking the start of the first match between the renowned academies. Within Alan, a surge of energy awakened, readying him for what lay ahead. The crowd of devoted fans roared their encouragement, urging him on to victory. Their voices blended together in a fierce chorus, determined that he would not lose to such unworthy opponents. A gentle smile touched his lips, revealing a warmth he hadn't known before. Life had changed. Solitude no longer defined his world. Now, victory carried a new purpose. He fought for everyone depending on him. Alan stepped out through the east gate, greeted by the eager cheers of the crowd as they welcomed their champion. The rival addressed him, declaring that today they would clash as true swordsmen, their duel exposed even to the eyes of the gods, no matter how shameful their defeat might be. The hero nodded in agreement, still wary after Leah's warning, yet finding his opponent's manner surprisingly polite, the announcer declared the start of the match. Instantly, the opponent launched his challenge, conjuring a strangely shaped sword in his hand, forged from the very essence of the inferno. Alan recognized the weapon instantly. It truly was the same infernal creature. The enemy lunged forward. A swift analysis revealed a flaw. While the foe moved quickly, each step landed with predictable precision. An open advance presented the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Suddenly, something went wrong. No one could grasp what had happened. Alan collapsed to the ground. Soft murmurs rippled through the crowd. Whispers of confusion spread among the onlookers, puzzled by his actions. Meanwhile, his opponent shouted with delight, bidding farewell to the foolish swordsman. Time materialized before Alan's eyes. 99 years, 12 months, 31 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 42 seconds. The memory struck. He had been wounded by his enemy. Tagenis glanced around. The landscape looked exactly as it must have 100 million years ago. Perhaps he had entered a world shaped by the spiritual weapon, Cain. There was only one way to find out how it truly worked. Upon noticing the number 99 years, the thought struck him that the hermit of time had granted him exactly 100. Still, a bit of training would come first. The commentator's voice echoed from the screen, declaring that the opponent had collapsed after Cain's lethal blow, just as everyone had anticipated. Only a few adversaries remained, easily within reach. Still, perhaps now would be the perfect moment to bring the match to its end. At that moment, Alan sprang to his feet and called out for everyone to stop. He announced that he was alive and ready to go on, wondering aloud if the match had already begun. The judge stood stunned, scarcely believing his eyes. A look of utter confusion crossed Alan's face as he admitted he didn't understand what had just happened, yet he insisted that he was ready to continue the fight. Even the enemy stood in disbelief, unable to accept that he was still alive. Without wasting a moment, Alan unleashed Sakura's technique, a one-handed style paired with a mirrored strike. The enemy raged with wild fury, unleashing an infernal weapon intended to imprison Alan for a century, yet his spirit remained unbroken. With a decisive blow, Alan brought the clash to an end, remarking that a mere 100 years was hardly a long time at all. The commentator rushed to the defeated Cain and declared that he could no longer continue fighting. Victory belonged to Alan, declared the winner of the match. Excitement rippled through the entire team, while Leah shouted with joy. The principal nodded in approval, acknowledging his good performance, yet advised him to steer clear of spiritual weapons in the future. With a look of surprise, Rosa asked when he had managed to master her technique. Alan explained that while he was confined to the spirit world, he spent 100 years training. During that time, he mastered the skills he had studied in class and even managed to replicate Sakura's style by carefully observing her movements. Astonishment lit up her face. Years of dedication had finally been recognized as he remembered and flawlessly reproduced her work. Yet Alan spoke up, revealing his version took a different path. He had blended her methods seamlessly with his own Yatagarasu technique. The girl remarked that his technique seemed even sharper, which explained its effectiveness. Alan blushed at the compliment and offered to teach her this style himself. Excitement lit up Rosa's face as she agreed without hesitation. Just then, the announcer apologized for the delay and declared the start of the second match. The judge announced the arrival of Alan Ray Doruya, vanguard of the Thousand Blades Academy, emerging from the Western Gate. Next came the representative from the Eastern Ice Academy. The commentator went on, explaining that the Ice Academy had not registered a reserve fighter. This was their final contender. Should Alan prevail, it would mark the first time in a decade they would lose their top position. Both competitors had taught themselves every move they knew. The judge anticipated an extraordinary and captivating duel, especially remarkable since both fighters were self-taught. Such encounters had become rare. Suddenly, an unexpected development disrupted the moment. Blade slammed into his window. Irritation flickered across Sid's face as he realized he had missed once again. Meanwhile, his enemy grinned mockingly, laughter dancing in his eyes. Alan committed the boy's face to memory, knowing caution would be necessary at night from now on. Still, the stranger's identity remained a mystery. In the end, the man hurled his knife, aiming to kill the commentator. Striking with such precision and power from that distance could never be the work of an ordinary person. The judge composed himself, then announced with authority that the second match would begin shortly. The question echoed across the arena, calling everyone to readiness. Alan studied his opponent, who stood motionless, seemingly waiting for him to make the first move. Accepting the silent invitation, Alan prepared to act. Perhaps this is yet another spiritual technique at play. If that's the case, launching the first strike will be necessary once more. The same technique was unleashed, yet the enemy deflected the attack without even flinching. Alan suspected Sid was merely mocking him. During the attack, Sid's sword moved with such speed that Alan barely caught a glimpse. His opponent dismissed him as a fool. Sid launched into an attack, yet Alan deftly deflected every blow. With each passing second, the hero observed a noticeable decline in his opponent's reflexes. Sid unleashed his superhuman strength, effortlessly cleaving through everything in his path without restraint. What truly set him apart was not skill or bravado, but a genuine, unwavering desire for the art of fencing itself. In this, Alan resolved he would never lose to anyone. His gaze dropped momentarily, then locked onto his foe once more. Sid muttered a question about what was wrong with his face, insisting that mediocrity could never surpass true genius. Yet Alan responded with quiet certainty, acknowledging Sid's brilliance, but declaring that victory would belong to him. Alan launched attacks with the cloud and dark sky styles, while his opponent bombarded him with insults. With the addition of the Aikido and Sakura Blossom techniques, Sid's balance began to falter. Alan relied on his mirror strike, yet the force behind it fell short. Determined, he summoned his eighth sword and unleashed the style of the Yatagarasu. The fight paused for a moment. Alan admitted that Sid was truly remarkable. In response, Sid acknowledged that Alan possessed impressive talent as well. However, he went on to say that talent alone was enough for him. His fencing stood on a far superior level. Raising his voice, he told Alan to keep quiet, dismissing his efforts and training as nothing more than proof of his repulsiveness. No matter how hard he tried, trash would always remain trash. Now, he would prove just how insignificant effort appeared when placed next to true talent. Yet suddenly, he admitted aloud that things had become more interesting. Laughing, Sid agreed. He had noticed it exactly right. Sid hurled an icy spear at Alan, who swiftly dodged the attack. The sheer force of the attack left him stunned, a power more immense than anything he had ever witnessed before. The rival sneered, asking mockingly what he was staring at, then swung the icy weapon for another strike. Alan realized that even a brief pause meant the end of everything. Dodging and retreating, his evasive moves only fueled Sid's growing anger. Alan found himself in serious trouble. With the cold weapon activated, Sid's speed became almost inhuman. Thinking quickly was now a matter of survival. His opponent instructed him to look at his hands after Alan asked what was happening. Glancing down, Alan recoiled in fear as he noticed his skin had turned a deep shade of blue. Recognition dawned. Sid had caught him. The situation had become dire. The opponent mocked him, questioning whether he had already reached his limit. Permission granted, he launched into a fiercer assault, landing blow after relentless blow. This had clearly crossed the line. Enthusiasm had gotten the better of him, leading to a complete loss of control. The roar of the crowd and the shouts of Alan's friends filled the air. Sid turned to face them, signaling that there was no need for concern. He would show no mercy, only deliver a swift end. As he raised his sword, prepared to strike with icy precision, the friends cried out in terror. In that instant, Alan seized the sword blade with his bare hand. Frozen in place, he struggled to move. Was this truly how his life would end, so suddenly and so quietly? A fierce determination burned within him to cling to life and refuse defeat. With a bitter whisper, he admitted defeat, as always, acknowledging his loss. Sid swung again, yet Alan held his sword firmly. With a triumphant shout, his opponent declared that he had finally awakened. It felt as if 100 trillion years had passed. Alan's allies breathed a collective sigh of relief, though confusion still lingered on their faces. The director's thoughts centered on a single realization. At last, he had arrived. Sid sneered, his words dripping with mockery, marveling at such overwhelming power that served no purpose. No hint of talent could be found in you, so what are you really, a spiritual core? Yet what's the point in wasting words on someone who will soon be nothing more than a stain on the ground? Alan replied that it didn't matter who he was, such things were irrelevant. Sid grew increasingly furious, unable to believe Alan was speaking to him in such a manner. Sid summoned his icy spear once more, steadying himself for another assault on Alan. Cheers erupted from the stands as friends urged Alan to escape and dodge. Meanwhile, Sid simply let out a sigh, boredom settling in as the excitement faded for him. In that moment, Alan began to transform. His body shifted into a slender figure with flowing hair. Casting a glance at his opponent, Alan calmly asked about the strange expression on his face. The thought of being frightened by mere puppets seemed almost laughable. Suddenly, Alan caught sight of the old hermit seated in the commentator's booth. The old man, with a body as thin as a skeleton, mocked him. Still, once he managed to find him, the old man would certainly not enjoy what came next. Just as the sword neared Alan, he spun around, caught the blade in his grasp, and spoke with icy calm, assuring that no one should believe he had lost focus. everything remained firmly under his control. A wave of sympathy washed over Alan as he looked at Sid, who seemed truly pitiable. Words failed him in that moment, so profound was the opponent's misery. Alan loosened his grip on the sword and pushed it aside. Was the first enemy encountered after reincarnation truly this much of a fool? The thought hardly mattered now. Adjusting to this unfamiliar body took priority. Alan pressed forward, his mind racing with new possibilities. If the heart of this power truly lay within the spiritual core, in that case there is a time limit. Should he manage to stay in the arena until the effect wears off, a chance of victory will still remain. Dodging Sid's next blow, he called out with delight, savoring the thrill of witnessing such a sharp response. With those words, the black sword sprang to life. His very essence seemed to split in two. One part softly murmured that the enemy had already fallen. Alan unleashed the seal of time freeze and conjured a cascade of ice, shattering the enemy's defenses before demanding an answer. So this was her defense. The opponent barely managed to raise his shield again, the thought flickering through his mind. In that moment, Alan realized a true monster stood before him. Summoning the power of the double seal of time once more, he unleashed another cascade of ice, creating a chilling waterfall that engulfed everything in its path. The sheer force behind that single blow left Sid stunned. Meanwhile, Alan drew back his arm, silently counting down, 3, 2, 1. The monster approached, declaring that it would finish him with a single, swift blow. Yet as the blade swung down, a girl suddenly appeared before Sid, shielding Alan with her own body. The girl shouted, begging him to stop. Deep down, she knew this wasn't his true nature. He could never be so cruel. His eyes, however, filled with confusion, searched her face as if she were a stranger. Leah calmly said her name, then asked if he truly didn't remember her. With Alan's body now possessed by another entity, recognition eluded him. "Stay out of this unless you want trouble too," came the warning. Lee asked if he truly had no memory of them sharing Ramzak and quarreling together. Memories of their joyful times together flickered in her mind. The monster abruptly cut her off with a harsh command to be silent, declaring that her end was near. Desperate pleas tumbled from Leah's lips as she begged him to return to the way he once was. Every word carried a raw, heartfelt sincerity. Yet within Alan's mind, the voice of the soul core spoke up once more. That young man possesses enough determination to seize control. Holding himself back was pointless. Despite the mounting pressure, Alan refused to give in. At a certain point, clarity returned and he rediscovered his sense of self. Alan collapsed into Lee's arms, his body heavy with exhaustion. Concern flickered in her eyes as she gently asked if he was all right. Offering a reassuring smile, Alan assured her that everything was fine. Apologizing for having startled her, he expressed his gratitude for the trust she placed in him. Her voice reached him, guiding his way back. Gratitude bloomed warmly in his chest, yet at that very moment. Once more, the voice of the core echoed in his mind, asking, "Can you hear me?" Alan drifted into unconsciousness and, upon awakening, found himself confused about his surroundings. Sitting up in bed, he was suddenly assaulted by his friend. Reacting on instinct, the hero swiftly blocked the blows and launched a counterattack. Beside him, Leah slept peacefully. Calling her name, he glanced around and realized he was in a hospital. The details of his arrival here, however, remained a mystery. The last memory that remained vivid was the blow of ice from Sid, and then, deep inside, something seemed to burst open with sudden joy. Something stirred in the early morning, rousing Leah from her slumber before anyone else. Deep concern etched across her face. The sight moved Alan profoundly. Embarrassment colored his face as his body responded naturally to the beauty before him. With a teasing smile, she called him a rascal. Just then, Rosa stirred from her slumber. Greetings were exchanged. She asked how he was feeling. Alan assured her that he was fine, and his answer seemed to put her at ease. Casting his gaze down, he noticed that the spot where the deep wound had been was now perfectly healed, without any trace of injury. The director offered an explanation, saying that the core represented the embodiment of the soul. It had seized control over the body, a phenomenon rarely seen among such formidable entities. Within his soul now lurked a unique and particular danger. Alan pondered those words in silence. Leah went on, assuring him there was no immediate danger. The core's activation had drained all its power. It was time to discuss what must happen next. Just then, Leia entered the room and noticed he had regained consciousness. Relief washed over her, and she exhaled softly. Alan apologized for making her worry. The girls asked the principal to share what had happened to Alan. The principal promised she would explain everything. First, the hero needed to fully grasp the essence of what was happening. The principal announced that both academies had been disqualified for breaking the rules. With regret, Alan admitted that he was to blame and offered a heartfelt apology. Sensei gently reassured him, explaining it had been an accident. However, consequences awaited. Sentencing had been handed down by the executive committee of the 5 academies. Punishment came in the form of a 1-month ban from setting foot within the academy's walls. Rose asked again, clarifying whether it was simply a suspension or a complete ban. Leah confirmed her suspicions, assuring her that the principal had made no mistake. Leah admitted with difficulty that both she and Rosa had been punished as well. Collective responsibility had brought consequences upon them both. Alan cried out, demanding to know why. What reason did they have to suffer? The principal answered that these people represented the academy and chose not to intervene. That was the official explanation. In truth, she suspected a plot at work. Someone aimed to weaken them. In just a month, the crucial trial known as the spiritual vestment would take place. Being barred from attending lessons could deal a serious blow to their abilities. Alan offered a somber apology, yet the girls responded with gentle smiles, assuring him not to worry. What truly mattered was that he had survived. As for his suspension, they suggested with a hint of mischief that it might even be a reason to celebrate. Turning to the girls, the principal confessed her own fault. Had she been more persuasive, perhaps she could have shielded them from what transpired. Instead, the day had been filled with noise and the stubbornness of 2 elders. Leah spoke up with certainty, taking full responsibility upon herself. Despite her words, punishment was delivered to the entire group. Rosa stood by her, insisting they would not let blame fall on a single person. The principal offered only a weary sigh and apologized once more. Alan mused aloud, wondering if he would have to spend an entire month cooped up in the dormitory. The thought troubled him, as he feared losing his fitness during the long confinement. A gentle smile appeared on Sensei's face as she spoke, assuring me that they had come up with a wonderful idea. Over the next month, each of them would be forged into a magical sword. A few days earlier, the friends had visited the principal. Lee greeted them warmly and inquired about Alan's health. He assured her that he was feeling well and that even his test results were normal. Leia's face lit up with happiness upon hearing those words, and she seemed ready to speak, but Alan politely asked if he might pose a single question first. Curiosity filled his voice as he inquired about the events that befell him during the sacred festival of the 5 academies. The principal offered a brief reply, describing it as the spiritual core and hinting that Leah had probably already figured it out herself. A nod confirmed her understanding as she explained that the spiritual core is the strength of the soul, quietly residing within every human body. Some take the form of ancestral spirits, others appear as legendary beasts or even as wandering ghosts. According to the principal, the coming month would be spent in the magical sword squad. As an official punishment, there would be no pay for their work. Their first stop was Alexto, joining the unification unit under the command of someone she had known for years. After some time, their journey brought them to a large, weathered brick building. Its small windows peered out like watchful eyes, and the walls bore the scars of age and neglect. The friends exchanged surprised glances, taking in the sight of the so-called magical sword squad. With a playful smile, Rosa asked if they were disappointed by the appearance. With a hint of uncertainty, Leah suggested they at least step inside. Alan voiced his support, suggesting things might not be as bad on the inside as they seemed. After knocking on the door, they were allowed in. Inside, the room teemed with people, and an unbearable stench filled the air. Alan's fears took on a grim clarity as he surveyed the surroundings. The place truly was a nightmare. Noticing the girls, one of the men remarked on their charm and offered them some wine. Alan politely declined, explaining they had other plans. The man shouted that no one had asked for his opinion and hurled a mug of beer at him. Liana let out a cry, yet Alan gently reassured her, promising that everything was fine. Causing a commotion now might only bring trouble down on the principal. The situation hardly seemed terrifying, just a spilt beer. The suggestion was to leave. One of those present called out to the attacker, "Hey, Dredd, it seems the guests don't think you're worthy. Show them what you can do." Dredd's voice thundered through the air as he shouted, refusing to let the insult slip by. "You think you can mock me and just walk away? Not a chance." This was crossing the line. Instead of drawing his sword, Alan rested his hand on the hilt, and a fiery aura ignited around him. He asked if there were any objections. Dredd immediately changed his tone and apologized, admitting he had drunk too much. Alan forgave him, but reminded him to be more careful with alcohol. Turning away, he asked the girls if everything was all right and suggested they might want to take a short break. With a soft sigh, Leah admitted that everything was fine, though she had felt a flicker of fear. A burly man with muscles like mountains approached them. While seated, he wore dark sunglasses and quietly read a newspaper. Alan resolved to extract the information he needed from the man, but the girls objected. Leah shot him a look of disbelief and asked if he had lost his mind. Rosa backed her up, warning that this guy was dangerous. From the way he carried himself, it seemed likely he had killed before. Laughter bubbled up from Alan as he joked about the place looking like a waiting room for killers. Leah echoed his amusement, while Rosa suggested they focus on mentally preparing themselves. Alan offered an apologetic nod to the man. Rising slowly, the giant loomed like a mountain, his voice rumbling as he asked who they were. After mentioning that he had never seen them around before, he wondered if they might be new volunteers from LIA. Alan nodded in agreement, and the man, clearly pleased, remarked that it was good at least something had stayed in his memory. He went on, saying that recently she had called and asked him to keep an eye on the students, offering no further explanation. When he tried to call her back, there was no answer. The friends apologized for their teacher's behavior. Introducing himself as Bones Dalton, the leader of this unit, he expressed his pleasure at making their acquaintance. In response, the friends shared their own names. Polite greetings passed between them as Bones introduced each person, noting that these were the ones with real experience. The memory stood out clearly in his mind. Bones pointed out that before anything else, they needed to finish the registration process as magical knights. However, this requirement applied only to Alan and Leah. Catching the silent curiosity in her friend's eyes, Rosa calmly explained that her previous work with the Magic Knights had meant she was registered long ago. Alan considered this quietly, realizing she already possessed valuable experience. The completed questionnaire slid into Bones's hands. He read it with care, then assured him that every detail would remain strictly confidential. Afterward, Bones asked them to wait while he crafted the tokens. As soon as he left, laughter bubbled up among the friends, their fear now seeming almost silly. Rose commented that although he looked frightening, in reality he turned out to be quite kind. Alan chimed in, noting that his eyes were actually gentle. With a playful smirk, Leah teased Alan, warning him not to let his tongue run wild. Meanwhile, an uproar erupted in the tavern. Angry voices blamed someone for ruining a job, while others egged him on to aim for the gut. Astonished, the friends exchanged looks. Yet another fight. Was this place always this lively? Bones poked his head out from behind the door and barked, demanding to know what all the commotion was about. Rosa replied that another fight had broken out. With a sigh, he muttered that it was always the same with them. Both culprits immediately scrambled to defend themselves, insisting they were only joking. Bones, voice edged with menace, declared that in their unit, if a fight broke out, both parties were at fault. Anyone who dares to break the rules will soon know the sting of his fist. Both opponents received a harsh beating, leaving the onlookers uneasy as they witnessed the severity. Bones offered an apology, explaining that tempers flared quickly in this place. He then presented the tokens, symbols of their new rank as magical knights. Alan's eyes caught sight of a bloodstain. One of the injured men confirmed it was his, a mark left by the commander's own hand. In that moment, everyone shared the same thought. This was not a man to anger. Bones asked if they were ready to accept their first mission. Alan assured him that everyone agreed. Curious, Bones then asked what made them volunteer in the first place. Each friend shared a brief account of their own story. Bones suggested that if they truly wanted to grow stronger, hunting monsters would be their best path. His friends exchanged surprised glances. Monsters, not butterflies. A chuckle escaped Bones as he dismissed the idea. What could anyone possibly learn by chasing butterflies? Facing monsters. Now that was a true calling for a warrior. Alan objected, explaining that Lee had specifically recommended butterflies. The commander simply waved a hand, dismissing her suggestion as another one of her frequent mix-ups between monsters and insects. He handed them detailed hunting instructions without further comment. Leah revealed that she once hunted goblins in Westeria. Rosa remarked that chimeras are formidable creatures, but with the three of them together, victory was within reach. Thoughts of ogres, goblins, and chimeras circled in Alan's mind, monsters he had never faced before. Now, though, he was no longer alone. With time and real experience, the group would learn to handle whatever came their way. Approaching Bones, he handed over 3 sheets of paper, explaining their intention to accept contracts on 3 monsters. The commander examined each document with careful attention. The hunting expedition began. Curious, Leah turned to Alan and asked if he had ever laid eyes on a monster. Alan shook his head and quietly admitted that he never had. Tales of them often reached his ears, especially along the busy trade routes. Alan explained that his childhood unfolded in a remote village tucked deep within Goza. Suddenly, Alan halted in his tracks, alert and attentive. Something had caught his eye. Goblins emerged from the shadows. Alan reminded everyone to stick to the plan since this was just a training exercise. A direct assault was needed. The girls nodded in agreement and advanced without hesitation. Alan issued the order to attack. First, the first sword advanced, followed by the shadow in flight. Ogres emerged from the shadows, and Leah was the first to charge into battle. As predicted, striking the ogre with a sword proved futile. An incursion was necessary, and she took the first step. Alan was preparing to lend his support. Without waiting for help, Leah managed on her own and apologized for being one step ahead. Barely had they caught their breath when a chimera appeared before them, a creature far more dangerous than anything they had faced so far. They agreed to strike together, yet Alan surged ahead, reaching the beast in the blink of an eye. It felt almost impossible to believe how quickly such a vast distance had been crossed. Time pressed on, and with no moment to lose, he charged forward, wielding blade number 8 and unleashing the Yatagarasu technique. By the time the girls arrived, the chimera already lay lifeless on the ground. Outrage flickered across Leah's face. The prospect of ever learning anything seemed impossible for her and Rosa in this situation. Alan muttered an apology. Leah wondered aloud if this meant he was now stronger than the ogres. Rosa chimed in, curious about the source of his newfound strength. Alan only shrugged, admitting he had no idea himself. Perhaps it was the fight with Sid or the connection with the core that caused it. Rosa insisted that they could no longer let him charge ahead on his own. Leah agreed, adding that they, too, needed to strengthen their souls through training. Alan reflected that there was still plenty of time to grow stronger. Upon their return to the unit, Bones was taken aback to see that all 3 monsters had already been defeated. A week later, inside the bustling tavern, Dredd approached Alan. He invited him to take a seat nearby and inquired about his companions. Alan couldn't grasp what the conversation was about, yet Dredd pressed on, refusing to let him feign ignorance. Dredd demanded to know who Alan was seeing these days, Leah or Rosa. Alan bristled with indignation. Everyone had misunderstood. There was nothing going on between them, yet the knights only laughed, their skepticism plain. Realization washed over Alan. Trying to explain was pointless. Alan let out a quiet sigh, remarking that if rumors started to spread, it would hardly be his fault. The knights could do nothing but agree. Just then, the girls arrived, apologizing for their lateness and suggesting they should tackle a new mission. Bones announced that today's task would be simple, expressing his trust in them. Alan looked surprised, security duty instead of fighting monsters. The commander clarified his reasoning. The order, he explained, came from an elderly woman suffering from back pain. Then he added there was another task, this time a personal request from him. His friends exchanged surprised glances. Bones clarified that the previous order would lead them to Drescha. A grand festival called the Dido Shopping Celebration will take place there. Their mission is to observe and take note of what people are purchasing. The friends' astonishment grew. They had actually been given permission to attend the festival, even though they were supposed to be serving their punishment here. Outraged, Bones burst out, insisting that every single day felt like the first day of school, their conversations revolving endlessly around lessons. To him, they were just kids. The allies welcomed this opportunity with relief. The commander reaffirmed his order, making it clear that anyone with objections should voice them immediately, for regret would follow any hesitance later. Alan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, while the commander wished them luck and confirmed that the decision had been made. Upon their arrival, Miss Shandy's face lit up with delight at the sight of her guests, students from the Academy of 1,000 Blades. Relief washed over her. Rumors of the Academy's decline had made their way to her ears, yet the presence of these young students proved that its legacy endured. Memories flooded back to her. Leia Blackfist stood out for her extraordinary strength. Her favored style was hand-to-hand combat. Despite her striking appearance, she possessed the power to send swordsmen flying with a single punch. Only Ferris from the Ice Academy could rival her, but even Ferris had never bested the magnificent Leia. The old woman seemed ready to share more, her lips parting as if to continue her story. By this time, they had already arrived at the bustling trade city of Drescha. The friends announced that everything had been prepared as planned. Gratitude warmed Miss Shandy's voice. Conversations like this, so heartfelt and genuine, had been rare in her life lately. Suddenly, she clutched her lower back, a pained groan slipping out. Alan, concerned, asked what was wrong. Miss Shandy admitted her back hurt. The group suggested taking her to the hospital, but she shook her head, explaining the agreement remained unfinished and she still had wheat to deliver. Alan stepped forward and offered to take care of it for her. The elderly woman nodded her agreement. Alan instructed his friends to take her to the hospital. They agreed, but wondered if he could manage on his own. With a nod, Alan assured them and added that once everything was over, they would meet by the clock tower. After bidding each other farewell, they went their separate ways. Alan arrived at the designated shop, announced that he was delivering wheat from Miss Shandy, and stepped inside. Rocky, the shop's owner, asked once more who had sent him. Then, eyeing him skeptically, he declared his disbelief that such a small child could be a real knight. he requested to see the contract and proceeded to inspect the grain himself. After inspecting the crop, Rocky declared that the wheat was of poor quality. Only half the price was offered for it. Alan felt a surge of indignation. Something was definitely amiss. He asked for another inspection. The vendor bristled with irritation, demanding to know what right he had to question the quality. Was he just some second-rate knight? Anger flared in Alan's eyes. He had grown up in a village, renowned for its farming expertise. Alan declared with conviction that wheat was excellent, having grown up on it. The shopkeeper muttered a comment resembling troublesome child, and then called out to someone further inside the store. Two burly guards emerged, their presence commanding attention. The owner pointed at Alan, claiming that this young swordsman had started pushing his luck. The bullies approached him, insisting that children must obey their elders. They told him there would still be time for him to change his ways. Their demand was clear. He had to apologize to Rocky immediately. Alan refused to give up so easily. Unwilling to see such fine wheat undervalued, he made one final appeal to reconsider the price. The vendor ordered the guards to teach the insolent boy a lesson. Nodding in agreement, the guards remarked that youngsters these days needed a firm hand to learn respect. At that very moment, both of them tumbled onto the floor. Alan refused to tolerate such insolence and demonstrated what genuine discipline looked like. He stood firm, unarmed, relying solely on the strength of his character. Once more the young man inquired if Rocky agreed to the fair price. Rocky, clearly frightened, nodded in acceptance, apologized, and paid the full amount, asking for confirmation. Alan counted the coins, satisfied to find the sum exact. Ready to leave, he paused as the merchant inquired about his identity. A quiet smile crossed Alan's lips. He was no one special. Alone he stands, without the princess by his side, without the scholarship hunter. Yet even in solitude, it proves to be enough. Meanwhile, three girls dressed in black noticed Alan. One of them suggested dealing with him quickly, as the next mission was already waiting. The girl with the twin tails observed that she liked his face and wondered aloud if she could claim his head after the battle. Meanwhile, the third companion sighed, accustomed to such peculiar tastes. At that moment, a man's voice broke the silence. The mysterious number 18 spoke up, offering a polite greeting and reassuring the lady that frightening her was never his intention. One of them replied with a chilling detachment, stating she did not know who he was, but since he had noticed them, he must be prepared to depart for another world. All three unleashed their techniques. The two tails issued an order for him to kneel before the king of submission. Another encased him in ice, while the third summoned the great devourer. Promises of a painless death were still fresh on their lips when the stranger hurled them aside in a single, fluid motion. Shock spread across their faces as they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. A cry escaped his lips, unable to fathom how such power, granted by nature itself, could go so unappreciated. Those who possessed this strength seemed oblivious to their own gifts. He cast a scornful glance at their flashy attire, clothing designed solely to attract wandering eyes. No objections arose in him toward those who deliberately drew the gaze of others, yet allowing things to go too far was an entirely different matter. The girls exchanged confused glances, unable to grasp who this stranger was or what on earth he was talking about. With a note of sorrow, the man added that nothing pained him more than watching nature's gifts go to waste. Inwardly, the man acknowledged Leia's brilliance. She had anticipated the hunt for Mr. Allen long before it began. The principal approached him with a request to protect Allen, fearing that the other directors, who demanded Allen's expulsion, might resort to harsher actions. Number 18 assured everyone that the order would be carried out. Yet, concerns lingered about his own tasks. Lee granted permission to take all the necessary materials, stressing that Allen's safety remained the top priority. Preparations to leave were almost complete when he requested a moment to share a thought. Apparently, he was eager to keep an eye on the girls as well. Both possessed undeniable charm, so he requested permission to watch over them too. Tempting images instantly filled his mind. Instead of amusement, Leia's eyes flashed with anger. What did he just say to upset her? He quickly backed down, muttering that it was nothing and she should just forget it. A warning, cold and sharp, slipped from her lips. If he so much as laid a hand on them, she would resume her stern lessons with him. That memory lingered vividly in his mind. Embarrassment clouded the man's face as he exited the room. Inner grumbling followed each step, tasked with guarding Allen, supporting Leia, forcing himself to stay composed. The job wore heavily on his nerves. Even his mustache itched with restless irritation today. Meanwhile, Allen strolled along the bustling market alley, casting a careful glance at his surroundings. An inner feeling suggested that Dido's shopping festival would not pass without some unexpected adventures. The festival thronged with people, every corner bustling with life. With so much to see, the thought lingered, could they possibly explore it all in just one day? They chose matching outfits, and soon the girls appeared before Alan, transformed by their new look. The sight of them held him completely captivated. Rose announced it was time to get started on their tasks. Alan wondered aloud where they should begin, and Lee eagerly suggested the food court. The group immediately agreed, with no objections. The table groaned under the weight of the feast, piled high with so much food that there was barely any room left. After enjoying a satisfying meal, they spotted an archery range along with a variety of other amusements. In the end, they claimed victory at every location, triumphing in every competition that came their way. Eventually, all the prizes were returned. The group remarked that they hadn't enjoyed themselves this much in ages. A vendor looked on in surprise, asking if they really didn't mind parting with their winnings. Alan simply smiled, content with the memories they had gathered, and knowing there would have been no room for all those trophies anyway. A colossal building caught his attention. Rose explained that this was the Ditto Trading House. 5 influential merchants command the realm, their fortunes vast and their political power unmatched. Only the directors of the 5 most prestigious academies can rival their authority. At last, the reason behind everyone's somber expressions became clear to Alan. The depth of Rose's knowledge filled Alan with admiration. She explained she had visited this place before with her grandfather. Curiosity sparked. Alan immediately wondered aloud if her grandfather had once been a master of the soccer style. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the street as panic swept through the crowd. Something had happened, and people scattered in all directions, their cries filling the air as they fled. Alan spotted several figures dressed in black swiftly, moving away through the shadows. Their sudden departure only deepened the mystery unfolding before him. Rose guessed that they had slipped into the trading house, likely in search of the 5 influential merchants. The explosion had likely been their doing. Amid the chaos, many in the crowd suffered injuries. A man, barely able to stand, pleaded for someone to call for doctors and knights. Meanwhile, the squad commander rallied his team, determined to evacuate the merchants. Those still able to walk followed him without hesitation. Alan shared his decision to join the defense with the girls, and they immediately rallied behind his idea. Drawing closer to the knight commander, Alan introduced himself and explained his purpose. The commander's face brightened at the news, remarking that the merchants had taken refuge on the upper floors. With a welcoming gesture, he invited Alan to join their efforts. Upon reaching the right level, a fierce clash unfolded before their eyes between the attackers and the merchants' guards. The young man immediately noticed the guards' skill. They moved with practiced coordination and fought with seasoned efficiency. The commander ordered the heroes to press onward. Higher up, they encountered a wounded knight. Muttering in fevered delirium, he rambled on about his sword, as though nothing was amiss. Unease flickered in their eyes, confusion mingling with worry, unable to make sense of his words. From the shadows emerged a man cloaked in a hood and mask. Strewn around him were the fallen bodies of the guards. Upon spotting the newcomers, a wide grin spread across his face as he announced the arrival of fresh playthings. Alan grew tense, scrutinizing the stranger who was acting in such an odd and unsettling manner. Without warning, the stranger called out Alan's name. Alan barely had time to process what was happening. Once again, the stranger nodded in affirmation. It was undeniably him. There could be no mistake. Alan pressed forward, asking, eager to know the truth, "Who are you?" Offended instead, he turned away, bristling at the perceived insult. Once, however, the two had shared tender moments, wrapped up in what they used to call love. Rose and Leia stepped in front of Alan, shielding him with their bodies and urging him to push forward. They promised to hold off the madman, insisting that splitting up was the wiser choice. With a mocking grin, the man suggested playing a so-called love duet together. Alan hurried to the door, convinced that the merchants must be inside. Stepping in, he found the traders huddled together, their faces marked by fear. He asked if they were all right, concern clear in his voice. The young man explained that he had come to rescue them. One of the merchants sneered, asking if he was just another magic knight, nothing more than a common mercenary, and wondered aloud about the fate of their guards. Before Alan could respond, his true identity as an extraordinary mage kept the answer unspoken. Alan barely managed to hold back his frustration, swallowing his anger. The small crowd, however, simply remarked that a boy so sincere was unlikely to lie. Her colleague protested, unable to understand how anyone could trust a stranger under such circumstances. The young woman snapped back that his cowardice had cost them their protection. Now the forest was being cut down and the chips would inevitably fly. There was no choice left. As Alan guided them out of the room, gratitude for their support colored his words. She replied with a wish to leave quickly. Still, she found herself drawn to him, so young, yet he had reached the highest floor on his own. Alan quietly corrected her, insisting he had not done it alone. A gentle smile curved her lips, yet the confidence in his eyes and the poise of his stance revealed years of disciplined training. Modesty held no place here. Without a word, Alan led them to a hidden exit. He explained that this route would take them straight to the first floor, where the guards could be found. The girl noticed that, if not for this plan, Alan probably wouldn't have come for them at all. Embarrassment colored his cheeks as he admitted he was in a hurry to meet his friends. With that, he left the group behind and set off on his way. As he moved forward, he reassured himself that Rose and Leia possessed remarkable strength. They would manage just fine. An uneasy feeling tightened around his heart. Racing forward, he quietly prayed for their safety. Upon returning, his desperate call for them tore through the air, his voice faltering. The sight before him froze his breath. Both girls lay motionless, and the stranger had vanished without a trace. Alan rushed toward Leia, yet just then a stranger's voice rang out from behind, offering a welcome back. He mentioned spending time with his allies, though they turned out to be disappointingly weak and refused to even speak. The young man whispered an apology for arriving too late. Their opponent had proven overwhelmingly powerful, and both girls had been defeated. Alan's eyes burned with hatred, making it clear he would never tolerate any disrespect toward them. A smile spread across the stranger's face, a silent admission that such a gaze made self-control impossible. As Alan stood before him, his opponent admitted that he had been waiting for this moment. The thought of crossing swords with Alan filled him with anticipation. Could it be that Alan still hadn't recognized him? After all, he was the very same swordsman once dismissed as a failure. The young man flinched, startled that this was known. A closer look revealed a familiar stance, the signature autumn rain style. Only one person ever truly mastered it, Doral Button. The adversary burst into laughter, and at last, Alan recognized him. Rumors once whispered that he had vanished after that fateful duel. In response, Doral offered only a crooked smile, as if to say the truth had always been plain to see. Noticing Alan's astonishment, Doral went on, explaining that after that battle, he was no longer the same person. The brilliance he possessed could hardly accept defeat by someone like that. Deliberately, he left his wounds untreated, using the pain as a reminder to hold on to his hatred. That blazing fury transformed him completely. For the first time in his life, true strength surged within him, fueled solely by the desire for revenge. Those words escaped his lips, followed by laughter that sounded both joyful and unhinged. Disgust welled up in Alan as he realized that this sword was the very power he once possessed. Yet Doral admitted that only this strength allowed him to quiet a heart that cried out for love. What else could one call a spiritual core? Doral praised his keen eyesight, acknowledging that Alan understood him better than anyone else. Without hesitation, Doral launched himself into an attack. Alan found himself surprised. The strikes mirrored those from the past, yet this time he felt no force behind them. The opponent's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if to say this was hardly the end. Autumn rain swept through the air, and then he murmured. A summer downpour followed. The strikes took on a new rhythm, revealing a swordsman transformed. Perhaps the previous techniques had only served as a clever distraction. In such a short span, he managed to obtain a spiritual core and master the style. A true prodigy, yet one born from rotten roots. Doral shouted after him, demanding to know where the fool thought he was going. Alan realized his inability to gauge his opponent's strength, feeling his own momentum slip away. The only option was to force the enemy to expend energy on defense. With a swift turn, he unleashed the power of the eighth sword, Yatagarasu. Rain poured down in torrents, a relentless downpour that swept through the streets, driven by a piercing storm. Wild Doral twisted his face in pain, insisting that this very expression was the height of beauty. The sensation of a blade slicing through flesh brought him satisfaction. Cutting, stabbing, hacking, tearing, shredding through these acts, a profound connection stirred within him. Resolute and unwavering, the hero refused to let madness cloud his mind. Calmness became his shield, careful analysis his strategy. With determination, he combed through every memory, searching for the hidden detail that would unlock the answer. Suddenly, a hint struck like a bolt of lightning to his mind. The words burst from his lips with electrifying clarity. The rival nodded in admiration, acknowledging that you were the first to solve it. A silent understanding passed between you both. An invisible red thread of fate connected your destinies. Yet it hardly matters. In the realm of shadows, no attack can reach him, untouchable, invincible. Still, the hero had disappointed him. Things would not go as expected. A sly smile curled on Doral's lips. Now it was time to reveal true skill. Alan steeled himself and summoned a secret technique known as the Rainstream of Murasame. Channeling every ounce of spirit into a single blow, the mightiest strike, one powerful enough to cleave the very fabric of the world. Stunned, Doral struggled to grasp what had just happened, unable to comprehend how he had emerged from the world of shadows. Alan found himself momentarily stunned by his own accomplishment. In a world where countless millions of years had slipped by, his sword had managed to sever the very fabric of space itself. At last, a realization dawned on him. This was the special something he had been searching for all along. Countless millions of years slipped by, and at last he mastered it, the most formidable strike, one capable of cleaving entire worlds. Doral acknowledged the truth. The hero had indeed broken through the realm of shadows. The feat impressed him, though it came as no surprise. The ticking clock posed a regretful limitation, yet fate would bring their paths together again very soon. Alan rushed after him, trying desperately to stop him, but the enemy had already vanished without a trace. The ground quivered beneath their feet. The hero's voice trembled with urgency as he wondered aloud if explosives had been planted nearby. Grabbing the girls, he raced away, shouting that everything was about to explode. A powerful explosion erupted, prompting him to shield the girls with his own body. Suddenly, Rays rushed over and used the dry garden technique to extinguish the flames. A wistful smile appeared, thinking how wonderful it would have been to see fireworks like these at the festival. In an instant, everyone shifted into a battle stance, scanning the area for any sign of the swordsman. The hero assured everyone that all was well. He had emerged victorious. Rose admitted he truly possessed remarkable strength. With a hint of regret, Leah confessed that she had been unable to aid him. Rays, her voice trembling with concern, asked Alan if he was unhurt. Grateful, Alan thanked her for saving him. She brushed off his gratitude, insisting she simply did what was necessary. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he exclaimed how instantly extinguishing such an explosion seemed unbelievable. Rays responded with a calm smile, explaining it was merely basic defensive technique. By the way, she still hadn't introduced herself. Among the 5 merchants, the owner of a modest little shop called the Fox Store revealed her name. Alan introduced himself as a student from the Academy of 1,000 Swords. Rays mentioned that her younger sister had spoken of him before. Ferris is her sister, hailing from the Academy of the Ice King. Apparently, he defeated her favorite contender. The news left her seething with anger. Still, there's little need to dwell on her reaction. If anything, the debt rests with her. Alan started to protest in surprise, insisting that he was the one indebted to her. But Rays gently placed a finger to his lips, silencing him with a warm smile. "Very well," she replied. "If you ever find yourself in trouble, I will lend you my strength, but only once." He agreed. Genuine affection for him blossomed in her eyes. Wrapping her arms around him, she launched into gentle teasing, but her friends quickly pulled her away, their words sharp and swift. Her friends yanked Rise away, muttering in disgust that she shouldn't cling like that. It looked unpleasant. A smile played on Rays's lips as she remarked on the loyalty of his guards, yet she cautioned that vigilance remained essential. Cloaked in black robes, the Black Knights earned their reputation through relentless attacks, daring abductions, ruthless killings, and thriving smuggling operations. Rumor has it some among them are exceptionally skilled swordsmen. Having already interfered, they now have reason to watch out for the threat of retaliation. With those words, Rays cheerfully bid farewell, her mind already on the many tasks ahead. Despite her busy schedule, she knew their paths would cross again. Alan had expected the merchants to be harsh, yet she turned out to be kind and pleasant. Rose took offense and demanded to know where exactly he saw that. 3 weeks slipped by. Bonds glanced over the documents and allowed himself a satisfied smile. At last, the final task was complete. The task was handled with impressive skill. Their efforts cleared away the backlog of requests at last. The other mercenaries now have a clear standard to aspire to. Outside, the hero admitted with a smile that although it was challenging, the life of a swordsman mage suited him well. Leah confessed that at first, fear held her back, but now she even found it enjoyable. Rose chimed in, remarking that their work was honorable, despite the dangers it carried. The hero asked if it was time to head back to the dormitory. Leah replied with delight that tomorrow they would finally return to the Academy of 1,000 Swords. Rose eagerly anticipated the upcoming classes on the Soul Shell. A gentle smile played on the hero's lips as hope grew inside. Perhaps the day had finally come to master this elusive power. Tomorrow promised to be unlike any other. Not long after, sincere words of praise flowed from Leah, acknowledging their efforts. She noted how well they had done over the past month, their faces now brighter with newfound courage and quiet confidence. Later, back in the classroom, a smile played on Leia's lips as she noted how the boys from Class A hadn't been seen for ages. Rose chimed in with a light-hearted remark, reminding everyone they were a whole month behind and it was time to catch up. Noticing Alan's confusion, the girls gently asked what was wrong. With a worried expression, he explained that he felt anxious, believing everyone had been disqualified because of his actions. Leia assured him there was no fault to be found with his actions. Rose offered gentle encouragement, reminding him not to judge himself too harshly. It had been Shido who broke the rules first. Leia made her way to the door, announcing that their first lesson would cover the soul sheath. The others were surely already gathered in the classroom. The protagonist decided that his first task should be to apologize. The moment he stepped inside, their classmates welcomed them back with warm, cheerful greetings. One of the knights wondered aloud why the hero looked so downcast. After all, this was a genuine victory. The hero, caught off guard, hesitantly asked if they truly weren't angry. Bowing deeply, he offered heartfelt thanks and apologized with genuine sincerity. With a burst of enthusiasm, Babel threw his arms around him and asked with lively curiosity to hear all about how their stop went. Yet Leia cut the conversation short, reminding everyone that class was in session and they could talk later during break. At last, everyone had arrived. From this moment forward, their journey into the study of the soul's sheath would begin. With a look of surprise, the hero asked why lessons on the soul shell were suddenly beginning. The answer came calmly. This was a decision made by his classmates. Ornishi agreed to lead these lessons once they returned. Gratitude welled up in the hero's heart, tinged with a touch of sadness. Awkwardness settled over him. Bubble placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, silently wondering why gloom had crept back into his expression. Did he really believe they'd wasted an entire month doing nothing? Under Lisa's watchful eye, everyone devoted themselves to rigorous training. Soon, they shed their clothes and proudly showcased their newly sculpted muscles. With a cheerful grin, Babel remarked that the training had been relentless, yet entirely worthwhile. He then suggested a match. Lei stepped in, halting them with a firm tone, and ordered everyone to get dressed. A true trial awaits them now. The weapons are heavy, so everyone must brace themselves for the coming strain. The teacher cautioned the students that these swords were incredibly valuable and instructed them to handle each one with great care. With a weary expression etched across her face, Leah reached for the sword. Concern flickered across the hero's face, sensing something amiss. Leah apologized, embarrassed by the strange sound she had made. Rose admitted she was overcome by warmth and a stirring excitement. Leah then explained that it was a special sword, one that awakened its true power only when carried by someone wearing the soul shell. True swordsmen experience pain when they touch a sword like this. That pain signals the awakening of their spiritual core. Now is the moment to listen carefully to its call. Let them speak to him, throw down a challenge, and attempt to tame his power. This force takes form as the shell of the soul. No need for fear. Should anything go awry, she will shield them with her power. The time to begin arrived. With closed eyes and focused minds, awareness drifted inward, plunging into the realm of the soul. Successful concentration would reveal the core within. Gazing into the reflection on his sword, the hero slowly slipped into a trance. In the realm of souls, his spirit encountered a slyly grinning core, which greeted him with a mischievous smile and the words, "It's been a long time." The hero recognized the creature as his own core, the very monster within himself. It agreed, offering a cryptic affirmation, so be it. A glimmer of hope appeared. Perhaps at last, the body would be returned to him. Outrage flared in the hero's voice as he refused. Returning would only mean being consumed by fury once more. The demon's response was a single, chilling word, fury. To possess such power and leave it untouched seemed nothing short of folly. Attack, destroy, indulge in the thrill of chaos. Such temptations whispered endlessly. Yet the hero spoke with conviction. Too many differences set them apart. A peaceful life was all he sought. The opponent grimaced, declaring that peace felt dull. Yet the hero stood firm, refusing to surrender his body. After all, wasn't it his actions that had saved the opponent's life? To repay such kindness with cruelty would be far too harsh. An excited agreement flickered in the hero, but suddenly, the story came to an abrupt halt. Even with no way out, taking the first step was essential, yet sleep began to pull him under. In the end, there was nothing to be thankful for, nor any reason to feel regret. Should the body remain unreturned, departure is the only option. The demon desires rest. In response, the hero shouted that he had come willingly. With lightning speed, the monster lunged forward and shouted that even as a joke, it was not funny at all. The force of the blow sent the hero hurtling backward, a cry of fear escaping his lips as he tumbled through the air. Some strange force at work, my arm nearly snapped. The demon muttered, a little ahead of schedule, but it couldn't be helped. Those who fear death must step forward with the resolve to face it. Unwilling to waste another moment, the hero advanced on his own initiative. Drawing upon the technique of 8 blades, the strike landed with precision. Yet the spirit materialized behind, its voice calm and steady, declaring that no blade could cleave its flesh. Powerful hands seized the hero's face, forcing him down against the earth. True strength here comes from the heart, and he has yet to be ready for this battle. The hero's friends realized that confronting his other self would not be an easy challenge for him, especially now, as the antagonist had chosen to abandon jest and truly engage him in a serious game. Leia intervened, channeling her power. Her opponent shouted in shock, demanding to know what kind of technique she had used. Realizing he had walked straight into a trap, he bared his teeth in a mocking grin and sneered, accusing her of using such a foolish technique. Unfazed, she replied with calm indifference, explaining that she simply detested his filthy hands. Swiftly and decisively, she wiped him out. Then she remarked that despite the frailty of the body, its resilience was remarkable, exactly as one might expect from a monster. Leia asked what had just happened and inquired about her condition. She guessed that this might be Alan's core, radiating an overwhelming power laced with a deep, sinister malice. At that moment, the hero regained consciousness and asked about his whereabouts. The principal brightened instantly, relieved that he had finally come to, and remarked that she now truly understood the meaning of resilience. Memories flooded his mind, prompting him to ask the sensei about the fate of the monster. Calmly, she reassured him, explaining that there was no reason for concern. She had subdued the creature by force. The hero offered both an apology and his gratitude, to which Lee replied with a small smile, saying this was exactly what she had expected. A heaviness settled over the hero as he reflected on the principal's words about resolve and perseverance. Clearly, this challenge was pushing him far beyond his own limits. Curiosity sparked, he turned to his classmates and quietly asked who that person was. They replied that it was Reisu Bortgun, the infamous leader of the Crooked Swords gang. Shock washed over him. This was the notorious troublemaker from school. How had someone like that managed to get in here? The security guard apologized to Leia and promised to remove him at once. Leia nodded in understanding, assuring that everything was fine. Fiery students like him always caught her attention. Barely had he arrived when he already rushed into a fight. Memories of her days at the Academy of 1,000 Swords stirred in her mind. In contrast, Alan longed only for a quiet life. Stepping forward with quiet confidence, the hero introduced himself and calmly inquired about the stranger's intentions. Razuo glanced back at his companion, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and wondered aloud how someone so frail had managed to enter the sacred festival of the 5 academies. He mused that perhaps this weakling had simply bribed his way in. Turning to Alan, he sneered and demanded, "Aren't you that failure from the Kenjutsu Academy? What sort of style is that? Just making it up on your own without a school?" In his mind, their defeat by Alan and Doral had been unfair. Yet Alan remained calm, dismissing the accusation as nothing more than idle gossip. At that moment, Tesla stepped forward and commanded silence, telling everyone to stop spouting nonsense. Alan tried to hold him back, but Tesla only grew more intense. Tesla turned to Razuo and asked whether he had watched the festival's final battle. Remember how, at first, the young man appeared weak and powerless, but by the end, he consumed his own spiritual core, broke every rule and faced disqualification. "Isn't that how it happened?" Alan's ally remarked that after that battle, no other conclusions could be drawn. In response, the opponent sneered, calling him just as worthless as Alan. Tesla drew his sword and unleashed the rusted iron style. The opponent smirked, mocking his attempt to blend friendship with combat. Meanwhile, the students from Class A erupted into shouts, urging Tesla to defeat his challenger. Under intense pressure, the hero watched his friend with admiration. The friend moved with effortless precision, expertly parrying and dodging with the slightest shifts. His defensive style had transformed entirely. The opponent responded by summoning 3 skeletons. Astonishment washed over Tesla. Events unfolded rapidly as the enemy proclaimed the end. A rain of skeletons descended upon him. The moment their ally collapsed, his friends hurried to his side, anxious to see if he was unharmed. Razuo, meanwhile, couldn't resist a sneer, dismissing him as a weakling. The speaker went on to remark that only talentless individuals like this one fill Class A just like the protagonist. They are constantly getting in the way. The girl shouted, demanding to know if it was enough. With a calm demeanor, he invited her to explain where she thought he was mistaken. In the world of swordsmen, he said, everything hinges on the presence of a soul shell. Focusing only on physical strength is sheer foolishness. Now is the perfect moment to see what Class A is truly capable of, especially since Class B has long since surpassed them. Uncertainty gripped the group of friends as confusion swept over them. A lingering doubt surfaced. Perhaps each of them now possessed a soul casing. Alan quietly requested his companion to arrange a test, then stepped forward onto the battlefield himself. Leah and Rose soon joined him. eager to fight at his side. However, the hero gently declined their offer and apologized. He asked for permission to face the fight alone this time. The girls, caught off guard, agreed. His opponent sneered, lips curling into a mocking grin. "So you finally decided to step out on your own. Where are your friends now? Wasn't it always 5 against 1 before?" Alan decided that the mockery no longer mattered to him. Class A felt like an entirely different world. Their pursuit extends beyond mere swordsmanship. No regret lingers in his heart for having postponed training in the art of soul manifestation. The opponents responded with mocking words, calling him a coward. Yet Alan focused his thoughts, lunged forward, and launched the attack. His wild speed stunned everyone, catching them off guard with his unexpected agility. With unwavering resolve, he fought on. Standing alone against 5 opponents, he refuses to let them insult his friends. Such disrespect is something he will never forgive. Alan summoned the 8th sword, Yachugarasu, and with a swift, fluid motion, dispatched all 5 opponents. Astonishment filled Reiju's whispered words. What on earth had happened? How could they have lost to that fool who lacked a soul shell? The hero spoke calmly, explaining that the answer was simple. An inexperienced swordsman would find no help even from the finest protective shell. Their defeat made one thing clear: they simply lacked physical conditioning, routine and uninspiring, yet absolutely essential. Alan silently admitted to himself just how inexperienced he truly was. If only he could master his spiritual core, no one would dare to harm his friends. In that moment, a surge of energy erupted deep within his soul. This sensation revealed itself to him only now, its meaning finally starting to take shape. Even countless millennia devoted to training had never brought him close to understanding it before. True strength emerges from the determination to fight for those we hold dear. That resolve becomes the source of unwavering confidence and leads to certain victory. This was the resilience Leia spoke of when she mentioned inner strength. Joyful shouts from his friends shattered his train of thought. In awe, they exclaimed over his skill, marveling at how he had taken down 5 opponents with shields in mere seconds. Rose gave him a playful wink. Meanwhile, Lilimi and Teresa scrolled through the latest news. It turned out that Razuo and his 4 thugs had attacked some first-year students, only for all of them to land in the hospital after a clash with Alan Rodaruya. That name came up yet again. The third girl by the window, president of the Student Council for History, spoke thoughtfully about inner turmoil, the questionable acceptance into the Academy of 1,000 Blades, and the bloodshed of the sacred festival. There lingered uncertainty about Alan's possible involvement in the explosion. Still, no one could deny his remarkable skill. The sacred festival approached once more, promising to reveal the mightiest among the first-year students. Meanwhile, the Academy welcomed a new group of hopefuls. The hero awaited Leah's arrival. When she finally appeared, she quietly apologized for being late. She admitted that restless nights plagued her because of the lessons on the soul shell. For an entire week, her mind refused to quiet down. Embarrassment colored her words as she quietly asked him to avert his eyes in the morning. Alan offered a quiet apology, then remarked that even half asleep, she looked just as lovely as ever. A soft blush crept across Leah's cheeks. Had he really just called her beautiful? Did he often look at her like that? For a moment, Alan seemed flustered and quickly denied it. Stepping into the courtyard, they found themselves facing a massive crowd of students. Casting a glance around, Leah wondered aloud if it seemed a bit crowded here. The crowd erupted in cheers, hailing them as true heroes. The girl quickly caught the attention of the cheerleading squad, who eagerly invited her to join their team. Meanwhile, the main character received an enthusiastic invitation to the mountaineering club, where members promised that nothing could compare to the thrill of conquering a summit. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the friends hesitated at first, uncertain how to react. Then, realizing their best option, they chose to make a swift escape. Alan burst into the classroom, pausing to catch his breath before muttering, "We're in real trouble." Lee nodded in agreement, her fear already etched across her face. Suddenly, Tesla appeared before them, greeting Alan and motioning toward a mountain of flyers spread out nearby. Each flyer came from a judo club. Memories surfaced of Barker catching him at the door, insisting he join their group and promising to build up his back muscles. Resigned, Alan felt certain he had no choice but to go. The week of the freshmen began today, better known as the hunt for first years. Tesla suggested staying together, understanding the risks. Alan admitted this would be no easy task. Leah had only heard rumors of the chaos, never realizing just how wild it truly was. Alan cast his eyes over the towering stack of papers once more. Someone had put great effort into this task. Curiosity lingered over who had dedicated so much effort to printing all of this. Rose shuffled over to them, her lips barely parting in a sleepy greeting. Leah warned that wandering around the academy half asleep had become dangerous these days. Rose agreed, noting that the hunt was already underway. She asked which club they wanted to join. Lear admitted she hadn't decided yet, and Alan was also still unsure. Rose appeared lost in thought, but soon suggested they explore the area together after their classes to see what interesting things they might discover. With a handful of flyers in his grasp, the hero flipped through them, musing that this must be what student life was all about. The thought of discovering something meaningful for himself crossed his mind. Just then, the director entered, signaling the start of the lesson. The friends emerged from their classes utterly spent. Alan let out a weary sigh, feeling the weight of another challenging day. Leah muttered under her breath about yet another day spent on mere soul husks. Rose chimed in, noting her exhaustion came not from her body, but from her mind. Alan turned his thoughts inward, contemplating the essence of his spirit. Defeat still clung to him, yet he had grown adept at swift evasions and split-second decisions. Each time he managed to dodge without so much as a scratch, it signaled progress in mastering his shell. Lee called out to him, but her voice failed to reach him. Meanwhile, Rose suggested he might want to check out the cheerleading club. Upon arriving, an astonishing scene unfolded. Performers executed acrobatic stunts while their voices echoed throughout the hall, chanting in unison that the Thousand Blades Academy was the finest of all. Enthralled, Alan watched, impressed by how effortlessly cool those moves appeared. Rose agreed, admitting the performance had surpassed even her highest expectations. Lear admitted that cheerleading just wasn't her style. Revealing outfits made her uncomfortable. Rose disagreed, insisting the look was actually quite cute. With keen interest, they watched the unfolding training and hands-on exercises. As the break was announced, Alan admitted that the club turned out to be nothing like he had imagined. He longed for a freer style, something reminiscent of fencing. With that in mind, he suggested they check out a few other clubs. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "You're Alan, right?" Without waiting for a reply, the girl exclaimed her certainty. It had to be him. Delight lit her face as she realized he'd taken an interest in her fencing club. Alan opened his mouth to confess his own lack of enthusiasm, but she quickly cut him off, pressing him instead for his thoughts on her training. Suddenly recalling that an introduction was still due, she gave her name, Shurudi Rosto, vice president of the judo club. With a courteous nod, she added how delighted she was to make the acquaintance. After Alan introduced himself, her eyes widened in amazement. Shurudi couldn't hide her delight. The moment felt absolutely wonderful. Shurudi offered Alan a chance for a quick sparring match on the spot. With a polite apology, Alan explained that he and his friends planned to visit a few more clubs first. The offer was presented once more. Alan politely declined again. A thought crossed the girl's mind. He turned me down a second time. Blocking their path, she summoned an army of faceless, translucent warriors. With an apology, she made it clear that leaving would not be so easy. Alan realized she had no intention of letting them leave without a fight. Shurudi remarked that newcomers with such remarkable talent are a rare sight. Alan sighed inwardly, sensing yet another mishap on the horizon. Meanwhile, the coach announced the upcoming match between Shurudi and Alan. The protagonist tried to stay optimistic, brushing off the idea of sparring with the vice president of the kendo club. Their duel played out without any soul shells, relying solely on wooden swords. A gentle smile spread across her face as she admitted she would go easy on him. Alan expressed his gratitude for her thoughtfulness. The battle commenced. The hero observed her intently, yet not a single weak spot revealed itself. Perhaps she only shifted her center of gravity, or maybe that movement was the prelude to an attack. The first sword, known as the Flying Shadow, was worth a try. A sharp gasp of surprise escaped the girl as she managed to block the attack. The chance to act had slipped away as Alan summoned the eighth sword, Yatagarasu. Shurudi countered with a spinning technique, moving gracefully in the style known as the wind circle. Amazement flickered in her eyes as the hero deftly slipped out of danger and launched a counterattack. Yet, she remarked that the blow had landed too gently. Admitting her mild surprise, she commanded a fiercer attack. Alan's efforts failed to breach her blade guard, yet determination burned in his gaze. This style, unlike anything he had faced before, contrasted sharply with those of his earlier opponents. With every passing moment, his curiosity intensified. Determined to give it his all, he prepared himself to go above and beyond. Alan unleashed a flurry of attacks, each one faster, more precise, and more powerful than the last. Shurudi tried to intervene, but the chance slipped through her fingers. Alan noticed her hesitation, wondering if his speed had become overwhelming. Mastery demands constant refinement, a truth Alan held on to as he noted his opponent's reaction. His strike flashed toward her, swift as lightning, yet she still managed to slip out of harm's way. That level of skill suited a vice president, Alan mused. Determined to surpass her, he resolved to push his speed even further. Suddenly, she requested a break and wondered aloud if he had cheated during the festival, noting how much faster he seemed now. Alan asked again, trying to be sure she truly felt that way. The words pleased him more than he expected. She replied that she needed some time to think over her strategy. Alan found himself surprised. Taking a break just to come up with a plan was unexpected. He inquired whether she could spare a moment. With a warm smile, Surety nodded and offered heartfelt thanks for the support. The hero considered himself the luckiest person alive. Meanwhile, she vanished into the shimmer of the night right in the middle of the tournament. The coach rushed over, and Alan ordered a stretcher to be brought in. In the end, they declared him the winner. An hour slipped by. In the classroom, friends debated the details of the duel, while the protagonist lamented an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Leah offered her praise. Despite a few unexpected twists, his performance proved admirable. Rose, curious, asked which club he had chosen to join. He replied that he hadn't made up his mind yet. Everything appealed to him, but nothing felt quite right. His friends grew disappointed, while he wondered in surprise if he had said something wrong. At that moment, Leah suddenly burst out with an idea. The suggestion emerged to create a club of their own. Friends exchanged surprised glances, while Leah turned her attention toward the protagonist. Perhaps he would be interested in starting some training sessions. Together, they could even form their own training club. A hint of uncertainty crossed the boy's face, yet he reluctantly admitted that the idea truly made sense. The girls lit up with excitement, bouncing on their toes. The idea that simply training together could officially be called a club filled them with delight. Imagination swept them forward, carrying their thoughts to distant horizons. In that moment, Leah sensed that at last, something long awaited was within reach. Finally secured a legitimate reason to spend 3 whole years by his side. Rose's joy grew even greater at the prospect of honing her sword skills by his side. Both girls eagerly declared that training must begin at once, then dashed off together. Left behind, the protagonist fell into thoughtful silence. Could it be that they truly wished to train so eagerly? A gentle warmth blossomed deep within, filling his heart with quiet happiness. Within minutes, they burst into the classroom, clutching their newly acquired club permit. Leah announced her intention to serve as their advisor, while Rose read aloud the club's requirements, emphasizing the need for at least 3 members. What a perfect fit, 3 of them in total. The surprising speed of it all left the hero momentarily speechless. Rose mentioned that it was time to fill out the application. He would be the leader, while Leah and Rose would serve as members. Soon after, the moment came to choose a name for their new team. Without hesitation, he put forward a straightforward name, Training Club. Then, turning to the others, he asked for their opinions on it. The girls voiced no objections. Next arose the matter of where to hold their training sessions. With a weary murmur, the hero suggested a quiet corner of the schoolyard. Just then, Tessa and her classmates peeked inside and asked what was happening. The moment they heard about the new club, their faces lit up with excitement as they eagerly expressed their desire to join. The girl mentioned her interest in combining training with swimming. The protagonist advised her not to rush, reminding everyone that they had not yet decided what activity to focus on. Tessa assumed that since the main character was present, this had to be the training club. The girl beside her confirmed it. The star of the club stood before them. Leah encouraged everyone interested to write their names on the list. As soon as registration wrapped up, training would begin right away. The participants welcomed the idea, their faces lighting up with genuine enthusiasm. The first training sessions soon began, marking the birth of their club. On the school grounds, they stood silently with swords in hand, an odd yet determined group. Ahead of them awaited a modest tournament, promising new challenges. The main character remained completely unaware and felt a surge of surprise. Leo inquired how it was possible that he had never heard about the competition between the clubs. Each club sends a team of 3 to compete in the tournament. The battles continue until only one is left standing. The winning club claims the prize. Rose mentioned this would be nothing short of a true war. After reading the rules, the hero marveled at the stark contrast between first and last place. Leah mentioned that all first-year students must participate, except for the members of the student council. Due to the fate of the newcomers, the use of battle armor was banned. Rose remarked that now it would be a true contest between master swordsmen. After reviewing the budget, the hero wondered aloud if the funds would be enough. Lee suggested joining forces with other clubs to purchase equipment together. The idea struck everyone as excellent. The matter of who would represent the club arose. Tessa declined, focusing on his judo competition. Another girl had already committed to the swimming club. Only a handful of potential volunteers remained. The hero referred to those who had already joined other clubs. Everyone raised their hands, except for Leah and Rose. Their silence came as no surprise. Leah announced that the 3 of them would take the stage together. Rose remarked that, as usual, only they remained. Gathered in a circle, everyone vowed to do whatever it took to achieve victory. With that promise, the tournament officially began. Conversations buzzed quietly among the participants. Two sturdy young men boldly declared their intention to prove themselves this time. Last year's humiliating defeat left them wishing they could vanish without a trace. Now, their focus sharpened to a single goal, victory. Even the student council seemed destined for an upset. The crowd watched with fascination as the tension mounted. Every nerve in the hero's body sensed the electric atmosphere. Leah offered some perspective. This match was a lifeline for the major clubs, a battle for their survival. For Rose, it was a clash of elites, a struggle at the highest level. The hero agreed, recognizing that facing opponents who give their all would serve as an excellent test for their trio. The host finally announced the official start of the competition for the club's budget. Last year's champion stepped forward to lead the opening ceremony. The president of the student council, Zia Custoria, stepped onto the stage and welcomed everyone gathered for the event. The hero turned to Leah and wondered if being the head meant she was strong. Leah replied without hesitation. Every academy head was a real beast in their own right. Rose explained that just last year, Zia was only a first-year student, yet she managed to defeat a third-year member of the fencing club. Her technique is marked by absolute, unwavering control. The hero found himself wishing to witness firsthand how they handled a sword. The head of the council formally declared the competition open. An assistant announced the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Time passed, and the hero's companions stepped up to meet the challenge. One of them revealed her true fighting spirit. Following their latest victory, Lee remarked that their club had surged ahead. Rose chimed in, praising their excellent start. Confidence filled the hero. The fundamentals of fencing had proven effective. The host announced the final stage, where the strongest would clash in the arena. The training group had already gained a reputation as a secretive brotherhood wielding swords. Soon, their paths would cross again as warriors. The training club earned the nickname Dark Horse. To the protagonist, this sounded like a tasteless performance orchestrated by their own team. The announcer revealed that their opponent would be the reigning champion from the Academy of 1,000 Swords. At the forefront stands Lilamut Saren, the diligent secretary. At the foundation, the meticulous accountant Teresa Mac-Delot keeps everything in order. Overseeing the entire team is the council chairperson, Zia Custoria. The vice president announced that the defeated must leave the country. These words sparked outrage in the hero, who could not understand how exile could serve as a fitting punishment. The announcer summoned Leah and Lilamut to the arena, signaling the start of the match. The hero offered a few words of encouragement, wishing them luck. Rose, with a hint of concern, wondered aloud if there was room for mistakes. Her friend responded with quiet confidence, assuring her that everything would turn out fine. Mia charged forward to launch the first attack, pouring all her effort into the assault, yet defeat awaited her despite her determination. The judge declared the fight over, naming Lilamut, the champion of the vanguard, as the victor. In the main event, Teresa emerged victorious, securing the win for the student council. Lilamut remarked that it had been an easy match, but Teresa disagreed, insisting their opponents were almost on par with them. These students, could they really be just first years? With a hint of sadness in her voice, Leo apologized to her friends. Rose remarked that luck simply hadn't been on their side this time. The hero responded with calm reassurance, pointing out that securing second place was already a remarkable accomplishment. A faint regret lingered in him for not having stepped forward to face the head of the council in battle. The host announced the start of the award ceremony. Suddenly, Zia stepped forward, requesting a moment to speak. With a calm yet clear voice, she declared that the champion of the tournament was, in fact, the story's true protagonist. She noticed that the most intense battles had already passed, yet the decisive showdown still awaited. Neither she nor Alan had been part of those clashes, and in her mind, that felt a bit unfair. A wave of joy washed over the hero, surprised by an opportunity he never dared to hope for. Yet something still felt missing in his life. Deep down, a genuine desire stirred within him to challenge the head of the council. Grateful for her honesty, he offered his thanks. With a determined nod, she replied that it was time to move forward. Every team voiced their support for the decision. The host then confirmed that the main match would take place as planned. Concern filled the air between friends. Lee urged caution, her words gentle but insistent. Rose remarked that the council girls possessed astonishing strength. Alan offered a reassuring smile and assured them he understood. As he stepped onto the arena, Zia mentioned she had heard quite a bit about him. The hero quipped that not all of it was probably flattering. She agreed and added that she intended to tame this devil. Today, a warm amiability radiated from him, masking any hint of rivalry. Still, it was time to set feelings aside. Real fencing awaited just ahead. The hero accepted the challenge. The host introduced them, the troublesome student, Ailen Ray Doroa, suspended just 1 week after enrolling, and the heiress of the Acastoria family. At her signal, the battle commenced. The hero launched the first attack, swiftly employing the flying shadow technique, but she sidestepped with ease. Her mist technique worked flawlessly. A wave of surprise washed over him as he wondered how she had managed to foresee this. Alan unleashed the cloud style and executed the feathery clouds technique, but his efforts proved futile. She slipped past every strike with effortless grace. Pearls mentioned having heard of his unique style, yet wasted no time in launching a counterattack herself. A word of praise from her registered instantly as her nervous system responded to his movement. Grateful for her efforts, the hero reflected on how she had managed to parry even the strike from his cloud technique. Her swift reaction left him genuinely impressed. She asked again, wondering if that was all he had to offer. If not, she wanted him to reveal his true strength. Confronted by her skill, he acknowledged that her mastery of the basics surpassed his own. The squad leader took note of his progress. He had indeed grown stronger, though his movements remained too easy to read. The protagonist calmly responded that this was only the beginning. Alan unleashed the Sakura style and executed the mirror slash technique. For a moment, victory appeared to be his. Her fist tensed, ready to strike back, yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. The figure had truly vanished. Eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of him, but the effort proved fruitless. Wasting no time, the hero delivered a fifth sword strike, yet her skill allowed her to withstand the attack. Zia remarked that the blow had force but lacked speed. She didn't even deem it necessary to parry in earnest. Realization dawned upon the hero as he noticed her keen gaze uncovering every vulnerable part of him in an instant. Zia offered a gentle smile and asked what he intended to reveal next, wondering if that was truly the extent of his abilities. Frustration fueled Alan as he launched himself into a furious assault. The announcer remarked that the council head deflected each of his blows with effortless precision. Leah whispered a silent prayer for his endurance, while Rose marveled at the skill on display. The hero pressed on in the battle, silently acknowledging the perfection of her technique. Every parry, every strike, and each calculated movement spoke of a true master at work. Without hesitation, she sensed his lack of experience. Despite everything, facing a warrior of this caliber filled the hero with an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. The thrill of the contest drew him in more with each passing moment. Urging himself onward with increasing desperation, he dreamed of outpacing his formidable rival, willing to spend every last ounce of strength for victory. Suddenly, her sword snapped in two. Disbelief washed over her, leaving her momentarily stunned and uncertain. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. The outcome caught even Alan by surprise. An unexpected defeat for the council head filled Leah with delight. She offered her friend heartfelt praise, and Rose, brimming with curiosity, eagerly inquired about the technique he had used. Just then, the announcer declared that Alan had delivered a truly remarkable performance. A swirl of confusion clouded his mind, leaving him uncertain of his own emotions. He turned to his rival and asked if she was all right. With a light-hearted smile, she assured him that she hadn't suffered a single scratch. Candidly, she admitted she had expected the match to end in a draw. Later, while the friends were having lunch in the cafeteria, Zia appeared and asked Alan if she could speak with him for a moment. Surprise flickered across his face at the sight of the council head. With a gentle smile, she apologized for interrupting his meal. Whispers spread among the students as they wondered if the head herself had truly come to see him. Speculation buzzed about what trouble he might have caused this time. She invited him to the council office. He tried to delay, saying he would come later, but she persisted. In a soft voice, Leah suggested that Rose follow after them, but Rose replied that he should at least finish his meal first. In the quiet of the office, Zia posed her question bluntly, asking if he had let her win during their match on purpose. The hero rushed to deny it, but she cut him off sharply, insisting there was no need to lie. She pressed further, wanting to know exactly which blow had shattered her sword. The hero admitted honestly that he couldn't say. That power had not been his own, as if something else entirely had lent him its strength. With a steady voice, she explained that his actions had left her emotionally scarred, and insisted he take responsibility for the pain he had caused. A wave of fear washed over the hero, haunted by the possibility that he might have truly hurt her. Uncertainty tangled his thoughts, unsure of his next move, yet with calm assurance she replied, stating that the solution was straightforward. Without a trace of a smile, she continued, explaining that he had humiliated her in front of everyone. As restitution, she expected him to join the student council as a public figure. Surprise flickered across the hero's face. Was this truly a punishment for causing an emotional wound? She affirmed it, explaining that his victory had shattered her reputation. he protested, insisting that he simply ran a training club. Teresa and Lilimut pressed in on him, their words sharp and persistent. Refusing would mean passing up a partnership with Zia, someone truly exceptional. Participation in school life dangled before him, tempting and elusive. Confusion crept over the protagonist. What was this if not blackmail? According to their assurances, being a public figure did not require much effort. Attending council luncheons would suffice. He promoted his own style, and that arrangement suited them perfectly. She looked him in the eyes and asked directly whether he was with them or not. The hero began to express his gratitude for the offer, yet hesitation lingered in his words as he searched for the right response. Suddenly, his friends burst into the office, clearly determined not to let go of their hero. Their club stood united and refused to lose its leader. Alan certainly hadn't expected to see them here. Zia leaned over and asked with curiosity if these were the girls from the training club. Leah reiterated her stance, declaring their club leader a true hero and vowing not to let anyone take him away. Zia frowned, annoyed by all the commotion over something so trivial. All that was required, she said, was for him to join the lunch meetings. Leah objected, insisting he always shared lunch with them anyway. Rose spoke up as well, determined to protect those precious moments from being stolen. Out of the blue, Zia extended an invitation for them to join the student council. Now, everyone waited to hear their response. The girls exchanged uncertain glances, caught off guard by such an unexpected offer. Zia calmly explained that there is always work available for public figures and expressed her sincere hope that they would join her team. The group will head to the resort in the summer. Boys and girls alike will spend their days clad in swimsuits, balancing training sessions with leisurely relaxation from morning until evening. What do you think? Surprise flickered across the hero's face as he asked why everyone had stopped moving. Suddenly, his friends began urging him to join in, assuring him that the council head was a truly remarkable person. Disbelief flickered across his face as he turned to Zia, eager to know what she had told them. Zia simply smiled, her expression serene, and replied that it was nothing out of the ordinary, only a brief explanation of a few details. The decisive moment arrived. Everyone waited to see what his choice would be, whether he would join the council or not. His friends gazed at him with pleading eyes, silently urging him to accept. Realizing resistance was futile, the hero finally agreed to join the council. While Saya and her friends celebrated with delight, Lilimut quietly warned that trouble was waiting for him ahead, and, as fate would have it, all because of the girls. An hour slipped by, and the newly formed student council gathered for its very first meeting. The first order of business, introductions. The first to introduce herself was Lilimut Sarin, the council's secretary from Class A of the second year. Next in line stood Teresa Maidalot, an accountant and a fellow second-year student from Group A. She made it clear that she expected to be treated with respect. Next up was Zia, also a second-year student from Group A with a bright smile. She encouraged everyone to work together harmoniously and keep the atmosphere cheerful. The hero's friends took their turn introducing themselves. Zia mentioned she had delegated all her responsibilities to her deputy, assuring the group that she would have plenty of free time ahead. Lilimut explained that during their regular meetings, the group simply shares a meal together. At present, the hero remains in Jernaria Empire without legal status. Disbelief flashed across his friends' faces. The notion seemed impossible. This was the infamous Dark Realm, notorious for its forbidden magic. The council leader explained that, when they were deciding on the punishment, she had jokingly claimed she wanted a blood-red diamond. To her surprise, he had actually set out in search of one. Such gems could only be found in that treacherous place. What a fool he was. Lilimut suggested putting an end to this senseless tale and having a peaceful meal. Teresa agreed, and a hush fell over the group. After a moment, Zia revealed that the decision about their summer vacation destination had already been made. Lilimut exclaimed with excitement, certain that the main character would be amazed. At the top of Mount Vicheria, a resort awaits, attracting celebrities looking for relaxation. Teresa, clearly annoyed, interrupted. Those were supposed to be her words. Yet her friend paid no attention and continued speaking, recalling how they had organized a barbecue at the villa last year. At last, Teresa gathered the courage to try and interject. She noted that the most important feature was the private beach beside the villas. Alan admitted he had never seen the sea before. The group looked at him in surprise while a blush crept onto his cheeks, revealing he had grown up in the mountains. She gave him a playful wink, wondering if witnessing the sea for the first time might set him at ease. The sudden awkwardness of Lee and Rose did not go unnoticed. Zia steered the conversation in a new direction, mentioning the upcoming summer camp and pointing out that everyone must be preparing for exams. Hiro and Leah nodded in agreement, while Rose calmly admitted that she hadn't studied at all. The friends could hardly believe what they had just heard. With wide eyes, she asked again, genuinely puzzled, what was so unusual about it. Enrolling in the Academy of 1,000 Swords, she sought to refine both her Sakura style and her one-handed swordsmanship. Every day revolved around rigorous training rather than academic pursuits. Frustration simmered in Teresa as she remembered the consequences of failing her exams. Summer would slip by in a haze of extra classes, and the chance to head to camp with her friends would vanish. The color drained from every face. From that moment on, the hero and Leah dedicated themselves to preparing Rose for her exams each day. Together, they worked through practice tests from previous years, with nothing left but to hope that luck would favor her. After a while, Teresa returned the graded assignments. Curiosity sparked in Leah, so she leaned over to ask Alan how he had done. Alan replied that he had done well, but Leah herself had achieved the highest score. He offered her genuine praise for her accomplishment. Then, attention shifted to Rose as everyone waited to hear her results. With a bright smile, Rose announced her success. She had passed. She cleared the minimum threshold. Joy lit up her friends' faces. Gratitude filled her words as she thanked them, acknowledging their help as the reason for her joy. Excitement sparkled in Leah's voice when she exclaimed that they were all heading to summer camp together. The anticipation was almost too much for her. Meanwhile, a thought crossed the hero's mind, wondering why their first stop was the council chairman's house instead of going straight to the airport. The following day, everyone gathered at the academy before heading out to her estate. The sheer size of the mansion left the hero visibly astonished. Leah calmly explained that, given her status, such grandeur was only natural. The Acastoria family stands among the most renowned, with its members holding prominent positions within the Ringard government. In her hometown, everyone recognizes that name. News had never captured his attention, so he laughed off the idea. That world simply didn't interest him. In that moment, her voice rang out as she called him over, gathering her group together. Warm greetings were exchanged among everyone. She inquired about his thoughts on her new outfit, wondering if it suited her. He assured her that she looked wonderful. Grateful, she thanked him and invited everyone to follow her. The group stepped onto a wide clearing, where a colossal airplane stood before them. Awe filled Alan as he gazed upon the aircraft, seeing it with his own eyes for the very first time. Never before had he set foot on an aircraft. The explanation came swiftly. This was the Acastoria family's private plane. Leah inquired whether only council members would be traveling. She replied that the consultant would arrive later. With that, she ordered everyone to board, cutting the conversation short. An hour slipped by before they finally reached their destination. Leah pointed out the breathtaking scene before them, a boundless blue sea stretching endlessly into the horizon. A wave of happiness washed over the hero as he realized this was the sea, endless, boundless, just as his mother had once described. Wonder filled his breath as he gazed at the breathtaking beauty before him. Zia mentioned that the villa needed cleaning first. Curious, her friends wondered if they should join in and help tidy up as well. Zia firmly declared that there would be no cleaning, insisting they could handle it themselves. Lilmuth quietly smiled to herself, knowing the true reason lay in the mess in the head's room and the scattered laundry. She suggested to her friends that they take a break by the sea. The protagonist quietly noted to himself how inviting that sounded. After allowing themselves a moment to unwind, the group made their way toward the villa. Warmth and hospitality greeted them at the entrance. Astonishment filled the hero's eyes as the immense villa came into view. Rose observed the surroundings, noting the air of exclusivity and refined luxury that defined every detail. Noticing a net filled with watermelons, the group inquired about its purpose. The explanation revealed a traditional game where participants, blindfolded, must find and smash a watermelon. Enthusiasm sparkled in Leah's eyes as she eagerly suggested they give it a try later. In that instant, an angry crowd burst into the villa. Their leader seized Leah by the wrist. The group rushed forward to help, bewilderment clouding their faces as chaos erupted. The leader shoved Alan aside, making space for his own next move. Standing back to back, the allies braced themselves as the hero counted nearly 20 adversaries. Curiosity edged his voice as he demanded to know their identities. The leader shouted his command that no negotiations would be held and the princess would meet her end right there. With swift determination, Leah unleashed a brilliant flash and launched her attack. Rose shouted for everyone to run, yet the gang leader barked orders to block the exit. With a shout, he commanded that no one be allowed to leave and ordered his men to surround everyone. Leah unleashed the Supreme King's style, Alan summoned the Eighth Blade, and Rose demonstrated the one-handed technique of blooming Sakura. The hero unleashed a tremendous blow, performing the Yatagarasu, Sakura flash technique. The enemies lay defeated, their ranks scattered in disarray. Their leader, groaning in disbelief, muttered under his breath, struggling to comprehend how a group of mere children could have bested them. Alan conceded defeat, acknowledging that the battle was lost and resistance was no longer an option for them. Turning to Rose, he asked her to summon the knights before approaching Lee. She inquired if she had been their target. The hero confirmed with a nod, explaining that they had called her a princess. One of the enemies staggered to his feet, his jaw clenched in fury as he growled, intent on finishing off the so-called freak, the hero. His companion, eyeing him warily, questioned whether he had lost his senses. The leader replied that the mission had failed, and the higher-ups would execute them regardless. Taking a chance now seemed the only option worth considering. At that moment, the entire gang began to morph into terrifying monsters. Uncertainty gripped the friends as confusion spread among them. Suddenly, the truth dawned on the hero. Every opponent was shielded by armor forged from their own hearts. Leah noticed the enemy's strange behavior right away. Alan agreed with her observation. There was something off about their spiritual armor, its instability baffling him. The leader's blow landed with astonishing force, leaving the hero reeling in disbelief. It was merely a single sweeping hook. The force of that blow shattered the beach into pieces. An astonishing strength surged through him, leaving others to wonder at its origin. In that instant, Leah shifted into the interception style, seamlessly followed by the Fafnir technique. The hero acknowledged her swift response, understanding that his moment to act would come next. A group of monsters drew closer to them. One among the creatures declared that this would be their end. The hero noticed a remarkable change. The leader's physical strength had increased as well. Something unusual was happening here. In response, Leah unleashed a powerful strike, channeling the regal force of the Supreme King's style. Suddenly, the leader seized her by the ankle and declared, if she is killed, they will be saved. Leah. A sudden cry escaped her lips, demanding he let go. The hero's stern warning about the danger echoed between them. In that instant, everything became clear before her eyes. At that very moment, the hero shielded her with his own body. Without warning, they found themselves trapped behind a barrier of ice. No one could say where this shield had come from. The leader made several attempts to slice through it, but every effort proved futile. Fury flashed across his face as he shouted, demanding to know what kind of cursed defense this was and if his opponent was truly invulnerable. At that very moment, a mysterious figure emerged, wielding the chilling power of the ice spear style, and shattered the enemies with a single, decisive strike. The barrier shattered, revealing Sid calmly seated before them, as if nothing unusual had occurred. With a curious tilt of his head, he asked if they were having trouble with those fish. Confusion swept over everyone, uncertain whether it was his sudden appearance or the way he casually called the enemy little fish that unsettled them more. Ferris appeared nearby, clearly annoyed, and demanded that Sid do something about his freezer. It was unbearably cold. He offered an apology, while she complained that it was impossible to enjoy a tropical vacation in such icy conditions. Astonishment filled the hero's eyes as he observed them, unable to comprehend why people from the Academy of the Ice King had appeared in this place. The question was plain on his face. Ferris let out a laugh, explaining that their own student council was also holding a summer camp here. The protagonist, still unsure, turned to Sid and wondered aloud if Ferris was his subordinate. Sid replied indignantly, asking what difference it made. The protagonist calmly answered that it was nothing, only that he hadn't expected it. The girl burst into laughter once more, teasing, "When you think about it, he really is a bit crazy, isn't he?" Sid bristled at her words. What did she mean? When you think about it, he certainly wasn't an idiot. Ferris offered a gentle smile, as if to say, "Don't worry, you're charming for a human." Observing Sid's courteous behavior towards Ferris, the hero couldn't help but wonder about the nature of their relationship. A helicopter unexpectedly appeared above them. Once it touched down, Leah emerged along with her assistant, number 18. Alan was taken aback to see her here as well. The young woman inquired about how they were spending their time, her hopeful tone suggesting she wished everything was going splendidly. Leah asked again if she had really been allowed to come. The girl replied that she had been dying of boredom, and this was her only chance. Escape had become inevitable. When Ferris appeared, Leah turned and asked what brought her here. A bold reply slipped from her lips. She insisted she had every right to wonder why she must endure the sight of that awkward face during her long-awaited break. The word struck a nerve in Leah, sparking anger, as she tried to comprehend what exactly the fox-faced humanoid had just said. At that moment, Rose appeared with a squad of knights. Their commander announced with authority that they were the Holy Knights, arriving to save everyone. However, upon reaching the battlefield, they saw that the enemies had already been defeated. Without wasting time, the commander ordered his men to call for a rescue team. With a hint of regret, Rose admitted her slight tardiness, confessing she hadn't realized how far the Night Watch office was. the hero reassured her that it was no trouble at all and offered his thanks. Noticing a group from another academy, she turned her attention to them and inquired why the Academy of the Ice King had come here. At that moment, the leader of the knights raised the crystal and announced that it was a phantom pill. Apparently, the entire gang had taken it. He swiftly ordered his men to contact headquarters without delay. The hero looked on in astonishment, realizing that the pill was made from a phantom crystal. The sudden surge of strength and the appearance of soul armor suggested a connection to these mysterious pills. All signs pointed to Leah as the main target. At that moment, Zia arrived with her friends. She apologized for being late and asked what had happened. The protagonist briefly explained the situation. After listening intently, she suddenly introduced an unusual suggestion, an idea sparked by the incident itself. The suggestion to hold a summer camp together with the Ice King Academy left everyone puzzled. The hero broke the silence first, declaring that this would be no simple vacation, but a true descent into madness. The thought nagged at him. The true target of the enemies was undoubtedly Leah. A suspicion lingered that they might be agents from a rival nation or an unfamiliar organization. Sometimes he forgot that Leah bore the title of princess, but trouble always seemed to gather wherever she went. Still, any chance to help her drove him to act without hesitation. Suddenly, shouts from his friends shattered his focus. Glancing back, I saw all our allies already dressed in their swimsuits. Leah offered a quick apology for arriving late. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Rose asked what he thought of their appearance. Flustered, the hero's cheeks turned red as he mumbled a compliment, saying they looked wonderful. Lilimut remarked that much was obvious. Teresa pointed out that his eyes already gave everything away. Only the director remained watchful, her expression guarded. She asked if he had any resistance to girls at all. Embarrassed, the hero pleaded with her not to mock him. With everyone gathered, she announced it was time to set off. A joint summer camp with their rivals lies ahead, offering the perfect chance to make every moment count. The thought crossed the hero's mind. Where was their principal? Perhaps she had already changed and rushed straight to the sea. Was she truly the one leading them? Upon the allies' arrival at the shore, Kane greeted them warmly. A broad smile on his face, he announced their arrival at the private beach of the Ice King Academy. He had looked forward to this meeting for quite some time. The hero found himself surprised. Was this truly the same Kane, and did Kane still remember him after all this time? The protagonist asked Sid whether Kane had always been so calm. Sid looked puzzled and wondered what he meant. The protagonist quickly apologized, not wanting to offend anyone. Sid then explained that Kane had changed after the sacred festival. After losing to the hero, that fool willingly sealed himself away for 100 years. Solitude chipped away at his sanity, and in the end, the weight of a century spent in oblivion left deep scars on his mind. Kane himself rushed over to them at that moment and explained that a hero's spiritual power was a gift from the gods. Unfortunately, he confessed that he could not endure this path and had lost his mind along the way. He inquired if it was acceptable to call the hero a deity. Embarrassment washed over the hero, who quickly asked not to hear such words again. With a look of disgust, Sid turned away, clearly irritated by the entire exchange. At that moment, Leah called her friends over, inviting them to join her since they had already arrived. With the training schedule worked out with Ferris, she now knew exactly what they would be doing. Surprise washed over everyone as their director began to speak about work. Indignation flickered across her face, as if questioning what opinions they truly held about her. Ferris quickly suggested organizing a competition at sea and on the beach. Lee responded without hesitation, boasting that her team would surely claim victory. With a sly grin, Ferris shot back, wondering aloud if Lee had perhaps spent too much time under the sun. The hero watched them, quietly acknowledging that it was all starting up again. The headmistress of the Ice King Academy suggested starting with a lesson in beach volleyball. Alan and Leah formed the first team, while Sid and Kane lined up as the second. With a spark of determination, Leah rallied her team forward. Meanwhile, Ferris cast a stern warning to her own group, making it clear that defeat would not go unpunished. The game began, tension thick in the air. The teams stepped onto the field, and in no time, the Thousand Swords Academy surged ahead, quickly taking the lead. Several rounds into the battle, the hero called out to Leah, declaring that the critical moment had arrived and urging her to stay focused. The ball sailed over, yet Sid shouted that he was a weakling and countered with an ice wolf strike. The hero responded with the cloud with white scales technique, yet no matter how determined the effort, defeat followed. Ferris announced the score, 21-19. Victory belonged to the Ice King Academy. Zia announced that the next event would be a beachside capture the flag competition. Sid warned Kane to stay out of his way. Kane replied he wasn't new to this place. Only then did she realize she was facing a true man. At the sound of the command, Sid bursts forward with explosive speed, unleashing the Trojan horse style. With determination blazing in his eyes, he declares, "This flag is mine." Ferris offered her praise, remarking that he had done an excellent job. Sid reminded himself to stay more alert. Meanwhile, Ferris cheered with delight, calling out that their boy was the very best. Zia chimed in with a note that the decisive round was just about to begin. So passed the Academy Representatives' Day. As evening settled in, the hero replayed the events of the previous day in his mind. Reflecting on the day, the hero realized that although weariness lingered, the hours had been remarkably productive. Facing rivals in competition brought genuine motivation. Training alone certainly has its advantages, yet practicing together holds its own importance and brings a sense of enjoyment. Upon returning to the room, he mentioned that he had just arrived. Awaiting him there were Zia and Ferris, both noticeably unsettled, their unusual state impossible to miss. The hero offered a greeting but froze in place. The room's mood shifted abruptly. On the table, he noticed truffles with champagne flowed freely. Both Teresa and Lilimut found themselves in a similar state. The secretary suddenly declared she would fight with the mighty sword Excalibur, while the bookkeeper insisted on defending herself with a magical shield. Grabbing him firmly by the arms, they pulled him closer and, wearing sly smiles, invited him to have a conversation with them. Out of nowhere, Rose appeared before him. He asked if she was heading there as well. She adjusted her hair and clarified, did he mean the truffles with champagne? Yes, she had tasted them. In her family, an impressive resistance to alcohol was nothing out of the ordinary. Casting a glance around the room, she noticed the others already sleeping soundly, lost to the world. She commented that they were simply too weak. The hero agreed, declaring truffles off-limits from that moment on. Turning his attention elsewhere, he inquired about how Leah was doing. Rose explained that although Lee felt uneasy after the attack, she hid her worries to keep everyone else from being concerned. Strength radiated from her, and at the moment, she was truly all right. Lost in thought, the hero wondered how he could help as her friend. Rose agreed quietly. Once everyone had disappeared into their rooms, a heavy sigh escaped him, only to be cut short by a sudden start. Leah stood before him. With calm certainty, she revealed that she had been waiting. Apologizing for the late visit, she explained that she needed to discuss the group responsible for attacking her. Wasting no time, she got straight to the point. These could be mercenaries wielding dark magic, or perhaps agents from the Holy Renarian Empire. At present, she is investigating both possibilities. News reached her that 20 prisoners, escorted by the Holy Knights, had been killed. The attack occurred while they were being transferred to the prison. The authorities confirmed this grim report. The hero stood frozen, astonished that murder had taken place. The director went on to explain that, according to the autopsy results, the bodies had been completely incinerated, reduced entirely to ash. The involvement of a tablet made from a phantom crystal had been confirmed. A memory resurfaced for the hero, the sight of the gang leader swallowing a mysterious pill. Leah offered her theory. Today's attack served as a field test for these tablets, with the ultimate goal being her abduction. Those 20 attackers must have been nothing more than test subjects. The real masterminds behind the group were unwavering zealots. Leah warned that caution was essential. The hero wondered aloud why she confided in him alone and not the whole group. Leah seemed on the verge of sharing something significant about him, yet reconsidered at the last moment, deciding instead that, for now, silence was for the best. The following day, while the sun blazed overhead, something extraordinary occurred. Bubbles surfaced above the sea. Suddenly, the water around them began to boil, and their friends toppled into the sea straight from their floating rings. Sid and Kane, always up to mischief, decided to play a prank that would send chills down everyone's spine. The day drifted by with carefree abandon. Some chatted merrily, others sculpted grand sandcastles. Evening finally arrived as their joyful adventures continued without pause. As evening settled in, Ferris welcomed the students of the Thousand Swords Academy to her villa. She treated everyone to a delectable barbecue prepared with family recipes known for their extraordinary flavor. The table overflowed with food, and the hero realized this was exactly what he needed right now. Everyone exchanged well wishes for a delicious meal, and so the banquet commenced. As Sid walked by his friends, he suddenly snatched the fish right out of Lee's hands, just as she was about to take a bite. Lee let out a yell, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Sid gripped the fish firmly, remarking that in his opinion, this particular species was highly venomous. Ferris did not believe him, insisting that local fishermen had already inspected the fish. Sid remained skeptical, doubting that they had conducted a thorough examination. Orders rang out to gather every fish from the villa, as he insisted on inspecting each one himself. The hero couldn't help but feel surprised, wondering if this man truly knew anything about fish. Kane, brimming with pride, declared that Sid was nothing less than a genuine fish expert. An astonished realization washed over the hero. Kine had been by his side all along, unnoticed. Kine continued to speak, explaining that Sita had grown up in a unique family where the pursuit of knowledge stood above all else. That made the hero certain Sita must be someone with an air of the mystical about her. Grateful words poured from him as he thanked Sid for rescuing Leah. Leah, too, expressed her heartfelt thanks, admitting she dared not imagine what could have happened if not for Sid's intervention. Sid, flustered by their gratitude, brushed off their praise and muttered that she was exaggerating. He had merely noticed by chance, and that hardly meant he'd intended to save anyone. And called her a fool. The protagonist noted that Sid had a kind heart, if only he could control his sharp tongue. Rose smiled and agreed. Alan suggested they put the incident behind them and focus on enjoying their dinner. Despite everything that had happened, the summer camp brought happiness and laughter. Wishing quietly that these peaceful days would last, he savored every moment. Later, fireworks lit up the night sky, and the group watched in awe. Leah proposed returning to camp again the following year. The suggestion delighted everyone. By the next morning, Leah and Ferris found themselves bickering once more, this time over a drawn game. Reflecting on the outcome, the hero realized that they had managed to bring everything to a satisfying conclusion. Unable to bear the ongoing arguments, Zia finally asked everyone to stop. A decision would be made during the festival of the Royal Sword. Noticing the astonishment on the students' faces, she offered an explanation. This was a festival where every fencing school competed for the title of the strongest swordsman. Sid sought clarification, asking if the festival's champion would truly be considered the winner. The hero saw no reason to object. With a nod, Sid agreed to the arrangement. Casting a determined gaze at the hero, he promised to repay his debt from the sacred festival. With a hint of challenge, he told him not to dare lose before then. Surprise flashed across the face of the girl from the Ice King Academy. She had just heard him call someone by name. Another girl exclaimed that his frosty heart had finally begun to thaw. Sid, clearly annoyed, ordered them to be quiet. Ferris couldn't help but laugh, deciding this was the perfect note to end on. Zia then remarked that it was time to head back. Everyone took their seats on the plane. With all differences resolved, the joint summer camp quietly drew to a close. Everyone had gone back to their homes. Leah inquired about the director's formal attire. The director explained that a gentleman would be visiting her today, so she was heading straight to the office. As the director departed, a young man dressed in extravagant attire stepped before the protagonist. The friends couldn't help but notice his attire, prompting the protagonist to ask whether he might be of noble birth. Suddenly, the young man lunged forward, unleashing the dominance and annihilation style in a powerful assault. The relentless barrage of attacks continued, each strike more furious than the last. Disbelief washed over the hero as he struggled to comprehend the source of such overwhelming power. Alan, seething with anger, shouted out, demanding to know what this madman thought he was doing. Shielding Leah with his own body, he shouted a fierce warning, demanding that the intruder stay away from her. Leah, caught off guard, called him Korat, never expecting to encounter him here. The hero, genuinely surprised, asked if she knew him. She introduced him as Kuroto Stroganoff, commander of the West Province Kingdom's Guard, and silently wondered when he had managed to rise to such a high rank. Kuroto greeted her, mentioning it had been a long time since they last met. At that moment, the principal appeared, and Kuroto leveled his sword at Leah, demanding an explanation. With a chill in her voice, Leah offered a curt greeting in return. The sight only fueled his anger, unable to accept that someone so insignificant could stand so close to the princess. The director noted that he was going a bit overboard. There was clearly something unusual about the relationship between those two. Outraged, Kuroto demanded to know what was meant by special relationship. Could it be possible they were a couple? Leah hurried to clarify, insisting that he had gotten it all wrong. In truth, she served as the hero's subordinate, in other words, his servant. Something snapped in the royal commander's mind. Stunned, he demanded clarification. Underling, slave. His gaze shifted to the princess in search of confirmation. Embarrassment washed over her as she nodded in confirmation. Kuroto's face drained of color, his body swayed unsteadily, and his mind simply could not bear the weight. He collapsed into unconsciousness. Their friends hurried over. The girl shook him gently, trying to wake him. The hero suggested they take him to the infirmary. Gradually returning to his senses, the boy sat up. The hero asked if he was all right. Spinning around with terror etched on his face, Kuroto's eyes blazed with dark resolve. That little pest would soon learn the true meaning of torment. He announced that he would tidy himself up a bit and return. Spinning on his heel, he strode away. Leah tried to stop him, but her effort was in vain. Amusement danced in her eyes as she barely managed to hold back laughter. The hero reflected that the whole scene had been harsh, perhaps the most unpleasant moment in recent memory. Meanwhile, Kuroda arrived at the kingdom and reported everything he had learned to the king. The king, stunned by the news, stared in disbelief and needed to hear it again. Someone had brought shame upon his daughter. Kuroda nodded in agreement, confirming that everything was exactly as described. Rage flared within the king. Such insolence could not be tolerated. He demanded the immediate capture of the scoundrel, vowing to deliver his own punishment personally. Upon the hero's arrival, the courtiers bowed deeply to the princess. She let out a quiet sigh and admitted that she had nearly forgotten the grandeur of such royal greetings. Afterward, she turned to the hero and apologized, confessing that she truly no longer remembered how things were done in the royal palace. The hero assured Leah that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Still, she met his gaze and quietly asked why his face told a different story. Uncertainty clouded his mind about the details Kuroda had relayed to the king, but the tone of the letter seethed with anger. Anxiety weighed on Leah as well. Her father had ordered her to bring Alan before him. Realizing there was no avoiding it, Alan resolved to explain everything in person, holding on to the hope that the king would understand. A court attendant approached with news that the carriage had arrived and advised to take care while boarding. Hostile gazes from the courtiers pressed in on the hero, stirring doubt deep within his soul about whether things would turn out well. Leah soon summoned him to the carriage, and before long, they arrived at the kingdom. Drawn closer to the castle, the hero found his gaze irresistibly fixed upon the majestic structure, its grandeur impossible to ignore. Noticing his fascination, Leah asked if it wasn't impressive. At the gates, the guards saluted. The princess had returned. The gates swung open. As they stepped onto the grounds, people gathered to greet Leah with genuine warmth. Observing the scene, the hero noticed even the guards welcomed her with respect, which made perfect sense considering she was the king's daughter. Stepping into the castle, Alan found himself awestruck by the opulent halls. The splendor around him felt like an entirely different world. Leah mentioned that although she hadn't visited for 3 months, she had still missed this place. She shared stories of growing up in this very place, recalling how she used to race down these corridors as a child. The hero smiled, the image coming to life effortlessly in his mind. With a curious glance, she wondered aloud if that was meant as a compliment. He replied with a playful look, inviting her to decide for herself. The courtier announced that their next destination would be His Majesty's chambers. She gently requested everyone to conduct themselves with utmost decorum. Extreme caution became his guiding principle as panic took hold. Uncertainty gnawed at him. How was one supposed to act around a king? Even the slightest misstep or careless word might spark an international incident. Noticing his unease, Leah offered her support. She reminded him that, above all, he was her friend, and in this place, he was their guest. Expressing gratitude for the support, the hero assured everyone that he would still strive to speak politely and maintain a formal tone. The king's name was familiar to him, yet a single glance revealed the unmistakable presence of true royalty. Suddenly, a smile spread across the king's face as he welcomed Leah home. She returned the greeting. Her father admitted he had been deeply worried about her. Gradually, the tension drained from the hero. He had imagined the king as someone entirely different, but standing before him now was simply a caring father. A kind word was already forming on his lips. Leah intended to introduce him, but Alan stepped forward himself, greeted the king, and introduced himself as a first-year student at the Academy of 1,000 Swords. Yet in an instant, the king's expression darkened. His voice took on a menacing edge as he inquired whether this was the infamous scoundrel. Unease crept over the hero, silently wondering what had caused such a sudden shift in the mood. The king continued, explaining that Kuroda had already told him everything about the boy. This was the very one who had seduced his daughter, corrupting both her mind and body. The king called him a repulsive scoundrel. Alan tried to insist it was all a misunderstanding, but the monarch silenced him with a stern command. He accused the hero of filling her head with flattery and seduction. The older, wiser man would not be deceived so easily. A single thought crossed the hero's mind. What a mess this is. Inwardly, the hero seized. Kuroda's lies had twisted everything beyond recognition. Just then, Leah's anger boiled over as she pleaded with her father to at least hear Alan out. The king, however, retorted sharply. This devil had even bewitched his precious daughter. No one would ever deceive him. Leah pressed on, insisting the hero was nothing like the rumors suggested. If only her father would listen for a moment then. The king accused the hero of brainwashing Leah, his anger sharp in every word. Offended, Leah cut in, calling his claim utter nonsense. The king waved the matter away, convinced this conversation had been pointless from the very start. In his eyes, the swordsman hardly fit the title of hero. Striving to calm the group, the hero's words fell on deaf ears. Lee pressed on, insisting that Alan possessed remarkable strength, reminding everyone that he had even bested Kuroda himself. The king paused in contemplation, then spoke, his voice measured. Since she insists so firmly, let her hero prove it through actions. Alan declared that if he managed to defeat the chosen swordsman of his own age, he would acknowledge him as the strongest in the kingdom. Stunned, the hero found it hard to believe what he had just heard. However, a loss would mean that Leah must leave the academy for good and her internship would end, with no chance of return. Alan repeated his words with a heavy tone, suggesting that Leah might not return. In response, Leah burst out indignantly, declaring such an idea absurd. The king ordered her to be silent. As her father, he would not tolerate any defiance. Anger flared in Leah, while the hero silently reflected that none of this would have happened if he hadn't come here with her. The king looked to the hero, inviting a response. There was still a final chance to turn away. Turning around and running away could also be considered a choice. The hero glanced at Leah and realized her determination. She intended to see her training through to the end. He answered calmly, indicating he understood everything. He asked for the rules to be explained once more. Victory would earn him the title of the strongest. A joyful light sparkled in Leah's eyes as she looked at him. In contrast, Kuroda declared with chilling finality that this would become his gravest mistake. The duel was set, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, on the main arena. The hero would soon face 3 opponents at once. Leah felt a wave of anxiety, knowing the stakes were dangerously high. With calm assurance, the hero replied that there was nothing. He gave his agreement. The royal commander escorted him to a room, gestured curtly at the door, and announced in a harsh voice that this would be his quarters, calling him a worm. Then, with mocking satisfaction, he wished him pleasant suffering and demanded to know whether he intended to cover up his filthy deeds. Unable to contain herself, Leah burst out in anger and declared that he was no coward. His name is Alan, and she insisted that they remember it. If anyone had complaints, or if they wanted something else, they should speak up. Kuroda stepped back and mumbled an apology, realizing he had gone too far. Leah, with a mocking smile, leaned in and asked what timid words had just escaped his lips. Kuroda turned to Alan and explained that, by the king's command, he would be keeping an eye on him. Alan's confusion was clear. The words "keep watch" left him wondering what exactly that might entail. The commander clarified that his own room lay directly across the hall. Should the hero wish to leave, he must give notice in advance. Failing to do so would result in a report being made. To the king, Kuroda added that although he was certain the hero would lose, the man still deserved a good rest before the battle. Leah shot back that Alan would win. Sticking out her tongue at Kuroda, she wished him good night and started to leave. With a look of surprise, Alan asked why Leah planned to spend the night in his room with that dull fellow when her own quarters were upstairs. Embarrassment washed over the girl. Honestly, the thought had never even crossed her mind. Outraged, Kuroda demanded to know if that degenerate truly brought the princess to his quarters every day. Lee bristled, her temper flaring as she insisted things were nothing like that. This hero nodded in agreement, backing up her claim. She asked Alan to escort her to her chambers, wished him good night, and then departed. Left alone, Alan pondered gloomily how his reputation was slipping into ruin. Wondering how events took such a turn, he recalled his only intention had been to speak with Leah's father. Now complete isolation enveloped him. He stretched out on the bed and let his thoughts drift. An overwhelming sense of loneliness settled over him, deeper than anything he had known before. Leah had always been by his side. Should defeat come tomorrow, their paths would never cross again. Such an outcome is out of the question for him. The desire to return to the academy by her side fuels his every thought. With that resolve, he made up his mind. Tomorrow, victory would be his. For now, rest was what he needed most. The next day brought everyone together at the main arena. Standing nearby, Kuroda muttered that the slug didn't have much time left. They needed to move. Alan let out a weary sigh, feeling weighed down by her harsh attitude. He was led into one of the rooms. Curious about their location, he asked where they were. The woman explained that this was the armory for the combatants. According to the arena's rules, personal weapons were forbidden, so he could choose any sword he liked. The thought crossed the hero's mind that this had been arranged so everyone would compete on equal footing, ensuring that the quality of their blades would not affect the outcome. The commander remarked that although the weapon was impressive, it would do him no good. Grateful for the opportunity, the hero realized this might be the only moment to speak with her. He called out to her and began to apologize for what had happened the previous day. Grabbing him by the tie, she yanked him closer, a sharp memory flashing through her mind. He had seen her naked. He wouldn't get off that easily. He needed to choose his sword quickly. She was eager to return to the princess. The hero selected a sword, and Kuroda instructed him to follow her. Alan noted to himself that she didn't even seem interested. No effort was made to mend the relationship. She simply pointed toward the arena's entrance and instructed that he should step out as soon as his name was called. Should he truly be the person she expects, today will serve as his moment to prove it. Today he was destined to leave the arena as a victor. Meanwhile, the announcer stepped forward, offering apologies for the delay and sharing the latest news. A special duel was announced as Alan Rodaruya, the most notorious trickster who once seduced the princess, emerged from the western gate. The crowd erupted from the stands, shouting for him to leave. Outraged murmurs rippled through the spectators. The man had played with the heart of their beloved princess. No escape awaited him from this place alive. A voice from the crowd shouted that he had a sly face, just as the king had warned. Whispers spread, doubting whether this scoundrel even possessed the slightest skill in combat. Memories of his days at the Kanjutsu Academy flooded back, an era when scorn and ridicule followed him everywhere, and every gaze seemed to anticipate his downfall. Once more the crowd clamored for his downfall. In that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. From the stage, Leah called out, wishing him luck. Alan reassured her, promising she could count on him. No longer alone, the strange newcomer stood with unexpected support at his side. The audience exchanged bewildered whispers, struggling to comprehend why the princess would choose to stand by such an outcast. Uncertainty filled the air as everyone tried to understand the unfolding scene. Perhaps his presence intensified her vulnerability. The king grew furious, unable to accept that she would offer him support. Unmoved, Leah replied with chilly resolve that it was her right to choose whom she supported. The announcer turned his attention to the challengers from the eastern gate, two of the kingdom's greatest swordsmen, Gallius the Strong Arm and Romra the Lightning. The sight of two challengers left Leah reeling with disbelief. A duel was meant to be a contest between two individuals. Yet, the king's smile revealed no trace of surprise, as if he had never specified the rules. Across the field, Gallius sized up his opposition and gave a dismissive shrug, unimpressed by the slight youth standing before him. However, if he truly deceived the princess, the duel would be called off, and punishment would await him instead. With calm resolve, the hero replied that people could say whatever they wished. Victory would be his, and he would take Lear away from this place. Only an hour remained before the first duel was set to begin. Alan concluded that whoever struck first would gain the upper hand. Charging forward with astonishing speed, he left even the most seasoned fighters in awe. Romra immediately launched into the autumn wind style, yet Alan evaded with effortless grace. Romra's strength was impressive, though his speed fell short of matching Alan's agility. The maneuver unfolded with such sudden swiftness that even the hero himself recoiled in surprise. None of the opponents could grasp how he managed it. Romra stood utterly baffled, while Gallius found himself lost, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The audience watched intently, then suddenly realized that one of the swordsmen had fallen. In an instant, he overcame the two strongest opponents, leaving everyone stunned by his swift victory. Victory was claimed with a single strike, powered by a heartfelt devotion to Leah and an unwavering longing to remain by her side each day. The king watched the outcome of the duel with a stormy glare, his anger unmistakable. Alan offered a humble apology, quietly remarking that, on this day, he happened to be just a bit stronger. The sheer force he displayed left everyone astonished. Grice raised his voice, commanding Kuroda to step forward, declaring it was her turn. Stepping onto the arena, the girl glanced at Alan and admitted her surprise at finding herself as his opponent. The announcer declared with grandeur that before everyone stood the commander of the Royal Guard, Kuroda Strobnov. Her appearance marked the final trump card in this match. The outcome of this battle would determine everything. At that moment, the hero understood this was the final showdown. Anxiety churned within Leah as she watched them. Memories of Kuroda's formidable strength and hidden danger lingered in her mind. Her body brims with tension, poised like a steel wire drawn taut. Every motion of her sword radiates flawless precision. The time had come for her to step forward. Watching in silence was no longer an option. Rising to her feet, Leah shouted encouragement, her voice ringing with wholehearted belief in Alan's strength. The hero looked at her with tender emotion, while his rival calmly proclaimed that he had disgraced the family and dishonored the princess, and would now face death as his punishment. She will reveal his true, twisted nature. The final battle began at the host's signal. Kuroda unleashed the Supreme King style, pouring all her strength into a relentless assault. Alan noticed the resemblance in her technique to the one Lee favored. Swiftly dodging, he caught the edge of her furious cry, warning him not to underestimate her. The blow landed with force, yet Alan countered skillfully, launching himself high into the air. His movements displayed such finesse that even his opponent silently acknowledged his mastery. Keen observation revealed his remarkable reflexes, yet she sensed that alone would not be enough. Determined, she resolved to move even faster. The hero observed intently, captivated by the artistry woven into her every combination. Every motion flowed with precision, from the placement of his feet to the final sweep of his blade. Grace took form in the flash of a steel blade, and Kuroda pressed her assault with unwavering determination. Dominance and destruction defined her fighting style, yet the hero once again managed to dodge the blow with remarkable agility. Each blow landed with remarkable force as he held his ground, realizing just how rigorous her training had been. Courage matched ferocity as her onslaught intensified, yet in the midst of her wildest assault, the hero vanished without a trace. Suddenly, he emerged once more, employing the technique known as the one-armed Sakura blooming style. The Sakura mirror slash forced Kuroda to switch to defense. Spectators stared in disbelief, unable to process the sight of their Kuroda taking a defensive stance. The king grumbled that this was nothing more than a trial, insisting that the true battle for the title of master still awaited them. Reluctantly, the young woman admitted to herself that, despite her frustration, his skill with a sword was remarkable. He turned to her, quietly asking if her hatred for him truly ran that deep. She explained that she had trained countless warriors, but only a select few ever reached the ranks of the strongest. She asked if he had endured decades of grueling training. In his mind, however, it felt like millions of years had passed. She went on, noting how, despite lacking innate talent, he pushes himself to go beyond his limits. That determination commands respect. Yet her tone turned icy as she declared he would go no further. This was the boundary, her parting words cut with a certain cruelty. Turning abruptly, she instructed him to pay closer attention. Possessing a rare gift, she stands unwavering, never allowing anyone to harm the princess who gives her life its deepest meaning. Memories surfaced of the days when, as a child, she trained alongside him in the castle, their efforts repeating day after day. The two were nearly the same age. On one occasion, Leah struck her, causing Kuroda to tumble to the ground in tears. The princess hurried to her side and gently asked if she was all right. Kuroda brushed away her tears and offered words of praise for the princess's strength. Back then, Leah declared her dream. Once grown, she would become a mighty swordsman and defend her homeland. Kuroda replied with a heavy sadness, insisting she wasn't even worthy to stand by anyone's side. Leah, however, disagreed. The princess admitted that true strength could not be achieved alone. Strength, she declared, was something they would have to build together. Known for both her strength and kindness, Leah made a solemn vow to protect those she holds dear. For this reason, Kuroda would never back down. Anyone who dared to insult the princess would face her wrath. The hero realized this truth. Her battle form, the soul dress, ignited around her. With unwavering resolve, she declared that this would be his end. Whispers spread among the spectators as their commander unveiled the airborne form of her soul dress. The true battle was only just beginning. Realization struck the hero. She had transformed stones into birds. Wielding a long sword and commanding the wind, she launched her attacks from a distance. He moved in closer, but Kuroda saw through his intentions immediately and warned him that his plan would fail. A colossal owl soared into the air, its attack so swift that Alan barely managed to parry it in time. The girl announced her intention to play seriously now and began to conjure an explosion. Thick smoke swallowed everything, leaving the hero blind to the chaos around him. Once more, the Misty Moon sword technique came into play, skillfully turning aside the next round of attacks. Kuroda acknowledged his sharp mind, yet plans for a counterattack were already forming in her thoughts. Explosions filled the air as Alan shouted in frustration, wondering if this was some kind of mockery. Never before in his life had he dodged so many times in a row. Amidst the chaos of explosions, his movements resembled a true dance. Yet, there was no time to launch a counterattack. Kuroda shouted with a mocking tone, warning not to even try. Her new technique unleashed an explosion, so powerful it nearly reached him. The hero remarked with irritation that this had gone far enough. Planting her foot firmly on the ground, she worked to steady the force of the oncoming shockwave. As the smoke cleared, Kuroda observed that although he had the potential to acquire soul dress, the dynamics of the battle had shifted dramatically. She asked if he had finally realized that all his efforts were in vain. His so-called talent amounts to nothing. The soul dress remains beyond his reach. As a protector of the princess, he simply does not measure up. Surrender seemed wiser, and deep down, the hero recognized the truth in her words. Victory would be impossible this way. A new strategy was necessary. With no other option left, the only path forward was to brace for impact and take the risk. Claiming his true form had become an absolute necessity. The longing to return home with Leah filled his heart. Kneeling down, he bowed his head, bracing himself for the impending blow. The force of the explosion engulfed him, while Kuroda shouted that he was already at his limit. The roar of the explosion faded, leaving the arena in utter stillness. Anxious anticipation gripped everyone. Such a direct hit offered no chance of survival. The force of the impact struck him directly at its center. Even Kuroda, who had issued her warnings beforehand, couldn't hide her disappointment. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged from the smoke as he appeared, activating the eighth sword, Yatagarasu, and intercepting the strike. Blades clashed in the dim light. Startled, Kuroda asked if her opponent was truly immortal. With calm resolve, the hero assured her that he had felt everything. Recognizing her advantage, yet refusing to retreat, she channeled her fury and resolved to bring everything to an end by unleashing the power of the 50th sword. With a playful smile, she remarked that he truly believed she wouldn't be able to counter his close-range attack. In that very moment, she conjured a brilliant flash of light that blinded him. Darkness swallowed the hero's vision, leaving him blind to all. The blow, inevitable, closed in without mercy. Leah leapt where she stood, quickly clapping her hands over her mouth to stifle a scream. It seemed as though everything was over, yet as the smoke cleared, he remained standing, slightly hunched as he inspected his wound. Thankfully, it was only a shallow cut. Luck had been on his side. Kuroda snapped, demanding to know if he ate iron for breakfast or something. Alan, unruffled, calmly asked her what she was even talking about. Now it was his turn, yet once more she gave a warning not to underestimate her. Summoning her army of warbirds once more, she commanded them to wipe him out. Birds burst nearby, a constant danger he had long grown accustomed to. The force behind her attacks faded, presenting an opportunity too valuable to ignore. Kuroda raged on, unleashing her techniques and detonating blasts in vain. Despite his injuries, he still remained standing. Suddenly, his blade shattered into fragments. Perhaps every sword in the arsenal concealed a hidden flaw. Rising from his seat, the king let out a hearty laugh and declared aloud that it had taken the fool this long to notice. "I told you before, if you had truly listened." The king reminded everyone that victory would always elude him. Alan muttered with disdain, appalled by how far one could sink into depravity. Meanwhile, the announcer declared that the sword had been shattered in a single blow, questioning if this marked a defeat. Calmly, Kuroda explained that her loyalty belonged to the princess, and if it served her highness, she would cut down even a defenseless foe without a second thought. The audience froze for a moment before erupting into shouts, calling him a brave soul and urging him to hold on. Some voices pleaded for him to stop, warning that any further could mean the end. Amid the chaos, someone declared it the finest fight of the year. Amidst the chorus of angry shouts, Alan turned his attention to his opponent, surprised by the unexpected concern in her eyes. Surely, she didn't believe that a broken weapon alone would make him give up. Life had always presented him with challenges. Every battle demanded everything he had, and none came easily. Yet this was the path set before him, the fate he was destined to follow. Holding her breath, Leah stood on the balcony, silently pleading for the situation to come to a halt. Facing the performance without her sword amounted to suicide. His deepest desire was to remain by her side, growing stronger together, and sharing both the hardships and the triumphs that life might bring. Unable to hold back any longer, she cried out her desire to stay by his side, now and forever. Alan found himself deeply moved by her voice. He thanked her aloud, and a newfound strength surged within his heart. Turning to Kuroda, he announced his intention to continue. He would defeat her and rescue the princess, even if he had to do it with nothing but his bare hands. After a brief pause, she raised her voice so everyone could hear. She acknowledged him as a swordsman and expressed her deep respect for his courage. Her unwavering will ignited a fierce pride within them. They sprang into action, summoning their remaining strength for one final push. Thoughts tangled in his mind as time slipped away. He had to move even faster. Summoning her aerial forces, she commanded them to tear him apart, yet Alan powered through their ranks with his fists, pushing forward toward her. At that moment, an explosion erupted. He halted, surprise evident as he inquired why she had chosen to destroy herself. Calmly, she explained that his victory was undeniable. Her surrender was her answer. The arena fell silent. The audience gasped in shock, while Leah's joyful shout echoed above the hush. The king's face twisted with anger, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The host, visibly at a loss, confirmed the outcome. Alan had emerged victorious. Kuroda formally conceded defeat. The princess and her companion stood victorious. Relief washed over Alan as the tension in his body ebbed away. With concern etched on her face, Leah hurried to his side. She asked if everything was all right. A smile spread across his face as he assured her not to worry, insisting that he was perfectly fine. After the battle, attendants escorted him and his opponent to the infirmary. Once the doctors finished their examination, the results came as a surprise. His skin remained unscathed. Despite feeling certain his body was covered in wounds, not a single scratch could be found. Beneath an exterior that appeared whole, a deep and persistent pain gnawed at him. The core of his spirit had been wounded, a truth he could no longer overlook. With unwavering resolve, he addressed the king, insisting that His Majesty had misunderstood the nature of his relationship with Leah. The king, however, returned a curt reply, making it clear he had no interest in hearing further explanations. The protagonist assumed the conversation had ended, yet in that moment, something unexpected occurred. Anger flared within Leah as she could no longer hold back. Demanding her father listen until she finished, she pressed him for answers, her voice trembling with urgency. Surely something could be done. After all, the swords had been switched. The king fell into deep thought, then suddenly declared his decision. The young man had passed the trial with honor, earning recognition as the kingdom's new strongest swordsman. Such courage deserved to be rewarded. More importantly, he gives his blessing to the relationship with Leah, acknowledging it as true love. An astonished silence sweeps through everyone present. Kuroda couldn't help herself and brought up the familiar master-servant dynamic between them. At that, Leah interrupted, reminding her that according to what her father had just declared, this was love, there were no masters here. The king clarified that only platonic affection received his approval. Entertaining any other form seemed repulsive even to imagine. Alan immediately agreed, while Leah quietly remarked that there was no need to speak so loudly since everyone could already hear everything. The king repeated his warning. Should Alan so much as attempt to lay a finger on his daughter, an entire army would be dispatched in response. The message left no room for misunderstanding. With that, the conversation came to a close. Tomorrow marks their return to the academy. The king has ordered Kuroda to make all the necessary preparations. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the king slammed his fist against the throne in fury, determined that Alan would remember these words. Next time, he would plant explosives and tear that man to pieces. Kuroda shrank back and apologized, fully aware that her conduct as the head of security was inexcusable. She accepted that she deserved whatever punishment awaited her. The king inquired what had happened, curious about why she chose to destroy herself right before his eyes. She quietly replied. Sadly, there was no other choice. Continuing would have only made things worse for her. Undoubtedly, she would have perished. Gris erupted with frustration, demanding to know what on earth she meant and insisting she explain herself more clearly. She shared how, for a brief moment, Alan's true spiritual form revealed itself to her. An ash-blonde figure with grotesque, fearsome features emerged, a monster radiating pure rage. That entity was more terrifying than anything she had ever encountered, and it dwelled deep within the young man. The king paused, lost in thought. If she speaks with such conviction, perhaps there is truth in her words. Though he decided not to interfere for now, a quiet resolve formed within him to uncover more about this mysterious power. The features of this entity brought to mind the image of the dragon Fafnir. Gris speculated that perhaps some modern technique for sealing entities was at play. However, the girls believed it was something entirely different. The king stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a mighty spiritual force could be contained within such a frail, insignificant body. Kuroda, however, offered only a silent response. A resemblance to the dragon Fafnir caught her eye. If her perception was mistaken, the consequences could easily turn disastrous. Gris hesitated, struggling to believe what he had just witnessed. Then, suddenly, he asked if it was true that Leah herself had claimed there was love between them. Kuroda gave a quiet nod in confirmation. The king lost his composure, realizing this girl had orchestrated everything. She cast her line with skill, using his own daughter as bait. Because of her, a new headache had entered his life. A sharp curse escaped his lips. Just how much does she truly know? Yet soon, a captivating idea took shape. What if this boy were left here, never to return? Swift action became essential. Kuroda received instructions to summon 3 of the royal guards, while he himself prepared to depart on urgent business. The chancellor would assume control of the kingdom during his absence. Kuroda nodded briefly, signaling her complete understanding. Yet in her mind, the image lingered. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Fafnir's. Was it simply a trick of the imagination? At that moment, exhaustion pressed down on the main character with every step, yet the relentless pace of events left no room for rest. Memories of Gris's reaction played through his mind. The man's anger upon learning about his daughter's boyfriend had seemed almost excessive. Leah hurried over, worry etched across her face. He looked completely exhausted, as if the weight of the world had pressed him down. Concern for his well-being filled the air. In a quiet voice, he offered an apology. He assured her that everything was fine. Gratitude sparked in her eyes as she thanked him once again. Yet guilt weighed on her, knowing events had unfolded because of her and uncertain how she might ever repay him. Most troubling of all, her father believed the two of them to be a couple. It would seem odd if they didn't act like lovers, wouldn't it? The protagonist admitted she had a point. Delight sparkled in her eyes as she realized they shared the same thoughts. With a hint of embarrassment, he quietly asked what people in love usually did. With a sly wink, Leah hinted that she had come up with a fantastic idea. Intrigued, he asked her what exactly she had in mind. An invitation to a date brought them together, and moments later they strolled side by side along the main street of Arando. Leah bubbled with excitement as she shared how long it had been since her last visit. Her cheerful spirits caught the hero's attention. The relief of not having to switch schools clearly lifted her mood. Outside the shop, she pointed to a dish of potatoes and butter, her eyes lighting up as she eagerly ordered 2 servings. The vendor's face brightened, and he readily agreed. Recognition flickered in his eyes as he identified the girl, Princess Leia, if memory served him right. With a note of surprise in his voice, he inquired when she had returned. She explained that she had arrived only yesterday due to urgent preparations. Those nearby, overhearing the conversation, recognized her presence and warmly greeted her, words of respect and admiration filling the air. Popularity seemed to follow Leah wherever she went. A woman in the crowd cried out her gratitude to the heavens, relieved to see the princess safe and unharmed. Noticing a young man standing close beside her, the woman asked whether he was a school friend or perhaps something more. Alan hesitated, uncertain how to respond. A denial would only spark rumors, while an admission would make their relationship official. Before he could utter a word, Leah cheerfully chimed in, suggesting perhaps a boyfriend. The crowd erupted into applause, showering them with cheers and warm greetings. Someone called out, declaring that he would become their future king. Tension flickered across Alan's face, uneasy with how far things were escalating. The vendor handed them buttery potatoes with a warm smile, remarking that their princess had truly grown up. Tonight's treat was on the house. Leah asserted in a clear, firm voice that this was, after all, a date, so everyone else should disperse and leave them alone. With genuine warmth, the protagonist offered thanks for being saved. The vendor simply gave a wink and brushed off the gratitude, suggesting they simply enjoy their time together. Once the crowd had dispersed, Alan leaned in and quietly asked if she truly wanted everyone to believe they were a couple. With steady confidence, Leah replied that it was the truth, and she liked it that way. She mentioned that, by the way, it was her father's idea for them to return once all the business was finished. Alan mused that her father seemed like the self-important type. The princess suggested setting aside talk about him to keep the mood light and instead savoring the delicious potatoes. Alan agreed, silently wondering if she still harbored resentment over their frosty greeting. Upon arrival at their destination, Leia paused and gestured toward a magnificent structure, the nation's most renowned landmark. Before them stood the Grand Museum of the Kingdom. The protagonist couldn't help but admire the building, noting how truly impressive it was. Leah welcomed him inside. Alan admitted it was his first time visiting a museum. Her eyes widened with surprise, and she promised to give him a personal tour as his own guide, teacher Leah. She gestured to the right, where the works of Henry the Great were displayed. Alan nodded in agreement. There was an impressive number of exhibits on display. Leah mentioned that the kingdom possessed a rich and intricate history. Soon after, they moved closer to a painting depicting a towering mountain. A peculiar aura surrounded her, catching the boy's attention and sparking his curiosity. Leah explained that both the artist and the date of creation remain a mystery. This painting is a mystical relic preserved through the ages. Though she failed to meet the exhibition's standards, for some reason, no one ever removed her. Whenever she questioned her father about it, he would always dodge the answer. Alan remarked thoughtfully that she truly was unusual. Leah looked at him and asked if he felt the same way. As they walked on, the young man noted they had already explored nearly the entire museum. He asked what would happen next. Leah paused for a moment to think, then remembered there was still one more place she wished to visit, the Hill of Hope. Their climb up the mountain had continued for some time. Leah mentioned that the summit lay just ahead. To Alan's surprise, she remained tireless, her energy unwavering despite everything they had endured. Though thoughts of rest drifted through his mind, Leah suddenly halted and exclaimed, directing his attention, "This is what I wanted you to see." Stepping closer to see what Leah wanted to reveal, the hero found himself captivated by the astonishing scene unfolding before his eyes. From such a height, the entire kingdom unfolded below, small and clear as if resting in the palm of a hand. The princess wondered aloud if the view was beautiful. Alan replied that the sight was breathtaking, the landscape resembling a masterpiece painted by an artist more than anything shaped by nature. The girl expressed her gratitude once more, leaving the hero puzzled about the reason. She explained it was for fighting for her. Thanks to his efforts, they could finally be together, an outcome made possible by him. Everything finally made sense, and happiness radiated from her. Deep inside, the protagonist longed for even a brief moment of rest. Suddenly, Leah shifted the conversation and posed an unexpected question. Contemplating her father, the young man considered calling him stubborn, but chose a more tactful reply instead. Finding the right words, he admitted it was difficult to say, yet one thing remained certain: the king truly cherished his daughter. The princess agreed, though she quietly mentioned a single drawback: her mother. She passed away shortly after giving birth. Rumor had it her health was fragile, and her body simply gave out. Leah was left with no memories of her at all. The head knight shared that, after losing his wife, the king vowed to protect his daughter at any cost. This explains the king's relentless protectiveness. Yet not even such deep affection could excuse his reckless actions. A duel fought 2 against 1, shattered swords left behind. The last thing she wished for was for the hero to grow to despise her father. A gentle smile played on Alan's lips as he assured her that everything was fine. No trace of anger lingered within him. From now on, he belonged to her family. The young woman expressed her gratitude and apologized for bringing up such a gloomy topic. The young man reassured her, insisting it was no trouble and that she need not worry about it. After a brief pause, she inquired whether the conversation had been difficult. The hero expressed gratitude for her trust. He shared a similar past. His own father had died from an epidemic shortly after his birth. Raised by his mother alone, he grew up surrounded by her strength. Listening to this, Leah spoke with admiration, calling his mother a true heroine and expressing her desire to meet such a remarkable woman. Alan remarked with a smile that she would be surprised if she saw their village. With quiet confidence, Leah declared she would definitely like it. If that had happened, he would have known true happiness. A comfortable silence soon settled between them, wrapping them in a peaceful moment. In that moment, complete understanding passed between them. Without warning, Leah turned to him and asked if he'd like to make a wish. She described a magical spot on the Hill of Hope. Upon their arrival, the hero's amazement grew as a colossal tree towered before them. Leah spoke of an old legend, claiming that if 2 people hold hands beneath its spreading branches, their deepest wish will come true. The tree itself is said to be millions of years old. They stood beneath the branches, closed their eyes, and silently made a wish. After a few minutes had passed, the girl quietly asked what he had wished for. Alan smiled and replied that it was a secret. Reluctant to share his wish, the hero hesitated, but Leah gently urged him to at least give a hint. A quiet smile spread across his face as he wondered what it would mean if their wishes turned out to be the same. Embarrassment crept over him as he found himself repeating his wish a second time. He only longed for their moments together to last forever, hoping deep inside that perhaps she truly felt the same way. Perhaps she wished for the very same thing. Meanwhile, in a different building, a group of mercenaries assembled. Their leader announced the emergence of a new target. One of the fighters muttered under his breath, dismissing it as another pointless task. A sharp slap struck him in response. The girl barked at him not to dare ignore her. If he had something to mumble, he needed to say it out loud. The moment for action had arrived. The next mission was clear: to abduct Princess Leia from the kingdom of Westeria. Among the warriors, one's voice broke out, marveling at the fact that she was the fabled black and white princess. Things were about to get truly intriguing. Many whispered tales surrounded her, particularly regarding her involvement with Fafnir. Everything promised to be exciting. Meanwhile, the friends made their way back to the academy as the second semester was about to begin. Lee glowed with anticipation, her heart full of longing for everyone she had missed. A sense of quiet joy filled the hero, as if it were just another ordinary day. Yet, walking to school beside her felt like a treasure beyond compare. Noticing his gaze, the girl turned to him and softly asked if something was wrong. Alan reassured everyone that all was well. Warm greetings awaited them as they entered the classroom. Tessa, never one to beat around the bush, immediately asked if he had grown even stronger. A smile touched the hero's lips. Only she would come out with something like that. Leah extended warm greetings to everyone as the new semester began. At that very moment, Rosa wandered into the classroom, still half asleep, but her mood darkened almost instantly. The girl demanded to know where they had disappeared for 2 days, upset that not a single word had reached her. Leah calmly explained that they had spent the time at her place. Rosa froze, struggling to process what she had just heard. Her mood had clearly taken a turn for the worse. Hoping to ease the tension, the protagonist suggested a walk. For a while, things seemed to settle, yet a lingering sense told him this peace would not last. Once the walk ended, the group returned to the classroom. Warmth filled the protagonist as he gazed at his classmates, grateful to see everyone reunited after a month apart. Following closely behind, Leah stepped into the room and greeted everyone with a warm good morning. officially marking the start of the first class of the new semester. The principal surveyed the students, noticing how much they had matured over the summer. Genuine joy filled her face as she welcomed each one. She paused deliberately, signaling the start of significant events and urging everyone to listen closely. In just a month, the Sword King Festival will begin, an esteemed ceremony where the finest swordsman from all the academies is chosen. The winner will claim both glory and remarkable opportunities. Each school selects only 5 candidates, yet even first-year students have a shot at this distinction. Every year, a special tournament known as the Freshman War unfolds just for them. The main rule is simple: only one-on-one matches are allowed. Victory could be achieved only through personal skill and the strength of inner resolve. The hero realized this contest would test not just bodies, but the very spirit as well. Leah announced that the rules for the Freshman's War would be revealed next week, along with the exact starting date. Anyone interested in joining was encouraged to begin preparations. When she suggested that those interested raise their hands, every student in the class lifted an arm into the air. The principal, filled with admiration, remarked that it had been a long time since she had witnessed such unity. This year, determination radiated from the entire class. Dedicating the week to intense training seemed the wisest course, preparing both body and mind for the upcoming battles. That moment brought the hero face to face with the monster once more. Curiosity sparked. He inquired whether defeating the creature again would earn him a spiritual shell. The entity answered honestly, stating that even 100 million years would not be enough for someone so weak to achieve such a feat. A gentle smile flickered across Alan's face, and an unexpected sense of relief washed over him. Without hesitation, he launched forward, summoning his first sword, Flying Shadow. The enemy remained motionless, quietly muttering to himself about what a fool he was as he lay there in perfect calm. The hero chose an unexpected tactic and unleashed the 8th sword, Yatagarasu. Yet the monster remained unresponsive, making no move to defend itself. Its gaze lingered on Alan, taking note of the sudden paleness on his face. Something had clearly unsettled him. Without waiting for a reply, the protagonist launched another attack. This time, the opponent stood up and easily parried the blow, unleashing a swift counterstrike. Alan was sent tumbling to the ground. "So are you giving up already? Such a frail body wouldn't withstand even a single blow, if not for." The battle played out entirely one-sided. The monster's strength mirrored the hero's own, growing in perfect sync with each surge of power. The struggle unfolded like a reflection, locking them both in what seemed to be an endless cycle. No right to surrender existed for him. Even trapped in a hopeless predicament, relentless struggle remained his only path if he wished to earn his spiritual vessel. Suddenly, it seemed as if sakura petals began swirling all around him, their delicate forms dancing on a silent breeze, perhaps the effect of Rose's presence. At that moment, Leah announced a lunch break, granting everyone exactly 1 hour. Once the time was up, they would gather again for the next lesson. Alan's friends invited him to check out the student council room. As he walked along, thoughts of the cherry blossom lingered in his mind. Perhaps it had only been his imagination. In the shadowy hall, Leah sat in silence, her presence marked by a quiet solitude. Concerned friends approached and gently inquired about what had happened. She mentioned she needed to speak with them and asked if they would actually listen to what she had to say. Everyone assured her she was not alone. The principal also mentioned that Leah had calmed down a bit and was now able to share everything. Suddenly, she dropped to her knees before her stunned friends, pleading for their help, unable to carry the burden alone any longer. Lost in a tangle of her own emotions, she struggled to see a way forward. The principal, with a playful smile, called her mischievous, pointed toward the table, and then, pointing to the table, Leah exclaimed about the mountain of papers piled high. Sadly, the holidays had ended, and her workload had doubled, yet her secretary and accountant had still not returned. Reaching them by phone proved impossible for her, and it seemed clear they had no intention of coming back anytime soon. Revealing this to friends remained out of the question. The principal had pleaded for help with the paperwork. The protagonist gently reminded her that, upon joining the council, she had promised the workload would be light. With feigned despair, Leah dropped to her knees and pleaded, pointing out that her older sister was already groveling before them. Such merciless demons stood before her. Alan helped her up, reminding her that swearing in his name was not her place. He gave a final warning, making it clear there would be no more exceptions. Accepting his help, Leah agreed to join as well. Rosa lent her support, finding it nearly impossible to refuse. United by a common goal, everyone managed to clear everything in just 2 days, willingly giving up even their lunch breaks. The remaining hours were devoted to preparing for the first-year students' battle, along with focused training sessions. Despite pouring his heart into the effort, Alan realized mastering the spiritual shell in just a week was impossible. In the end, he simply ran out of time. The long-awaited day of the competition arrived. Participants gathered on the arena floor, standing in silent anticipation as they awaited their turn. A hint of nervousness flickered across the protagonist, but the sight of his friends' warm smiles eased his worries. With a bold glint in her eye, Leah declared her intention to seek revenge for their very first meeting. Rosa chimed in, reminding everyone she was hungry to settle the score for her loss at the holy festival. Amusement sparkled in the hero's laughter, charmed by such fiery enthusiasm. He declared that, for today, they stood as rivals and should each give everything they had. Their classmates approached, spirits running high. The protagonist cracked a joke, asking why everyone seemed so cheerful. With a laugh, Tessa replied that she had come seeking revenge. Meanwhile, a stranger watched them silently from a distance. With Leah's announcement, the opening ceremony commenced. First-year students stepped onto the stage as the stands erupted with cheers and the audience shouted encouragement to their favorites. The principal remarked with enthusiasm that the performances of these newcomers would greatly influence the upcoming King of Swords tournament. Many of them had already mastered their spiritual shields, preparing for what would soon become a genuine battle. Turning to her students, she urged them to demonstrate the true value of their daily training. Drums echoed above the arena as Leah raised her hand toward the barrel filled with names, signaling that the moment for the draw had arrived. Reaching into the container, she pulled out the first slip of paper. The opening match would be between Alan and Razu. As she read the names, a voice called to her from the side. Razu himself had arrived. With a confident tone, he suggested that the opening match should be a showdown between the representatives of Class A and Class B. Selecting one student from each class piqued the protagonist's curiosity. The idea had an intriguing appeal. Recognition struck instantly as he realized the boy standing before him was a familiar student from Class B. A stranger burst into the classroom. Leah turned to the students and asked if everyone was prepared. Then she glanced at the defenders to see if anyone wished to withdraw from the duel. No one backed down. Leah announced the start of the tournament and revealed that, by the principal's order, the first fighters had already been chosen. Excitement sparked in the eyes of the audience as anticipation filled the air. Their conversation centered on the participants, both considered troublesome. One recalled the uproar Alan caused at the holy festival. Riaizo's reputation offered nothing positive either, promising an intense confrontation ahead. Fueled by an unrelenting desire for revenge, Riaizo pushed himself to the brink in training, now determined to settle the score with Alan once and for all. Alan couldn't tell if their aggression came from a personal grudge or if they simply relished the chance to fight. Either way, indifference settled over him. Leah turned and asked if both of them were ready. With the nod of agreement, she announced the start of the first-year duel. Alan would face off against Riaizo. Without hesitation, Riaizo summoned 3 skeletons to the field. Alan noticed that these skeletal warriors had grown larger than before. A chuckle escaped Riaizo, suggesting he certainly hadn't anticipated things turning out this way. Alan cursed under his breath. Strength alone would not grant him immortality. In that moment, an explosion thundered through the air, a sound that carried the weight of an ending. The enemy shouted that he had finally destroyed him, recalling every past grievance and declaring that justice would be restored today. Cries erupted about the honorable victory, the sword festival, and the first-year girls' war, claiming there would be no escaping consequences this time. Rose caught sight of it just in time. The explosion erupted before her eyes. Tessa cried out, insisting that this was against the rules. Laughter spilled from Riaizo, his voice taking on a demonic edge, completely oblivious to everything else around him. Alan emerged right before his eyes, alive and completely unharmed. Growing accustomed to the relentless explosions, he pressed on. Had Riaizo chosen a different technique, the outcome might have taken another turn. Only those who fight with a pure heart possess the strength to claim victory. Leah exclaimed, announcing an unexpected conclusion to the first match. Alan emerged as the victor. The stands erupted with joy, a wave of excitement that caught even the hero himself by surprise. Rose pointed out that after such an explosion, he didn't even have a scratch. Leah joked that back in her kingdom, he used to eat explosions for breakfast. Rosa turned to her friend and gently reminded her that there was no need to take offense if either of them happened to lose. This topic had come up between them before, hadn't it? Rosa voiced no objections. Victory would be hers. A faint blush colored the princess's cheeks, uncertain whether this was meant to be a joke or not. Unease gnawed at the main character, a subtle tension settling in the air. Meanwhile, Leah reached into the drum filled with names, drawing lots for the second match. The name Rose Valencia echoed through the air. In that instant, a memory surfaced in the girl's mind, a scene from her first day at the academy. After the fight, the same girl with the black fist had approached her, leaving a vivid impression. A dismissive snort escaped her, emotions held no value for her. Meanwhile, a quiet sigh slipped from Rosa as she pondered silently. The situation promised intrigue. As the heir to the Thousand Blades style, the Academy's invitation should naturally spark her curiosity. Once more, she found herself in the arena, facing none other than the protagonist's closest friend. Leah announced the start of the second match in the first round, a fierce battle between Class A students. Both girls launched themselves into the fight, while the principal remarked that Rosa attacked with unmistakable confidence. From the very first moment, she pressed forward with unyielding force. The protagonist quickly realized the stark contrast in their strengths. With a sweeping motion, he mirrored the style of the moon and twilight. Tessa noticed. Sensing the moment had come to bring things to a close, Rosa invoked the Sakura style, filling the air with a cascade of delicate petals. With unwavering determination, she launched her attack. Leah stepped forward to announce the outcome. The winner of the second match was Rosa. Tessa felt a pang of sympathy for the defeated fighter, yet Rosa calmly explained that she had merely read his movements with precision. A smile played on his lips as he realized Rosa had truly outdone herself, just as he had anticipated. Eventually, the moment arrived when the semifinals were announced. Lear announced that after all the thrilling duels, it was finally time for the semifinals among the Ardenka candidates. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of the girls. They were eager for the real battle to begin. The protagonist anticipated a spectacle. Tessa reminded everyone not to forget about her. The audience split into factions. Some cheered for Rosa, others rooted for the main character, a few backed Leah, and some simply requested Tessa to unleash her madness. The main character was set to compete in the first semifinal, while Tessa and Leah were scheduled for the second. The arena doors swung open, and they were ushered inside. Rosa mentioned she had been waiting a long time for the chance to face him in a fight. He replied that the feeling was mutual. The two of them shook hands, signaling that it was time to begin. At the director's cue, the first semifinal began. Without hesitation, the technique known as the Blossom of Sakura was unleashed in a swift offensive. The realization that she had grown much faster flashed through his mind the moment Rosa launched herself into a swift assault. His attempts to block her attacks fell short. Every strike landed with ruthless precision. Her swift movements became the deadliest weapon in her arsenal. Summoning the power of the Sakura Blossom Lightning, she launched her attack, yet the hero, already foreseeing her move, deftly countered each strike with effortless precision. Familiarity with her approach revealed a clear pattern, never the same technique twice. Already, Sakura Night and Lightning had unfolded. Naturally, the next step was Sakura Veil. True to form, she unleashed it. Just as she prepared to strike, he appeared behind her. Leah observed that both fighters shared the same style, yet the hero relied on brute strength, pushing his attacks dangerously close to violence. Inwardly, the hero cast a sidelong glance at her, wishing she would keep silent. Frustration churned within him, for in a contest of pure swordplay, defeat was certain. The truth became clear. Her mastery of the sword was such that she could have swept him aside with a single, effortless strike. Memories carried Rosa back to the moment of her first defeat. That day, the same sense of emptiness had enveloped her. The director inquired whether she would turn down the offer. Rosa responded firmly. Leah smiled, curious about the reason behind such a refusal. Rosa replied with quiet confidence, explaining that she had already mastered the Sakura style and saw no need for academies. Her true priority now was to find the swordsman named Alan Roderva. A sly smile played on Leah's lips. This year, Alan would be starting school. Now what would she say to that? Rosa's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned in, eager for all the details. For this very reason, she had come. Emerging from her memories, the girl realized she could not afford the luxury of defeat. Blazing aura enveloped her form. The hero recognized the strange sensation immediately, recalling the very same energy that had surged around them the last time. With a swift motion, Rosa unleashed the crimson Sakura petals and trapped him before he could escape. Suddenly, a massive tree came into view, and it became clear to the hero that this was more than just a part of the scenery. The group caught sight of the tree and marveled aloud at its striking beauty. The sight mirrored her soul. Tessa, puzzled, inquired about the colossal figure before them. Lee admitted it was a bit unusual, but she couldn't hide her fascination. The principal silently marveled, pieces falling into place, as she realized this girl was the granddaughter of that very man from years past. Turning to Rosa, she encouraged her not to be shy. A storm of blossoming petals erupted, swirling through the air with mesmerizing force. The hero marveled silently, realizing that Rose had mastered even this element. In response, he unleashed the eighth sword, a move drawn from the legendary technique of the mythic raven. Once again, Rosa had backed him into a corner, and this time the way out was even harder to see. Cherry blossom petals swirled through the air. The hero managed to block Rosa's attack, yet each movement revealed his strength slipping away little by little. Astonishment flickered through his mind as he watched Rosa storm back into the fray, channeling the spirit of the Sakura style and infusing every strike with a fresh surge of energy. Her strength had clearly surged. The hero launched a counterattack, only to watch her deflect it with ease. Uncertainty filled him, yet determination to win burned even brighter within. Each attempt met an unyielding barrier. Gradually, understanding dawned. The crimson Sakura reflected her very soul, drawing its power from the Sakura tree standing behind her. The tree gathers energy from every direction, enhancing not only its own body and speed, but also the force behind its petal attacks. The realization struck the hero. Destroying that tree could sever the very source of her power. Still, uncertainty lingered about whether such a feat was truly possible. He gave it a try, only to be stunned by the tree's extraordinary strength. This is more than just a projection. It is a fragment of another world. Destroying it proves to be far more difficult than one might assume. Meanwhile, Rosa gathered her resolve and unleashed her secret technique, taking her final, decisive step. From that very day, she dedicated herself to preparing her, ever since the first defeat. Practice, mistakes, and constant improvement had all paved the way to this moment. At this moment, her goal crystallized before her. She would surpass him. Determination surged within her, stronger than ever before. Before her eyes, the hero emerged like a phoenix rising from the flames. Confusion flickered across her face, but only for a brief instant. Without hesitation, she composed herself and countered the hero's eighth sword with her secret move, Flower in the Armchair. In retaliation, he unleashed the power of the mythic raven. During their fierce clash, she realized his strength had long surpassed that of any ordinary human. He confessed that his sole driving force was his passion, the very thing that kept him standing. Teetering on the edge, Rosa hurled herself into the assault after the crimson Sakura, showing no mercy to herself. The hero considered her intent. She clearly wanted to end the fight while her power boost still lasted. Yet every technique had its limits, even hers. Her gaze met his, steady and unwavering. This attack carried the weight of her final hope, every ounce of her willpower and spirit channeled into one decisive strike. She implored him to stand his ground, urging him to use the flower's core and meet the blow with dignity. The battle had ended, the group left the arena behind, and the hero offered Rosa a heartfelt apology for the trouble he had caused her. With calm composure, she replied. Defeat claimed her once more, a complete loss. If things continued this way, even the hope of victory would slip further out of reach. Rose urged him to push aside unnecessary doubts. The story was far from over. In fact, everything was just beginning. The conversation could wait. She instructed him not to lose to anyone until her moment arrived. Defeat at the hands of anyone but her would render everything meaningless. In response, he advised her to head straight to the infirmary. Restoration efforts were already underway in the arena. Tessa turned to Leah, remarking that the battle had been truly thrilling. Surrender is out of the question. Already, she has apologized in advance, making it clear that mercy is not part of her plan. A gentle smile played on the young man's lips as he promised to give it his all. Stepping into the shower, he paused for a moment to catch his reflection in the mirror. Strangely enough, pain did not come. His wounds usually healed with remarkable speed, yet this time a slow-burning sting began to spread. Something felt off. His body acted unpredictably once more, and a single thought emerged in his mind. This could only be because of. The true essence within him revealed itself. Following the spirit's attempt to seize control of his body, his physical abilities improved dramatically. Perhaps even this remarkable regeneration stems from that change. Asking directly seemed necessary, even if it meant risking a blow to the head. The urgency pressing on him stemmed from his concern for Tessa and Leah. Every second mattered now. At that very moment, an unusual sound reached his ears. The battle drew to a close. With a trace of sorrow in her voice, the director remarked that Tessa had given her all. Victory slipped from her grasp as the princess unleashed a relentless assault. Inspired by Rosie's fierce determination, she rained merciless blows down upon Tessa. Leia was ready to begin the final match, but both competitors were utterly exhausted, so they agreed on a brief pause. Before it could start, Leah interrupted. Approaching with purpose, she declared there was no need for a break. Restless anticipation burned within her, making any delay feel pointless. She fixed her gaze directly on him and challenged him to a duel. In that moment, it struck him how little she had changed. Now the stage was set for the final showdown, placing the protagonist face-to-face with the talented student Leah. The allies stepped into the arena, and a wave of nostalgia washed over the hero. 4 months had already passed since the entrance ceremony. During this period, much had unfolded. Each day within the academy's walls brimmed with struggles, challenges, and moments of triumph. Princess Leia declared that she had waited far too long for this moment. The victory, she insisted, was hers alone to claim. The hero offered an apology, firmly stating that losing was not an option, neither to himself nor to her. From the infirmary, Rosa watched her friends and quietly whispered her unwavering faith in him until the very end. As the battle commenced, Leia summoned the power of the forebears into the light. Her revelation intensified in an instant. Black Dragon's breath surged forward in a relentless attack, barely missing the hero as he dodged just in time. With his first sword, he effortlessly deflected her strikes. Once again, Black Dragon's breath surged from her. The weapon in his hands felt foreign to her. A crack appeared in her defenses. The woman before him seemed almost a stranger, so different from the Lei he once knew. Her usual air of carelessness had vanished. A brief pause settled between them. The hero admitted feeling powerless against her strength. She apologized, explaining that she could not let him take charge of the battle. Furthermore, her true strength had yet to be revealed. She unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. The hero recognized that the projectile was enormous, yet moved at a sluggish pace. A narrow window of opportunity remained for him to dodge aside. Was it truly worth it? If death came, would that truly mark the end? No, there remained life within him and the strength to keep moving forward. Still capable of fighting, he found himself surrounded by thick black smoke. In that moment, he sensed that she had already made her decision. The victory was hers. She readied her final strike, certain of her victory. Yet, with the last of his strength, he managed to deflect her attack. With the Lord's spears, he blocked the attack. Clearly, Leia had trained with just as much determination. Unlike others who relied on raw talent, she strove to break through the invisible boundary that had always held her back, much like the hero she admired. The princess launched another attack, declaring with determination that victory would be hers this time. In the heart of battle, the hero caught his reflection in the blade and found a stranger staring back. His hair had turned white and a new look filled his eyes. Noticing the change, Leia asked with concern if everything was all right. He calmly assured her there was nothing to worry about. It was simply that his hair had become white. She realized that he had returned, perhaps transformed into a true monster. This was the essence of their rivalry. Drawing on the power of her dragon soul, she unleashed a renewed and fierce attack. Leia announced the start of the second round. The princess, lost in her thoughts, recalled her very first training session and released a quiet, despondent sigh. Realization struck her. Defeat had been the price of distraction. With greater effort, everything might have turned out differently. Now it became clear, carelessness had nothing to do with it. He had simply grown stronger than she was ready to accept. The moment arrived to leave her weaker self behind and prove to everyone that she could stand as his equal. With a fierce cry, she lunged forward, determination burning in her eyes. Each of her strikes came with wild ferocity, forcing the hero to react swiftly just to deflect the relentless blows. He admitted that, during the battle, he still held the upper hand. Yet she objected, pointing out that any supposed advantage meant little since he had never managed to defeat her. A powerful wave crashed over the hero, yet he broke through its force. This moment became the turning point that reshaped his spirit. At that moment, Leia released the dragon's soul. Surprise flickered across his face as she declared that this was the power of Fatamir. Black flames surged forward from 3 directions, drawing ever closer. Yet the person standing there now was no longer the same as before. With remarkable skill, he countered the attack, leaving her genuinely astonished. At that moment, 8 swords and shining white scales moved in unison, unleashing a fresh surge of overwhelming force. Afterward, both needed a moment to recover. An overwhelming weariness washed over Leia as she realized just how much energy she had spent. Worn out from the immense power his technique demanded, the hero could feel exhaustion setting in. She quietly asked if perhaps it was time for him to rest. He agreed, acknowledging that this power was far too unstable. Leia suggested they put an end to everything right then and there, while both of them could still stand on their feet. A surge of energy coursed through her body, radiating like heat, as she issued a warning. Her next strike would embody unwavering will and determination. Realizing the dangerous proximity between them, the hero knew that without altering his approach, he would be consumed by the flames. This time, resolve radiated from him as he stood poised, patiently awaiting the perfect moment to act. Grateful for her support, newfound determination surged within him, allowing each step forward. He summoned the 6 swords technique. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, unleashing his fury. Her answer came as a surge of dragon's breath, searing through the air to meet his assault. Amidst the chaos of battle, the hero caught sight of Laya collapsing. A wave of fear tightened in his chest. Flames erupted beside her. With a strained voice, she called out that she was coming, though every step drained what little strength remained. Alan raced by at such a pace that he almost knocked her over. The director stared in astonishment, exclaiming at the incredible speed. A wall of fire roared before him, yet he pressed on, drawn forward by the very flames that threatened to consume. There was only one objective burning in his mind, to bring him to a halt, yet something held him back. All efforts proved futile. Stopping the fire was beyond his grasp. Gradually, the reality of the situation began to dawn on him. Only by pushing himself to the absolute limit could he hope to save her. Summoning every ounce of his willpower, he prepared for one final, desperate effort.